Good morning from Washington, Torrey Gymnasium. It's the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, day number 4. It's hard to believe, isn't it? We are rolling along here, and we kick it off this morning with the Juneau Pioneers out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. They take on the the St. Mary's Southside Dragons of St. Louis. Welcome into the broadcast alongside Michael Savoy. I'm Cody Schindler. Michael, we're hoping, first off, happy belated Thanksgiving to you and everyone following along on Clutch Sports Media. Hoping for a barn burner here to set the tone on another long day of hoops.
Yeah, the TOC is full of barn burners, and we didn't see a whole lot of that yesterday, but hopefully that means that today we'll see some.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night from a light up above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home.
Beautiful rendition of God Bless America to open the day. The Juneau Pioneers in the home whites with navy blue trim. The St. Mary's Southside Dragons in their traveling green uniforms with gray trim. The starting lineups being introduced as we speak. The Pioneers, they're led by Dooney Johnson. He'll be introduced in just a moment, a 6'5 sophomore, one of the top-rated players in the class of 2027. He's got offers from Wisconsin, Marquette, the whole shebang up there in the state of Wisconsin. And he's put on a show here for Juneau. It's just a matter of, hey, how will they be able to defend? Goodness.
He might be the most famous one out of all the schools that are here,
My
but
goodness.
could be wrong.
In the programs here, they've got a tremendous section about famous alumni and folks who attended the schools prior to these young men, these student athletes. It's good research. I don't know. The guys in the truck, they're knocking that out. I don't know who's in charge of that, but job well done. And this is just such a well-run tournament. And you can't say enough. If you haven't been out here to Washington, Illinois, should be on your list.
Yeah,
no
it's fantastic. Not even just have it be in Central Illinois, but just all the teams that come in. You talk about St. John Bosco out of California, one of the very best in the nation. You can talk about teams like Florence Wilson. They're also here from South Carolina. So from coast to coast, there's some great teams that come to this event.
Florence Wilson, we'll see them in game 2 today. We'll have that one as well as they take on Romeoville. Romeoville was involved in maybe the best game of the tournament, overtime thriller against the host Washington on opening night. We're ready to go. We jump it up. Day number 4 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is underway. St. Mary's controls the tip, and we've got a full day of hoops coming at you. Quick start for the Dragons. Pull up Jay finds the bottom. Zyree Collins, a 6-foot senior.
He'll be the player to watch out for the St. Mary's team. One of the very best players in his class, one of the very best in his state, and he'll be looking to score a lot of points tonight for the St. Mary's team.
Keep an eye on 21 in green, number 1 in white. Dooney Johnson, he has the basketball. Whistle and out of bounds. Stepping on the end line was Rayla Jones. It's a turnover, Pioneers.
Yeah, that's something that we had seen me and Jonathan Michael did yesterday's game with Detroit Renaissance, and that's something we saw a lot of from Juneau is a lot of turnovers, and that's something that they got to fix if they really want to have a chance in this game.
Have to avoid those empty possessions. Long two, Collins. 2 for 2, hot start.
Yeah, he's shown that even though it's 10 o'clock in the morning, it's not really affecting
Not
him.
even.
He woke up and he was ready to play.
Woke up on the right side of the bed.
Oh, you're right. It's 9 a.m. I was thinking of Eastern time.
Johnson, long two, rattles home.
See, he's shown that he can score, but it's all about his teammates.
Ahead of the pack, what a find. Collins to chase Roan.
Yeah, this game is pretty much like a 3 p.m. game. Both of these teams have woken up and they're ready to play. Strap in, folks.
Strap in. Navigating traffic, Takis Tyler.
Just back and forth now, pretty much like a track meet. Who can stop who first?
Driving baseline, penetrating kick, extra pass, Collins. Online but short. Rebound controlled by the Dragons. And on the second chance, Roan has his second field goal.
That was not the best box out there, and he paid the price there. You can't give a team in the TOC, a lot of these really good teams, second chance opportunities to score.
Johnson splits a pair and a tie-up. Will stay here with the Pioneers.
You get both of these teams a second calm themselves down.
We expect a fast-paced game, up and down. So far, through 2 minutes, that's been the case. Johnson, an offensive foul. He initiated the contact.
Yeah, trying to use his shoulder, elbow, his more of his forearm to try to create some space. That's going to be called more times than not.
Early 4-point edge for the Dragons out of St. Louis. Go inside Johnson. Now Collins, he sets it up. 3 ball in the air, wouldn't fall for Smith. And the rebound cleared by Dooney Johnson. Active hands out of bounds, it will stay here.
Yeah, we're going to see how both of these teams, and I haven't seen St. Mary's much yet, but I obviously saw this out of Juneau. If you miss a shot, they're going to be transitioning really well on offense, and you got to be really good on their defense to stop them.
We've seen a couple deflections. Dragons have forced a couple turnovers early. Here's Johnson, and he reins in the triple. So talented, and just a sophomore, mind you.
Yeah, he's been showing that he can shoot the basketball, and he had trouble doing that against Detroit Renaissance. Renaissance played great defense on him.
Turnaround Jay rims off for Smith.
But if he's able to shoot the ball the way he's able to, then it'd be going well for Juneau.
Johnson's pass intercepted. Zyree Collins, the lob, and a foul called. Johnson almost with an emphatic slam in traffic. He'll have to settle for a couple of freebies.
I tell you what, it hasn't even been 4 minutes into the game, and like we already said, it's really early in the morning, and both of these teams are just playing like they're ready to win this game.
This is good stuff.
You got to appreciate it.
First free throw bounces off. Johnson, a 6'4" junior. Seen either team dive into their bench just yet. Dragons a little deeper than the Pioneers. 0 for 2 trip. That's essentially a turnover. Johnson comes to get it. He thought about pulling it up, and he is fouled, surrounded by 3 green shirts. And I would assume as this game progresses, he's going to see 2, sometimes 3 bodies flying at him.
Yeah, you got to imagine that St. Mary's had seen that game yesterday with Detroit Renaissance. Renaissance, more towards the second half, started to double team him more, and it really started to affect Juneau.
Johnson gets a look. Too strong. Skying for the rebound. Gary Johnson on the other end. He goes coast to coast. Left it short. Had his own miss for a moment. And was Johnson out of bounds? Yes, he was. Ball back to Juneau.
Yeah, with Johnson being double teamed, and this is going to happen probably earlier than you'd probably expect, it's all about the Juneau teammates and how they step up. We didn't really see much of it yesterday.
Pressure in the backcourt. Dragons trying to win back possession. They nearly do, but now it's a numbers game on the other end. Johnson. Bingo.
That was a great pass. Talking about a kick-out pass, driving into the lane, kicking out the Johnson for 3. That was money.
Timeout. I believe Juneau got the timeout prior to the inbounds pass. Just a late whistle. Was a timeout. And Juneau wants to talk about it. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com. Engineer your future with us. Dooney Johnson, he's engineering a bright future, isn't he? What a start for him. 8 of the 10 Juneau points early.
You'd have to imagine he's going to score more than he did yesterday against Renaissance. He'd scored 19 points, but I swear those were the hardest 19 points he's probably ever earned in his career. He has shot a lot of shots. He's being hounded on defense, but he's already starting off strong, so that's a good sign for the Pioneers going forward in this game.
Pressure in the backcourt. Hagen's able to break the press, set it up in the hands of Collins. Collins guarded by Johnson. That's a fun matchup. Popping around the perimeter. Extra pass. 3 ball is true. Ethan Smith. He can stroke it from out there, and he shoots it with confidence. Puts his team back in front.
Yeah, nice stroke there. Nice fundamental shot.
Pass too tall. Out of bounds as Tyler was looking for Blaine Trot.
There's another turnover, and it's early in this game. You got a whole lot of basketball left to play in this one, but if Juneau, like we've said before, if they really want to win this game, you got to limit those mistakes.
Collins, long-range triple off the heel. Skying for the rebound. Dooney Johnson is running one on everybody right now. Step back triple, Johnson short. The rebound down to the hardwood. Johnson collects it. Score it plus the harm.
And he's going to look to shoot all night long, and he was going back on defense until he realized where the ball was, and no one was there to get it. So good job of him following his own shot, getting the and one opportunity.
We talk about a winning play and a winning player. Dooney Johnson, still a couple years down the road, but he's going to make some program happy.
Yeah, not every sophomore can do what he does, and if he's able to put his talent with some effort, with really good effort, the future is really bright for him.
Well, you've seen that effort on display right there, that offensive rebound, chasing it down seemingly out of nowhere. Collins walks. He disagrees. The ball back to the Pioneers. Chance to make it a 2-possession lead.
Yeah, Juneau's already playing a really good game as compared to yesterday at the start.
Behind the defense and rejected at the rim was Hardiman. It will stay here. Above the rim action at 9 a.m.
Yeah, Hardiman showed that off yesterday as well. He was high flying. He was able to throw some dunks down, and we keep saying it, but it's early in the morning, and these teams have come ready to play. It's got a great game so far.
There's a lob to Hardiman, and he threw it away. Numbers for the Dragons. They get it to Collins, who finishes with the left.
Yeah, if you're able to break any kind of press, whether it be man-to-man or zone. Oh.
Whistle and a tie-up.
Yeah, that's something I saw out of Detroit Renaissance yesterday. They ended up hounding Johnson on defense, and they ended up getting the sophomore a little bit more frustrated than he'd probably like to be, and I think that's what St. Mary's is trying to get, is underneath his skin.
Got it at 13. Teams have showcased some token pressure in the backcourt. Tyler on the drive. He was shoved in the back. Will inbounds baseline.
Yeah, fouls aren't necessarily the biggest deal in the world right now. You got 2 and 4. I guess one more foul from St. Mary's would put the Pioneers in the bonus the rest of the way.
Johnson lost it on his way to the cup. Numbers the other way. Collins, crafty finish at the cup. It was contested. A strong finish.
Nice little finger roll finish. That was pretty smooth.
Johnson, air ball. He's off balance. There's a lob to the goal. It's snared by Johnson. Now Collins tees up the long range three, and he missed everything.
Yeah, right now it's really just been at at a simple level, a battle of the star players for both of these teams. Both star players not shying away from any shot in any sort of way, any long three or any layup at the rim. It's created a really nice game.
Johnson, a one-man press break, and he was fouled. Get it on the floor, or?
I think it'd be 2 shots because of the 5 fouls regardless.
Johnson to the stripe.
Right.
Soon to be to the stripe.
I guess what are they doing?
It's all
There we
right.
go.
The fine folks at the scorer's table, they roll over it.
Oh, they got it. Yeah, right now Johnson has been having a really good game compared to even yesterday. Good sign for him. You know, going through some adversity in the first game, playing Detroit Renaissance, having them hound you on defense. As a sophomore, you know, you have to go through that adversity, and he went through it really well, 19 points. But, yeah, right now he's been having a really good game.
He's essentially automatic at the stripe.
He's got a nice shot. He's got a nice, clean stroke.
He's on pace for 52 points.
Tournament record.
Dangerous pass. Collins, another lob. Johnson caught it and kicks it back out. Roan, the driver, floats it up and in.
Nice job. Both of these teams have been answering back and forth, and the reason why this game is as close as it is.
Johnson, a rare misstep. Lost it out of bounds.
But what I worry about with this Juneau team, Johnson's got 13 points, but he's got 13 of the 15 points that the Pioneers have. So you got to think that St. Mary's coming into the second quarter, or at least the second half, will make some sort of adjustment on Johnson.
Collins walks into a long two, had it rim out.
But when they make that adjustment on Johnson, the teammates have to step up, and that was something that was a question mark yesterday.
Final minute of the opening quarter. Johnson got free on the screen. Too strong on the triple. Numbers the other way for the Dragons. Good recovery defensively. Now Roan, the three ball, had it rim off. And it's out of bounds. We'll stay here.
Yeah, Tommy Kurtz trying to go up for that layup attempt and ended up just second guessing himself passing it out, and that kind of set up kind of an awkward possession for the Dragons. I'd like to see him try to finish that, especially over Johnson, tried to have him pick up a foul.
3 second difference, shot clock and game clock.
This is a fun matchup. Collins and Johnson.
If Johnson tries to pick his pocket.
With a wide open lane to the basket, that'd be a fun dunk, you'd think.
Well, Johnson just picked up a foul. It's his second.
Something to keep an eye on. Yeah,
Can't imagine Dooney Johnson ever sits down, though, right? As talented as he is.
Well, you got to think that, you know, maybe he picks up his third. I wouldn't say he would, but just in case he does, the coach had to make a really hard decision.
Shot clock now off. Collins contorts,
Oh.
and he gets the spin.
Nice finesse on that layup.
Tyler to beat the first quarter horn. It's short, and that's how the first quarter ends. 8 minutes gone, entertaining 8 minutes. Your score, St. Mary's out of St. Louis, 19. Juneau Pioneers from Milwaukee, 15.
Yeah, this is setting up to be a really good game, and the star players are showing out, and we can't wait to see what happens in the second quarter.
This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. Nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Come to Kep Sports Bar during the TOC. Check out our menu on our website. We also feature trivia every other Wednesday night at 7 p.m. and Texas Hold'em 6 p.m. every Sunday. Follow and like us on Facebook for more information. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in the community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. And PJ Hare is again proud to be a sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future all-academic team. Wish all teams good luck. Let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. 19-15 after a quarter. Your thoughts, Michael?
Yeah, you got to think that, Duty Johnson with 13 of the 15 points for Juneau, I already said this, St. Mary's, you got to think they might have some sort of adjustment for him, so be on the lookout for that in the second quarter, and maybe even the rest of the game.
Johnson. He can really scoot. Superb athlete, number 3, Gary Johnson in green, 6'4" junior.
Yeah, that was a nice take there to the basket. Nice slithery take.
I like it.
Oh.
Nearly an impressive finish the other end. Don't have number 2 on my roster sheet. I'm gonna guess that's Jaden Ceballos. He's listed without a number. We're gonna roll with that. There's a whistle on a tie-up. Collins, good whole help on the defense. The arrow keeps it here.
Yeah, and you got to wonder as the game goes on as well about Juneau's defense. We'd already talked about it. Gave up over 100 points in their first 2 games of the season. So you got to think maybe as the game goes on, the defense may not be there, but time will tell.
Tyler got free, a little mid-ranger. Catch and shoot.
But for right now, Juneau's been keeping intact with St. Mary's. It's turned out to be a nice ball game so far.
Dragons got the lead to 6. Juneau, the quick response to get off of 15. Johnson wants to go one-on-one. Instead, he picked up his dribble. Kerr's penetrating kick to a 3-ball. Off the heel for Niels. One and done go the Dragons. Tyler, nifty dribbling. Pioneers will get into a set. Hardiman at the elbow. Rises over his defender, much too strong. Rebound cleared by Collins and quickly into the front court. Roan. No. Hardiman clears it.
And here we go. Here comes the track meet now. Who's going to score first?
Leland Jones been quiet. Looked it up too strong. How about Collins?
He's just really quick, and only being at 6 foot, he can go up with the best of them. He's not furious at all of contacts.
Collins has 12 of 23. Dooney Johnson did head to the pine for a moment. He's now checking back in, and nearly a steal on the cross-court pass. Pioneers have numbers if they hurry. Get an open look out of the Diones, but an offensive board. Tyler into the paint. Nifty.
Yeah, the Juneau Pioneers, even though they're without their best player for the moment being, they've been playing well enough on the offensive side of the ball to keep themselves in the game. Now they get their star player, and oh boy.
Tyler picked the passing lane. It's a 2-point ball game, like his game.
Yeah, he's been playing well, good enough defense too. He played good enough defense yesterday as well. So.
And he just ripped another one away. Takis Tyler floats it up and in. Timeout, St. Mary's. And a little personal run engineered by Takis Tyler. And we're knotted up, 23 aside.
Yeah, he's been playing really well right now. It's pretty much been Takis Tyler 4 and St. Mary's nothing for the past 30 seconds. So St. Mary's has to clean up some things, but expect that to happen here in this timeout.
Few too many live ball turnovers.
Yep.
That's always dangerous. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and Chinset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com. Engineer your future with us.
But good for Juneau, though, playing some good defense. I mean, talking about a team that, like we've said before, had given up 100 points, at least over 100 points in their previous 2 games. And you would think, okay, the defense just may not be there for this team. But no, I mean, they've been playing good enough defense. This is the reason why this game's tied at 23.
On a game like that, right, sometimes that can linger, but credit the Pioneers.
Yeah, they say
Spearling, head coach.
They say in every sport, defense travels. And so you'd probably think over 100 points given up, the defense may not be there, but I've been wrong.
Collins, one-legged jumper rims up. He was behind the arc. Would have been a 3-ball. Here's Hardiman. Skied high, but couldn't finish. Now Collins, what a catch in traffic. Like an NFL receiver. Couldn't finish. Here come the Pioneers the other way with an advantage. Shoveled inside. Jones to Collins.
Yeah, Collins scores, and a key thing to point out is Dooney Johnson got back to the bench and did not check in after that timeout. So you got to think that Juneau likes what they see on the court.
Why not? You're on a little bit of a run. Keep him over there with his 2 fouls. Let him get a breather.
It's a little bit of like a superstition moment in basketball where you see something ain't broke, don't fix it.
Johnson in traffic, couldn't finish. Rebound tapped around, and it's picked up and floated in by Caden Ward.
And just like that, Dooney Johnson goes to the scores table.
Penetrate and kick. 3-ball, too strong. Jones had a couple of good looks in this quarter.
Yeah, he can really stroke it. I wouldn't expect him to miss much.
Tyler bumped Collins.
Yeah, this game has so far been a fantastic game as now Johnson will check in. And tied at 25, it's shaping up to be a good one.
Three and a half to play in this first half. Cody Schindler, Michael Savoy with you. Thanks for waking up early with us. Many of you have probably already been to the gym, burned off that Thanksgiving meal, right? Not us.
Oh, yeah.
Collins. He's got in the gym range, but not that time.
Yeah, there's some players in this tournament that can shoot it easily from the volleyball line.
Hardiman pulls up from 16. It was short. Collins does not have numbers. He'll wisely wait for some help. Collins hasn't had the outside shot falling for him the set this morning. On the drive, a foul called. Jones. The guy hasn't knocked down the outside shot. He said, I'll put it on the floor and I'll drive it right at you. And they got Collins on the foul. That's just his first.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating in this game. You know, when both of these teams miss, both of these teams, when they get the rebounds on the defensive side, they usually try to turn it into transition offense. So it turns into a track meet, and that's what makes this game very fascinating because both of these teams have some great athletes.
Chance to split the free throws if you're Jones. Give his club an advantage. And it's Juneau by a penny. Stepping out, triple try, rattles home Caden Ward.
Yeah, you talk about the athletes from this team. You talk about the shooters for this team too. Both of these teams have some kids that can absolutely shoot the daylights out of the ball. So I'd say honestly 2 evenly matched teams, and the scoreboard does show that.
Like the minutes from Ward, number 4 in green, and it's ripped away on the help side defense. Collins with a step. He's fouled, and free throws coming for the talented senior.
Yeah, when people probably think of the St. Mary's team, they immediately go to Collins, and rightfully so. He's very talented in his own right, but it's really been players, like let's see here, like Caden Ward. I mean, you talked about him, he's a great player. You talk about some of the other players on this team. You talk about just a complete so far. It's not just been one player.
Remember, we saw the Dragons push the lead to 5 early in the quarter. He thought, okay, maybe a chance to create some separation, and then Juneau went on a run. Lead now 4 for St. Mary's.
Yeah, Juneau, good job showing some resilience there, and resilience does go a long way. You know, this is just a Thanksgiving tournament. This is very early in the season, so you know you're not always going to have your team chemistry there, and you're not always going to play your best basketball. But this is why you play these tournaments against really good competition, may I add.
Hardiman, tough shot, too strong. Collected his own miss, flips it up, no, and Collins clears it. Ahead of the pack. What a find and what unselfishness. Smith had 2. He gave it up to Xavier Clark.
Yeah, Xavier Clark, nice finish at the rim, and nice pass there, being unselfish. I like that. Get an easier shot.
There's a corner pocket 3 that rims away. St. Mary's trying to take control here.
Yeah, you have to think made basket here in this possession will at least have it up to an 8-point game.
Collins high off the glass. Timeout, Milwaukee Juneau. St. Mary's, they have their biggest lead of 8.
Yeah, this game has been close all throughout. You have to think at some point if a team made a run and try to create some separation, that timeout might be called. And, you know, I think Juneau has, they think they have a legit chance to win this game, and they do. I mean, both teams have a legit chance to win this game. So calling timeout, good timeout called there, and talk things over.
This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. Nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com. Engineer your future with us. And here you go, Michael. We talked about trying to put together a run. This feels like perhaps a bit of a danger zone if you're Juneau. Down 8, you want to keep it within striking distance, and don't want to see St. Mary's push this shot to double figures rolling in to the half.
Yeah, Dooney Johnson, this is sort of a big storyline as it pertains to the second quarter. Has not scored a bucket, has not had a field goal. He's still at 13 points, and that might be one of the main reasons why the score is what it is. And Juneau, we'd already said this before, and I saw this yesterday. If it's not Dooney Johnson, then we've seen spurts out of Jaden Hardiman today, a really athletic junior, himself, but it's really just his teammates have to step up. And this Juneau team is very talented, and they may not step up immediately this season, but I expect throughout their season that their team will come together and gel and be really good.
Dooney Johnson could use a touch on this possession. Hasn't touched the basketball the last few times down the floor, and he has it now. You need a bucket, give it to your best player, and he's fouled. He drove into a crowd.
Yeah, good job by St. Mary's as well, adjusting to Dooney Johnson and understanding that he is their major point scorer, and he scored 13 points out of their 15 in total in the first quarter. Making that adjustment, good job by them.
60 seconds to play in the opening half. Johnson ripping through. He'll pull up the triple and had it spin off. Lead pass too far. Smith got fingertips on it. Couldn't reel it in. It's a turnover.
Yeah, it always creates an electric basketball game when you have two teams like Juneau and St. Mary's that are playing right now that like to have the ball go down the court as fast as they can.
Pioneers able to break the pressure, and it's out of bounds to St. Mary's. It looked like Collins had a chance to lay it in, but that was a good contest by Ward. He may have blocked it initially.
Yeah, both of these teams just getting down the court as fast as they can, and like we said, he creates a nice electric basketball game.
Collins finds the bottom on the floater, the lead to double figures.
Yeah, Juneau has the score here. You got to get some positive momentum going into the second half, and you got to think they might hold for the last shot unless they get something good.
Tyler's pass too tall. Plenty of time for a good look if you're St. Mary's.
Not the smartest play there, and you know I'd probably hold for the last shot if I was Juneau, but the defensive stop would do them wonders too. Just getting some positive going into the halftime locker room, and for St. Mary's, if they can score here, it'd be a good sign going for them.
Here comes the ball screen. Collins with 3. He's got to make something happen. Smith to beat the horn. He does. Ethan Smith bangs the 3, and what a finish to the first half. if you're St. Mary's. And you can see it coming. 3 or 4 white shirts converged on Collins, and he made it happen with the pass.
We've been saying that this game's been close pretty much all day long, and all of a sudden St. Mary's goes on a huge run, and I mean it makes sense. A lot of these St. Mary's players can shoot. A lot of these St. Mary's players can absolutely play, and it's the reason why it's a 13-point game right now.
This game was nip and tuck, and credit the Dragons. They've taken some control. And our Clutch Sports crew, they're down there. They got the ladder out. Can't see it on your screen, but they're doing some work. I assume the basket, Mike. Yeah.
Yep.
Get up there.
Pretty much Joey's job, the basket mics. That was his thing.
The basket mics, they had a nice wrinkle, don't they?
Yeah, they create.
Although this young man's coming out on the floor here, he wants to test them out. There's a couple of youngsters on the floor.
Yeah, he wants to take part in the process.
He says, hey, I'll play in this tournament one day.
Oh. Almost made a 3.
Oh,
wow.
my goodness. Who is this kid? He's got more game than the two of us.
Hey,
see that between the legs dribble?
Yeah. He's got some game.
13-point halftime lead for St. Mary's Southside out of St. Louis. Mentioned Yogi Berra went to school there. Of course, St. Louis, there's plenty of basketball talent down there, headlined by Jason Tatum. He seems to be doing okay, huh?
Yeah, St. Louis, hotbed for basketball. You want to think, you probably think of Chicago, New York, Los Angeles as being the basketball hotbeds, but St. Louis, a smaller city by all accounts, but have some really good basketball talent.
Talent all over the world in this sport.
Yes.
No doubt about it. It's become a global game. We're at the half of our first game here this morning. It's a 39-26 edge for St. Mary's Southside out of the Lou. We send it to the studio. We take a break. We'll have second half action for you momentarily.
The 2024 OSF Health Care Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome into Uftring Tournament Central for the first time today. It's day 4 of the 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Good morning, everybody, with John Michael, Larry Larson. So glad you're with us bright and early, Black Friday. Maybe you're doing some shopping, but if you're watching us, we know you're watching some hoops. John, should be another fun day, a fun weekend ahead.
Yeah, definitely. We have a full slate of games today. I believe we got 9 on the slate, so we're going to see 18 different teams today. And, boy, nice first show for of the day between St. Mary's and Juneau. A pretty high-level game that they talked about. Didn't really miss a beat early in the morning. It's tough to play these 9 a.m. games. I've played some of them myself, and, especially at some of the hotels these teams are saying, it's easy to load up on breakfast because the breakfast is so good. You eat too much, and you're like, oh, man, you got on the court. You're like, oh, boy. But, hey, none of these teams missing a beat, and looking forward to a great day. A lot of great teams going to be taking the floor here in Washington.
Don't want to drink too much coffee before going out there and hooping. Might cause some trouble, but no trouble for these two teams quite yet. John, let's dive into the schedule here for today. We talk about, St. Mary's and Juneau going at it now, but a game that we talked about a lot last night, a game that caught our eye, Romeoville and Wilson might be a pretty good game coming up at 10:30.
Yeah, definitely. And those are two teams that have had a good win, but also a pretty big loss as well. We saw Wilson at a big win over Washington, scored 86. Just Josh Leonard, Tristan Thompson. very dynamic duo, and they kind of got brought back to earth a little bit last night with a big loss. So looking forward to that game. I think Romeoville and Wilson, I think they just match up well. And Romeoville, a little bit of advantage. They got the day off yesterday. They didn't have to play, so looking forward to that one, as well as the game after that, and I believe is Vashon versus La Mirada.
You nailed it. This guy's got the schedule memorized, folks. That should be a good one. Vashon's showing yesterday was incredible. Perhaps the most well-rounded performance, or at least one of the most well-rounded performances we've seen.
Yeah, it starts with the Williamses, the two McCaskells as well, and we've seen Vashon in this tournament multiple times. I think this is maybe the third or fourth straight year we've seen them play at least one game, and that game they played last night against a very, very good Gibbs team out of St. Petersburg, Florida, was just phenomenal. They could shoot. They were well coached. And, it didn't matter if there was, good defense. Gibbs had multiple guys that were, 6'7" and above, including a 7'1" center, Isaiah Medina. It didn't really matter for Vashon that much. They're athletic. They're fast. They can shoot. It's a team that can really do it all. I really got my eye on those Wolverines.
And then the last game of the first half of the day, a team that a lot of people have been talking about coming into the tournament for good reason, St. John Bosco taking on DeKalb. DeKalb was pretty electric in their first game on Tuesday night. They've got a good group, but hey, St. John Bosco, you're always going to have your hands full with them.
Most definitely. They've even just put on a show. You got the 5-star Christian Collins. You got the 5-star Brendan McCoy, the #1 junior in the country. You got a 4-star in Elsie Harrington. He's headed to Harvard. Plus, that's not even including their 7-foot center, Howie Wu, who returned to the court yesterday. So that just adds a whole nother dynamic. They're big. They're fast. They're well coached, and that Bosco team is just the real deal. DeKalb, though, I think could give them a game. Sean Reynolds has had some big performances in this tournament so far, so don't be surprised if the Barbs keep it close for a chunk of that game.
Barbs a really talented group about an hour outside of Chicago, for those not familiar with the Northern Illinois geography. And as we're getting set here to send it back into the gym, we do want to talk about the cause behind this tournament. Maybe you're tuned in, you're wondering, Kevin Brown Memorial. Who was Kevin Brown? Kevin Brown was the coach here at Washington High School, passed of glioblastoma, a rare and aggressive form of brain cancer, before the 2019 season began. And so all the proceeds for this tournament go to benefit KB Strong Foundation, which helps the battle against glioblastoma. So if you want to learn more, you can scan the QR code that's on our screen throughout the game, and visit the KB Strong website to learn more and figure out how you can help. And, of course, OSF Health Care and their Cancer Institute, the title sponsor of the TOC, and they're a big part of the fight as well, John.
Yeah, great things going on there at OSF. Just truly one-of-a-kind treatments that you'll be able to get at OSF for those, people that have glioblastoma. Again, it is not everyone has it. It's very rare, but once you do get it, it is a very devastating form of brain cancer. So great things by the KB Strong Foundation and OSF.
We'll send it back into the game after a short break. This has been Uftring Tournament Central.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the multidisciplinary team at OSF Health Care Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. Offering comprehensive cancer care services including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 53 locations in 38 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Just about ready to go with second half action. Cody Schindler, Michael Savoy here with you. 13-point lead for St. Mary's out of St. Louis. Juneau Pioneers based out of Milwaukee. Michael, I think early on, the first couple minutes are going to be telling, right? Assume Dooney Johnson for Juneau. They're going to get him involved, getting out to such a quick start. Sat for a few minutes, battled some foul trouble. I would expect him to get the ball early and often here as they kind of cut into this.
You'd expect that from Juneau, and you would also expect St. Mary's to, make some other adjustments on Dooney Johnson, maybe throw some double teams at him, and like you said, Cody, it'll be very telling in the next couple minutes of game time how this Pioneers team will, go through some adversity, because I'm sure St. Mary's has a plan for Dooney Johnson, and let's see how Juneau combats that.
St. Mary's gets the first crack at it, second half underway. Our first of how many games today? 9?
Yes.
Collins is fouled. Was it shooting? Yes, it was. Free throws coming for Missouri Collins.
Collins continuing to do his thing. We saw him in the first half just go to the basket, shoot long three-pointers. He's, for some reason, just unbelievable. I mean, just can't talk enough about him, and he's been dominant today.
18 first half points. And the first point of the second half. The foul was charged to Dooney Johnson, his third.
Yeah, second half, 3 fouls. You think, okay, not a big deal, but we're just starting the second half, so it's pretty much like a de facto second quarter until we get a little bit into the third quarter. So not too worrisome right now, but you have to think if he picks up his fourth especially, there'll be some issues.
By the way, for those of you concerned with the players' wardrobes, Collins, he went from long sleeves to no sleeves. Johnson drew the foul.
I would have not gone that. He must have gone so hot that he shot the ball, they had to take off his undershirt.
Today's useless information brought to you by Cody Schindler. Floater bounces in for Hardiman. He's got a fun game. He is uber athletic at 6 feet 4 inches tall.
Yeah, he can high fly, get some dunks. He's, like you said, Cody, very athletic.
Drive was cut off. Turn around, Jay. Around and in, Xavier Clark.
Yeah, this is going to be something to look out for. Juneau's down by so much right now. It's all about, playing both sides of the ball well. Obviously, you got to score on offense, but their defense has been a question mark so far this season. They got to step up and make some stops.
Pick and pop 3, short, Blaine Trotter. 3 on 2, Collins passes a little out of reach. Had to settle it, and then he threw it away. Hardiman running 1 on 2, and he flipped it up too strong. Right idea, just couldn't finish. And Collins straight away triple. Moves off, and it's out of bounds to Juneau.
Yeah, now we're seeing that track meet style that we've been accustomed to seeing this morning, and both of these teams like to pass the ball, and then they try to outrun the other team, and like we said before, this creates a pretty electric.
Teams will shoot for easy baskets if they can get another 3. This one bounds over the backboard. Trotter.
Especially if you know the personnel on the court can go back and you can outlet pass to some of these players, and they can easily just get a layup or even a dunk. So if you know you have the personnel to do it, then why not? And I know this is how both of these teams play, so it does make for a pretty interesting style of basketball.
Collins, 9-9, 15.
Yeah, he's been playing really well, able to shoot the ball well. He's got a nice stroke.
22 points for him. Dooney Johnson will get back into his bag. He's got it now. Johnson, step back, 3 ball, too strong. Rebound cleared by St. Mary's. Johnson running the other way for the Dragons, but had his pocket picked by Tyrese Tyler.
Yeah, see if Juneau can hit the scorebooks. And Dooney Johnson, he hadn't scored a field goal in the second quarter. I think he's just looking for that to change. He's trying to force some shots, but I think he got a good look there.
slow to get up on the other end. Here's a 3-ball. Collins. It's a 20-point edge for St. Mary's. And Juneau wants a timeout. A 30-second timeout, a quick stoppage. And tells body language, Juneau, they kind of stuck on a number offensively.
Yeah, they felt like they were in this game for a very long time, and they were in this game. I mean, this was a very close game, and all of a sudden, St. Mary's is on a monster run, and it just hasn't stopped even at the beginning of the second half.
This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com. Engineer your future with us.
Yeah, Dooney Johnson, this is pretty telling. This is pretty much one of the main things that I've seen so far. He has not scored a field goal since the first quarter. And it's pretty much affected them, the Pioneers offensively. They have not had much going for them since that first quarter or early on in the second. So something's got to change for them offensively.
St. John's Bosco crew is walking in right in front of us. They all have their heavy winter coats on.
They're probably still really cold.
Getting acclimated.
Juneau has a score here. I mean, you call a timeout, you expect some type of half-court set that's going to work in their favor. They got to score here. They got to do something.
Pick and roll, and the pass in and out of the hands to Collins. Transition triple short, and a rebound fought for in traffic and secured by the Dragons. They're winning the 50-50 balls right now. Bouncing home, Chase Rome, the finish.
Yeah, you nailed it, Cody. 50-50 balls being won by St. Mary's, and they're just showing, so far, they're showing more effort. And you got to think it's because they're scoring on offense.
There's the effort again. What a finish by Ethan Smith. And he was
up
my
and
goodness, he
grill.
was-
My goodness, he was up in his face.
Tyler Heron.
No, I mean, you got to think both teams have played the same amount in terms of running, and, definitely have got one team that's in game shape and one team in Juneau that hasn't been quite in game shape, and it might be one of the reasons why they've given up as many points as they have. So for Juneau, and this is pretty typical for a team around this time of year in the Thanksgiving tournament. Not every team's going to be in game shape, but going forward, they obviously know that they need to be more conditioned.
Tyler, nice catch in traffic. He floats it in.
So that's a good sign for Juneau, finally getting in the score column. Hopefully their defense can feed off of their offense and get some stops.
Smith, quick trigger three, back at you.
But when Ethan Smith is shooting the way he's shooting, it's pretty hard to do that on the defensive end, and it's still a 25-point game.
Tyler may have walked, he did.
Yeah, Juneau kind of showing signs of what they had yesterday in terms of, the defense not being as sharp as they'd probably like, and some turnovers on the other side of the ball. So, they know. I don't want to sound like a broken record here. They know. It's just things that you might see out of a team at this time of year. They know they need to fix some things. There's going to be a reason why they're going to be far in the Wisconsin State playoffs this year. This team can be very talented.
Another 3-ball in the air. That one rims off Neal. The driver, Tyler, each foul. Free throws coming. Scrappy point guard.
Yeah, it's been hard sledding on the offensive end for this Juneau team. And one way you can get some points is if you can draw some fouls. So good job there by Tyler going to the free throw line. Hopefully he can knock these down.
Trying to get something going for him.
You just got to take a deep breath, collect yourself. Think about your fundamentals when you shoot your free throw. Understand that, there's a good way to shoot it. Knock this one down.
The rebound back tap. Tapped out of bounds by Ceballos.
Yeah, Juneau, it's just been hard sledding really started in the middle of the second quarter, and it's continued here in the second half. And St. Mary's has done a great job on defense, and their offense really just hasn't stopped their production. It's done a great job from them.
Straight away, triple, why not? Caden Ward, the 6'3 senior. 28-point St. Mary's lead, and still showing a little full court man-to-man defense.
Yeah, they're up and excited right now. When you hit a three-pointer or anything, really, it just gets your defense that much energetic.
Whistle and a blocking foul is called, much to the dismay of Brian Turner, the St. Mary's head man.
Yeah, from what I've seen out of St. Mary's defense, they're really trying to get Dooney Johnson his fourth foul. There's been a few times where maybe I've seen a couple flops maybe, but they've been trying to pick up Dooney Johnson through like a charge almost, his fourth foul, and if that happens, Juneau has a very tough decision to make in terms of Dooney Johnson's playing time.
First free throw is good for Johnson.
His first points since the first quarter, so I think hopefully he sees one go through the basket, and that wakes him up a bit.
Sometimes that's all it takes for the elite
Exactly.
players, right? You just need to see something go in.
Just understand that, you know, you got all these offers and interest for a reason.
Collins out of bounds. Lost it off his knee. It was Johnson with the active hands.
Yeah, good job by Johnson. You know, that's more of a skill than you probably think, you know, trying to locate the ball and tap it out. So good job by him, and Juneau can get another life and turn into a 4-point swing. Possibly.
Tie up to stay here. It's been tough sledding for Johnson. We talked about, hey, stuck with a number. Well, some of that is just, you've seen the defense just pounded by 2 and 3 defenders. Just nothing easy. Juneau, as the year goes on, I think they can get those contributions from the supporting cast.
Right.
Look out. Man, just a lot on Johnson's plate. Long 2 for Tyler, it was short.
Yeah, part of that is the fact that he's also a sophomore, and obviously you're a sophomore, at least you have 2 years of varsity playing time. Oh, wow.
28 points for Zeri Collins. Lead is 30 and a steal. Here comes St. Mary's the other way. Around 2, high off the window. It wouldn't go for Clark. And a foul. Active on the glass, Gary Johnson. He's been active all afternoon, or all morning, I should say. And he'll get rewarded with 2 freebies.
Yeah, this St. Mary's team, all 5 of them on the court, all 5 of them that have played so far. Doesn't matter what combination they have. All the players that have played have just been very active, and the opposite can be said for the Pioneers. They look tired right now. And, you know, it doesn't get any easier when you bring, 10 players? You got 5 on the bench. You got 6 on the bench, so 11 players. So they got a little bit of a short bench as compared to their counterparts in St. Mary's. So it's going to only get harder from here if you're on the Pioneers.
The offensive rebound. Ward pushed it up too strong. Look at Johnson, he's just hounded.
Yeah, you'd think if someone's double teamed, someone's got to be open. So that's where the teammates, what we talked about earlier, that's where they got to come in and contribute.
Stay here. Starting to fill up a little bit. For game 2, Romeoville, State of Illinois. In action. Hardiman cashes in the triple.
There's been one teammate of Johnson's that stepped up. It's definitely been Hardiman.
Coast to coast layup wouldn't go. Johnson. I don't think he dunked it cleanly, but he got it up and in. Follow. Perhaps basket interference. I think that's what Juneau is discussing.
Yeah, that's a tough call.
Hardiman will try it again. Same spot. Different result this time. Johnson read the pass. He tries 1-on-2 and he's fouled. Free throws coming for the electrifying sophomore.
Yeah, just a sophomore, and we've said it already. He'll learn from this experience, not even just from this game, but they already had a game against Detroit Renaissance where they pretty much played it the same way. They double-teamed him. They forced him to give up the basketball, or at least forced him, if you wanted to shoot, just to take tough shots. So he'll learn from this. He's only a sophomore, like we've said. So He'll definitely learn from this.
I can't wait to watch his career as he blossoms. You know, he looks like a guy who still maybe has a couple more inches to grow, and an opportunity to add a little bit of strength and weight on the frame as he gets older. And sky's the limit for this young man. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, 6'5", filling into his body quite nicely as a sophomore, so sky's the limit.
Collins tries 1-on-2 and dishes it to Gary Johnson. And Johnson's put together a nice afternoon, 8 points, but he's been everywhere.
Yeah, Johnson and Collins have pretty much been the stars for the St. Mary's team.
Tyler Carr through the defense.
If you want to talk about somebody with a bright future, Zaire Collins, he's pretty much been doing it all. He's got a lot of assists, he's been scoring on all 3 levels, and he can play only at 6 foot. Oh.
Collins is fouled. Fourth on Dooney Johnson. And technical foul assessed to Aaron Sperry.
Yeah, Juneau just been frustrated really ever since the end of the first quarter, start of the second quarter, where they started giving up some points and the lead started sprouting for St. Mary's. And I didn't really see much out of the head coach Sperry yesterday in terms of frustration, but you can tell he's a little frustrated. His team gave up a little bit yesterday, and it's looking more like a runaway game for St. Mary's now.
Collins a chance to score his 30th point, push the lead to 30. Darn it. There was symmetry there.
There we go. Announcer's jinx.
Yep, sorry about that, folks. It's not real, of course.
Just, we like to think it is. Nothing's coincidental. This time you can, if you're on the Juneau team, you can collect yourselves, stay composed. There you go.
Johnson. Touched every part of the rim. Out of bounds to Juneau.
Yeah, another chance for Juneau, and they've been playing some better defense as this third period's gone on. 15 seconds. See if they end the third quarter on a positive note.
Straightaway 3. No. Hardiman cleans it up and puts it in. 5 seconds. See if Collins gets a look just inside half court. Short. And we go. 2. In control. St. Mary's Southside out of St. Louis. 8 minutes away from a Game 1 win on this Friday. This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com. Engineer your future with us.
Yeah, the third quarter was really the separating quarter, if you want to think about it that way. You know, St. Mary's had a decently sized lead going into the halftime break, but it was really the third quarter in terms of the scoring margin. And now we're sitting at a pretty hefty deficit if you're Juneau. And right now, if you're the Pioneers, you've given up 103 points yesterday to the Detroit Renaissance. And you kind of want to just see if you can play good defense in this quarter, try to set yourself up for the future of your team. Obviously, you haven't played a whole lot of great defense if you've given up over 100 points in your first 2 games. So defense would be a key for this Juneau team going forward. And for St. Mary's, you know, just understand that the game's not over. You know, you're having a hefty lead, but it's still 8 minutes left to go. Just keep your foot on the gas pedal and see where that takes you.
66-39. Full basketball here in Washington. Our last game of the day is scheduled to start 9:30. Is that right?
Yes.
We'll see if it starts at on time. 9:15, excuse me. Metamora, a local team against the Paideia School. Who knows? That will be a 10 o'clock tip.
Yeah, the way this game is going.
Have a couple of overtime games or a couple of long ones. Head of the pack, what a pass.
Yeah, that was tough. Texas Tyler. Nice finish there for Davis.
Marion Davis, number 2, and mentioned he was not listed on the roster. Free ball up. and down. Ward.
Yeah, Ward's been pretty much doing it all for the St. Mary's team. If it's not Collins, it's definitely Ward shooting it well.
Down the lane, Hardiman. Chance to again push it to 30 if you're St. Mary's. Collins can do just that. Not cleared by Dooney Johnson. Hardiman thought about side jump to 3. Instead, he'll drive and just didn't have the English on.
Yeah, going the other way now, pretty much like a track meet.
Ward. He can play.
Yeah, he can. But like I said, if it's not Collins, it's definitely Ward putting in some production. And we had mentioned a dynamic duo yesterday with Wilson. St. Mary's has their own dynamic duo now. Pretty dangerous team in Missouri.
Tyler, no. Rebound cleared by guess who. And ahead of the pack wouldn't go. To follow. Johnson almost threw it down. Tyler running one-on-one. He's fouled. Free throws for the Juneau point guard. Hopefully he's all right. A little slow getting up.
Just went a little awkwardly, but looks like he's okay. Just walking off like nothing happened. That's a good sign for him.
Mentioned our tournament schedule. We'll have game 2 for you as well right here. Clutch Sports Meet Romeoville in action here from the state of Illinois. We'll entertain Florence Wilson, South Carolina. It'll be fun.
Yeah, 2 really good teams. 2 teams that have, like Jonathan Michael had said in the halftime break in Tournament Central, they match up well with each other. Should be a great one.
Free throws coming for Marvin Neal, 5'7" junior. Southpaw.
Always like a good lefty.
Smooth lefty, right?
Someone that can shoot the ball really well. Nice stroke, too. Yeah, it's been about a 30-point game pretty much since the middle of the 3rd quarter. And it really hasn't changed since. Anytime Juneau scores, St. Mary's has an answer, and anytime that Juneau makes a mistake, whether it be a turnover or any sort of violation, Juneau or St. Mary's has a response to it on their offensive end. It's pretty much been a great showing for the Dragons.
Cross-court pass through the hands.
It's these kind of things with Juneau, making these mistakes, you know, just once again, another turnover. St. Mary's, more likely than not, in this game has turned Juneau turnovers into points on their side of the ball.
Some of those live ball turnovers, those are the scary ones. Johnson with a block, but the loose change cleaned up Xavier Clark. Like an Energizer bunny, he seems to be in the right place at the right time. Johnson was fouled. Collins cut off his face.
Yeah, Johnson was the only one trying to get that inbounds pass, and there were 3 Dragons right by him. And you know, that's another thing with the teammates. You know, you're not just looking for the offensive production; you're just looking for some help at the end of the day.
Obviously, this game has not gone the way Juneau planned. This is a tight game through what, 12 minutes, 15 minutes, and then it got away. Tyler scores it plus the foul.
But there are some positives to take away. I was sorry to mention that. And like, Tyler is a great example of a positive takeaway. You know, as the tournament has gone on, and obviously we didn't see their first game being played, but I saw the game yesterday against Detroit Renaissance. You know, there weren't very much defense being played on the Juneau side of things, and you know, obviously, you know, 74 points given up is still 74 points given up, but they've been better on the defense side of the ball has gone on, so that's a good thing. You have players such as Tyler, such as Hardiman, and obviously Dooney Johnson stepping up. So this Juneau team will be in great hands as the season progresses for them.
Foul was charged to Xavier Clark. That's his 5th. Check out.
It's a great game for Xavier Clark. I'm sure he's satisfied with his performance.
Tyler couldn't convert the three-point play opportunity. He has 17. Now paces the club. Doing Johnson, 15.
Yeah, Johnson scored 13 in the first quarter. And then ever since then, he's only scored a couple free throws. So has not had a field goal since the first quarter.
Johnson, you know, he's a highly touted sophomore, one of the highest ranked players in the class at 27. Lob thrown down by Gary Johnson III.
No one counted for Johnson on the block, and they paid the price.
To finish the thought, Junie Johnson still playing things out at full speed. The body language is good. You know, he's had his team's been on the wrong side of a couple of lopsided games now, but tell he's still attacking. And a blocking foul is called.
Yeah, I don't know, sophomores, you think, you know, some immaturity might be there because they're a little younger, you know, you're still getting accustomed to varsity basketball. You know, you could show some signs of giving up and some signs of immaturity, but not Junie Johnson. At least yesterday he showed some signs of it, but I think he's now understanding that this tournament, even if you go winless in this tournament, you know, it's not the end of the world. It's not like the state playoffs where if you lose, you're out. You have still the rest of your season to play, so take the positives out of this tournament. You're playing some of the best competition you'll see all season long. In Juneau, I mean, there's a chance they could go winless in this tournament. Not saying this game's over or their tournament's over, but you know, just because you go winless does not mean you're a bad team at all. Because this tournament is regarded as one of the very best in the country.
Hard on it. Flush.
Yeah, he's had a lot of those this tournament. You can throw it down with the best of them. He's uber athletic kid. He hasn't had a whole lot today in terms of dunks and in terms of just overall production. St. Mary's has done a great job defensively on him, but when he has a chance, he'll throw one down.
Lead is 29. St. Mary's wanted a timeout. 7-2 play in regulation. It's a power-up timeout. It's brought to you by Intercon Engineering for nearly 50 years. Intercon has powered communities, cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, genset packaging. They power up your career. Visit interconpower.com. Engineer your future with us. Anyway, we're still looking for our first charge. We've seen a bunch of blocking fouls. Every charge brought to you by Jody Brown, State Farm, Auto Fire. Trying to speak that into existence here for our sponsors here on Clutch Sports Media. Big thank you to all of our sponsors who have made this possible, all of the volunteers here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Champions. It's a real treat to be part of this every year. It's for a bigger cause, right? Fight against brain cancer.
Yeah, this is only my second year being involved with this tournament. Just getting to know,
right?
just getting to know how meaningful it is to not just be a part of a tournament of this magnitude, but understanding the cause behind it, understanding who Kevin Brown was as a coach. It makes me, sometimes it gives me goosebumps, just understanding, you know, what this means.
Kevin Brown is a guy you love to play for. He expected a lot out of you, he coached you, but he loved you at the end of the day. That's what it's all about.
Exactly.
If you have a person's best intentions in mind as a coach, he certainly did. That's what it's all about. He was just won a lot of games here in Washington High School. Sent a lot of players to the next level, guys. Like Matt Roth, remember him? He was a sharpshooter with Indiana. Enriquez since Edwards stayed home, played at Bradley. The best defenders in the country. Just tell that work ethic it was instilled here at Washington High School. Down the lane, part of it. Johnson didn't lose the miss. So many little things.
I think St. Mary's should just be content to hold onto the basketball and not make, you know, not the smartest passes and everything, so be careful.
It's floated up too strong. Oh my goodness, Gary Johnson. Tyler with the active hands. He finishes.
Yeah, and go back on your point about Kevin Brown in terms of, who he sent to the next level. I mean, it's not even just got to be basketball. You're talking about baseball players from Washington that made it to the next
Great
level.
point.
Football, they all can always mention Kevin Brown. And that's what makes Kevin Brown even more of a great coach and a great guy. Everyone has glowing things to say about him.
Collins contorts, and he's fouled.
I think a positive for Juneau, and, it's still got 2:40 left to go in this game, but 76 points, you have to score 24 to get to 100, so I'd have to think that 24 will not be scored in this time frame, and I think they'd get out of this without giving up triple digits for the first time this season, so if that ends up being the case, then that's a positive for the defensive side for them going forward. But I might have just jinxed it, and I might have just done it to them again. Hopefully that's not the case.
Stick around, 10:30. Tip-off for game 2 of Romeoville against Florence Wilson. Gary Johnson ahead of the pack, and he was fouled on the floor. Inbounds underneath. Interested to see how both these teams fare as the year goes on. St. Mary's just enrollment at 281. They're one of the smallest classes in the state of Missouri.
Yeah, it's a private school in the St. Louis area. Got a nice basketball program. And we talk about a team in smaller class in Missouri. There'd be a force to be reckoned with in that state.
Smith cut in the lane, but the pass knocked away. Tyler is just on everything, and his lob was behind Junie Johnson.
Yeah, it was a good idea. It was just the lob was just a little bit behind, like you said, Cody. It was a good idea to lob it up to your best player, but it's just not the greatest lob opportunity.
Tyler again, a near steal.
Yeah, the thing with St. Mary's now, you have this game well in hand. Get out here with no injuries, obviously for both teams that is, but St. Mary's, you don't need to do anything, too forceful.
Taya, possession arrow will give it to Juneau.
A few years ago, there was not a shot clock here. It just would have been easier. It would have been an idea to just pass the ball around for the last 90 seconds of this game, but with the shot clock, kind of adds a little bit of an extra element to that.
Tyler couldn't scoop it in. Rebound cleaned up by Ward. Out of the pack, Johnson, tough catch. Ward finished the bunny. Another slam, Hardiman.
I feel so bad for Hardiman because he's had a couple dunks, but really it's people look at the score like, okay, you dunked it down, but you're still down by so much, and it's not got so much hype around it. But here he goes again. Ooh.
Strong that time. On the other end, Gary Johnson.
Yeah, it's just been a well-rounded game for the St. Mary's team, and they'll walk out of this one with the win, and they're going to walk out of this game after this with a 1-1 record in the Tournament of Champions, so not bad at all.
Tyler pulls it up from 14 and finds the bottom. Nice game for him. 21 points and a substitution timeout here at the end of the ball game. Junie Johnson, one of the starters. Give them a moment.
Yeah, both squads subbing out their players, most of them at least. St. Mary's still keeping in some of their starters.
See if the Dragons opt to shoot it here and just run out the clock. Looks like they're just going to run it out.
Yeah, great victory for the St. Mary's Dragons and for Juneau. Another tough loss to take, but both teams will be better because of this game.
79-53 the final. Game 1 of 9 in the books at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions out of St. Louis. St. Mary's Southside Catholic Dragons, a winner as they knocked off Milwaukee Juneau. Tip the cap to Larry Collins with 30 to pace the Dragons. 21 points in a losing effort. Keith Tyler. Overall, it's a fun game, right? You look at the final, you might not think that, but it's up and down, back and forth. There was some above the rim action from both teams, and certainly some guys that are going to play at the next level.
Yeah, certainly. And, you look at this final, you might think it was a blowout to begin with. No, it was a very close game, especially in the first quarter going into the second. But then it ended up turning into St. Mary's ball game. They ended up going into their favor, and then you started to see a more lopsided score. But at the end of the day, like I had said before, both teams are going to be better because of this. Juneau knows what they need to shore up. They've had kind of the same similar play in the first two games they had in this tournament. St. Mary's knows how talented they are. They know they compete with some of the best players in the country, and yeah, both teams will be better from this.
Quickly, let's talk about game 2, shall we? Florence Wilson in from South Carolina. They will entertain Romeoville. Seen both teams here over the course of the week. And if you're Wilson, first TLC appearance, they're led by Josh Leonard, the 6'7" sophomore. Really excited to see him up close here this morning.
Yeah, Josh Leonard, certainly the headliner player, obviously a sophomore, very talented, can score on all three levels. We had seen him yesterday. We've seen him throughout this tournament. He can definitely play. Tristan Thompson also, the 6'6" senior. He can score. He scored 26, I believe the first 26 of the first 36 points of their first game. So he can definitely score at the best of them. They're pretty much Batman and Robin, if you want to think about it that way. That's what Jonathan Michael had said yesterday on our broadcast, and that pretty much holds true. So it should be a great game.
For Romeoville, they played the game of tournament, right? Maybe the best game we saw opening night against Washington, an overtime winner. Look forward to seeing them again. Their first tournament of champions appearance from Romeoville, Illinois, enrollment of 1,900. Florence, enrollment of 1,250. So should be a lot of fun. We're looking forward to it. We had it circled on our calendar today, and we'll see it play out here momentarily. For now, we send it to a break and to the Upstream Tournament Central Studios. You're watching the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media. Game 1 in the books. St. Mary's a winner.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the team at OSF Health Care Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey, from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. To request an appointment, visit their website or call 844-OSF-4-HOPE. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back into Uftring Tournament Central with Wesley Stombaugh, Larry Larson with you. Glad you're with us in between games as we get you set for Romeoville taking on, sorry, I got to check the notes here, Wilson out of South Carolina. And Wesley, a lot of excitement on tap today. We saw a little bit of excitement there last game. A few missed dunks in the second half, but a few made ones too.
Yeah, I think it's exciting either way. Certainly a lot of talent, a lot of size and athleticism, and seen a lot of great basketball so far.
And a lot more coming up. How was Thanksgiving?
It was pretty good. Good to see the family. You know, as we were talking about it before we went live, I'm not a big fan of Thanksgiving food, but I had the basics, some turkey, some mac and cheese, a couple of rolls, and then honestly I got home and I ordered a pizza.
Ordered a pizza on Thanksgiving.
Yep.
Pizza places open on Thanksgiving?
Yeah, it was Domino's.
Oh, Domino's,
Uh-huh.
Clutch Sports media partner a time or two. So, all right,
Yep.
we can accept that, I suppose. A lot of great basketball coming up, as we mentioned. 9 games on the docket today, 1 in the books, so 8 left to go. Take a look at the schedule here, Wesley. What are you looking forward to the most here? Friday. I'm putting you on the spot.
I got to say St. John Bosco versus DeKalb.
Okay. He's right
Seen
on.
them winning a blowout, was it yesterday?
Was last night, yep.
And St. John Bosco, obviously a really talented team. Got to talk to their head coach, Matt Dunn, Wednesday, and talking about the potential NBA prospects they have on their team. And, he told me they were playing at the Intuit Dome. I thought that was certainly exciting. So I think they're an exciting team to watch, and they've also won in some blowouts already this season.
You know what I think's telling about Bosco is in your conversation with Coach Dunn, he said, we're playing in Hoop Hall East. We're playing in Hoop Hall West. Not just one, but both of them.
Yeah. There's just so much talent on that team, and it's pretty incredible, on one high school team to have 3 NBA prospects.
What jumps out to me with Bosco is not just their athletes and their players, but their connection to the tournament and why they came back to this tournament. They played in 2021, and you talked about it with Coach Dunn. They were at this tournament in 2021 for the basketball, and it was Thanksgiving, and Coach Dunn was sitting at the Thanksgiving banquet over at Countryside, and Jody Brown, Roger Holzhauer, they were up talking about the cause of the tournament, raising awareness, raising funds to battle glioblastoma. And Coach Dunn's father had passed from brain cancer a handful of years prior. He didn't know it was glioblastoma. He texted his mom, and it was glioblastoma. And now Bosco, they're right there. They're so involved in this fight now. They're so involved in the cause behind this tournament. And I think that's what's part of what's so great about their involvement here.
Yeah, you can feel it in the gym. Everybody here knows that it's not just basketball. There's something so much greater, and doing just a lot of great work for such an important cause, and it's something that's touched really a lot of lives. So it's awesome to have a coach and a team where that hits so close to home, and where they can play basketball for such a great cause.
KB Strong fighting the fight. We'll toss that banner up on the screen here so the folks you can scan that QR code. You can visit the website to learn more about KB Strong. But again, foundation founded in 2019 after Washington coach Kevin Brown passed of glioblastoma just at the age of 50. Extremely aggressive, but also extremely rare form of brain cancer. About 14,000 people in the U.S. diagnosed each year. So that kind of gives you an idea. That's a lot of people, but it's also rare when you consider, obviously, the big picture of the United States. And now there's a whole foundation. Of course, OSF Health Care is bringing that treatment here to Central Illinois and doing a great job, obviously, sponsoring this tournament, but also fighting the fight against cancer.
Yeah, Coach Kevin Brown has really touched a lot of lives. I was talking to Washington's girls head coach Kim Barth about their season and about how they're playing in that inaugural girls game in the TOC, and she mentioned how Coach Brown was such an influence on her and such a great mentor, helping her become a coach, and now looking at this tournament, carrying on his legacy and raising a lot of money for such a great cause. It's pretty cool to see how his legacy continues to live on.
Wesley, you're a Bloomington guy. I think Coach Brown had some Bloomington ties, coached some baseball in Bloomington at one point, I believe.
I didn't know that.
Huh. Hey, you learn something new every day on Uftering Tournament Central.
Absolutely.
So, again, coming up, we got Romeoville against Wilson. That's coming up here in just a handful of minutes. So stay with us here on ClutchSportsIL.com. Let's take a look at the second half schedule for the day. Talking about some of the games after St. John Bosco takes on DeKalb. We've got Detroit Renaissance against Archbishop Hannon. Now, Wesley, you weren't here to check out that matchup yesterday with Detroit Renaissance, but, man, that team is something else. You want to talk about balance. They had one guy score nearly 40 points, another guy scored about 36. So that's what we're dealing with Detroit Renaissance coming up later today.
Yeah, I mean, I was lucky in my my in-house basketball league in 6th grade to drop 4 points in a game. Seeing somebody drop 40 in a high school game is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, the rest of the schedule coming up later today. We'll run through it for you here. We mentioned Detroit Renaissance against Archbishop Hannon. That's at 3:15. 4:45, Gary Westside against Bennett Academy in a shootout matchup. Only game for those two teams in the Tournament of Champions. Morton against St. Petersburg Gibbs. That's at 6:15 Central Time. We know we got people watching all across the country. Got to specify Central Time here in Washington, Illinois. Speaking of Washington, they host St. Francis Episcopal out of Houston at 7:45. And then we wrap up the day with Metamora and the Paideia School at 9:15 p.m. It's a long, full day of basketball today, Wesley.
Yeah, nice for those people out on the West Coast that it's only 7:15 out there, but certainly a long day. We'd love to have all this basketball. Certainly all the people involved in this, you can tell how passionate they are about basketball and the cause to spend their holiday break here with this tournament.
Great basketball, great cause, great games, and we've got more of it coming up for you here on ClutchSportsIL.com. So glad you're with us on your Black Friday. We've got more basketball next. Romeoville taking on Wilson out of South Carolina. Coming up after a short break. This has been Uftring Tournament Central.
The 2024 OSF Health Care Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but they help reduce this anxiety and stress through their rapid appointment scheduling process, which can shorten the amount of time it takes for patients to be diagnosed and begin treatment for cancer. You can either be referred by your doctor or contact them yourself. OSF Cancer Institute will always respond within one business day. Visit their website or give them a call at 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Just about ready to go with game number 2, game 2 of 9 on this Black Friday. Thank you for spending it with us. Clutch Sports Media, Cody Schindler, Michael Savoy. We're back with you, and we have game 2. Should be an entertaining ball game. Romeoville Spartans, Romeoville, Illinois, just outside of Chicago, taking on the Florence Wilson Tigers from Florence, South Carolina. The Tigers headlined by Josh Leonard, a 6'7" sophomore, one of the top players in the 2027 class. He wears number 23 in gold, and we'll get a look at him. Meanwhile, Romeoville, they have some size, right? Damian Porter, 6'4" senior. I'm sure he'll get a crack. Noah Harris, a 6'6" senior. He'll get a crack. So we'll see how that those matchups play out, and I think that's what I have circled right away, Michael.
Yeah, this game is matched up really well. Two teams with, like we've said off air, a lot of good athletes on both sides. A lot of good athletes in a lot of these teams, especially with these two squads. A lot of people, a lot of players that can score the basketball, and just set up to be a really high-level basketball game.
Well, we said it earlier. Both teams like to get up and down. That's really a theme for many of these teams, right? You have these superior athletes and top 100 players all over the place. And why wouldn't you want to get up and down? Get it to your best player and see if they can go get some easy ones. So, to watching this ball game, and we will not have the anthem. We will go into starting lineups here in just a moment. Romeoville wearing their orange tops with black trim. The Tigers, Florence, South Carolina, wearing their gold tops, also trimmed in black-white lettering across the chest. Starting lineups being introduced now. Team's starting to fill up a little bit here.
Yeah.
as is usually the case.
I had to expect as this tournament goes on, it's only 10:30 in the morning. As this night goes on, and it's for primetime games at 5:30, 7 p.m. We even have a game at 9:30 to see how many people want to skip out on their sleep to go watch some basketball. I wouldn't mind them at all for doing that. It's some high-level stuff here. But yeah, this gym will be crazy as the night goes on.
Talked about Romeoville's size. Don't forget DJ Hampton, a 6'7" senior.
Yeah, I'm looking here at the roster. They don't have very many people under 6 feet, and if they have anyone under 6 feet, the shortest they have is 5'10", so a really tall team.
Inside Torrey Gymnasium, just about ready to rock with game number 2.
Yeah, Romeoville has a lot of size, and well, Wilson has size themselves. They don't really have as much size as Romeoville, although it is a little bit similar. But they do have a lot of speedy guys and have a lot of guys that could definitely score the rock. So it's very similar teams here playing, and should set up to be a great one.
About some points here in game 2. We saw plenty of points in game 1. And winner for St. Mary's out of St. Louis. They knocked off Milwaukee Juneau. Game ball presentation. Veteran crew for this game. We expect to be up and down, back and forth. Should be a lot of fun. The game headlined by 23 in gold. Josh Leonard. His offers from Clemson, South Carolina. Of course, the two keystone schools in that state. And the tip controlled by the Romeoville. And away we go. And quickly into the paint. And the pass is too hot to handle. Out of bounds off the hands of Hampton. And it goes to the Tigers.
But Romeoville right away just showing off aggressive defense. They're ready to play this game, and they're ready to show off for the Chicagoland Dairy, the only Chicagoland school in this tournament this year.
Driving the lane, it was left short by Bruce. Both teams right away. Point guards pick up full court man-to-man defense.
I just realized this just looking at it. I mean, it's orange against yellow, the jersey combination. It's just kind of fascinating. There's not a white uniform on there.
Whistle and an offensive foul. Porter and a little hot.
I mean, the way it's shaping up right now, both teams are playing really great defense. It might be a second before we see a bucket go down. Just both teams really want to set the tone early, and they're pretty much setting the same exact tone themselves. So another reason why this game can be something else.
Said we might see a lot of points, but hey, if you get a good defensive battle, we can appreciate that as well.
That was a nice look there. Just nice cut there to the basket. Got a nice look for a layup. It just no good. Overshot a little bit.
Pass was behind Christian Flowers. It's a Romeoville turnover.
Yeah, with one team playing aggressive defense in the offensive end, you'll have a knack to kind of hurry up yourselves, and that's kind of what Romeoville did there. A little bit of a hurried pass, and just have to calm themselves down.
There's a 3-ball fired up too strong from Bruce. 5'10" guard, he can score a little bit. Flowers hounded defensively. Shot fired up, an air ball. Here comes Leonard. Thought about pulling up. Pick it back out. Inside Smith. Fellow 6'7" senior. Ball fired up too strong by Thompson. And the teams feeling each other out in the first couple of minutes.
Yeah, we don't want to say ice cold because ice cold to mean like they got really good shot opportunities and they just straight up missed. No, these are just tough shots and hard to knock down even for the best teams in this tournament. So, like we said, it might be a second before we see the first points of this game, but credit to both teams' defense so far.
The on-ball defense from both sides. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, it's been impressive. Nice blitz there.
5 to shoot for Romeoville. They've got to go. 2 to shoot. Flowers couldn't get it off. It's a shot clock violation.
Yeah, you'll get that too. Obviously, if you play really good defense and you're able to get deflections, you're able to discombobulate the offensive side of things for the other team. You're going to get the shot clock going into play, and you're going to get that clock winding down, and you might get a violation just like that.
Hey, this is good stuff right here.
Yeah, it's like a pitcher's duel in baseball. You might not get a lot of hits in the game, but you're going to get a lot of defense, and in that case, in that analogy, pitching. So, yeah, it might be a second before we score, but for the time being, this is pretty fun.
Entry pass to Leonard. Driving around Leonard's screen, Tristan Thompson gets the scoring started.
Yeah, nice screen right there from Leonard.
And now the lid's
There we
off
go.
for both sides. Danny Thompson, a 6'2 senior, nothing but the bottom. Leonard lost it on his way up. Romeoville going the other way. Here's a corner pocket three that touched every part of the rim. Hampton robbed of a trifecta. Thompson stopping and starting. He lost the basketball. Flowers on the run. Lob to the goal, and a foul called on Leonard. And free throws coming for the Spartans.
I'll tell you what, we said there weren't going to be very many points to start off with, but once one team started scoring points, the lid started coming off the basket for Romeoville, and all of a sudden it just became this track meet style where both teams were getting good looks, both teams were running down the court, and all of a sudden the game, in terms of momentum, just kept swinging back and forth.
They're a little too strong from Porter, 6'4 senior. This is an experienced Romeoville group. They're running out seniors all over the place.
Yeah, a team that I had seen sick in the Christmas time last year, and they were very big last year, and it showed a lot of strength and ended up doing very well in that tournament too.
Leonard, just a tick too strong. Knocked out of bounds. It will stay with Romeoville. Leonard, his size, 6'7". He's a sturdy build, but man, his first step, it's impressive. He's got to the rim a couple of times, and he's going to finish those as the game goes on.
Yeah, his size, 6'7". He's just a sophomore. He's falling into his body quite well as a sophomore. You can only imagine he's going to get a little taller as he gets older and gets a lot stronger.
Step back three, Danny Thompson. Shooting the heck out of it early, and on the other end, Bruce gets an easy one.
Yeah, I expect to see that all day long. But with both of these teams, one team answers, the other team goes back and answers back.
Thompson, #1 in orange. He's got in the gym range. Now he drives to the cup. Count it and one. What a start. The senior guard.
Yeah, Danny Thompson, he can score it from pretty much anywhere. You put him in the parking lot going into the gym, he says, "Coach, give me the ball. I can make it from here." And then he ends up making it from there. But he can go through contact. Strong kid, senior, able to go through some contact to score and able to finish the three-point play.
Talking about some of the size that Romeoville features, but my goodness, it's been their guard play in this first quarter.
Yeah, it's really just been a whole complete team effort. Talk about their size, they have a ton of size, but if the guards can play well for this Romeoville team, sky's the limit.
On the other side, #1 in goal, a fellow Thompson, Tristan. He'll shoot a pair, no relation.
To the NBA forward, Tristan Thompson. We'd already talked about that. As soon as we saw him, we were like, "Oh, Tristan Thompson. He must have shaved. He must have, gone back in the time machine."
Well, no relation to Danny Thompson either, right? Or maybe so.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe we could find that out at the half. Wouldn't that be a story?
Yeah, that would be something else.
Did you watch the was it Illinois and Arkansas yesterday?
I watched a little bit.
Visich brothers facing off. What turned out to be a pretty convincing win for Illinois over Arkansas. That'll make the folks here in Washington happy.
Yeah, it'll make the Bears fans, kind of happier, I guess.
Ooh.
Yeah,
you said it, not me.
I watched the game a little bit. I saw a little bit of the comeback. I was listening to the radio broadcast on my way here and saw that they were making it a 4-point game, and then I don't need to go on with what I'm going to say.
Yeah, Matt Eberflus, that poor guy doesn't need to catch any strays here on Clutch
No,
Sports
he's gone
Media.
through enough.
Yeah.
He's gone through enough. They're going to have him on radio shows, and that's enough for him.
Thompson with the block. Numbers the other way for the Tigers. Thompson at the goal.
But I'll tell you what, we can say whatever we want about Tristan Thompson, NBA player. No, this Tristan Thompson kid for Wilson can definitely be an NBA prospect. And this kid can hoop and this kid can play.
You got to get a hand up. Danny Thompson.
So can number 1 in orange. Thompson, number 1 in orange, can play too. He can definitely
My
shoot.
goodness. Leonard down the lane for 2.
Yep, it's back and forth. Who can make the defensive stop first?
This game is really turned up.
Yeah, it turned up from being a high-level defensive game to a high-level offensive game.
Rare miss for Thompson. Leonard get up to the loose change he can. Doesn't have numbers.
It's probably going to pull up in his face. No.
Active hands. Pass tipped out of bounds. Pass was just a little too far for Leonard. They would have had a 2-on-1 run-out opportunity.
Yeah, you'll probably get that in this game with two teams that like to use transition offense to their advantage. You're going to get those man advantages. And more likely than not, these teams are talented enough to where they'll finish the majority of them.
Thompson, pull up Jay, too strong. Rebound down to the hardwood. Danny Thompson collects it. And look who's on him, Leonard.
Yeah, I respect the sophomore for picking up the number 1 player for Romeoville right now. He wants that opportunity.
If you can embrace defense, you have a real shot at the next level.
Exactly.
Always be a role for defensive stoppers. Thompson left that one short. And numbers again for the Tigers. Spinning Leonard, muscles it up, count it and 1.
Yep, Josh Leonard, great job there. And I was going to say, you know, in the next level, a lot of the recruiters will just say, they'll look at the talent and say, okay, this kid's got the talent, but can he show the effort? And, you know, the offensive end, you know, that's where the talent comes through. You know, are you able to, you know, throw some emphatic dunks? Are you able to shoot threes, do all that kind of stuff? But really, I think what really separates, you know, Division I, high-level Division I, even from mid-major Division I, is really just the overall effort. I mean, if you're able to play, you know, the 32 minutes of basketball with high-level defense along with your talent, I mean, that sets you apart from everyone else. That's what Josh Leonard's been doing so far in this tournament, too.
That fires me up, man. You get your best player, one of the top players in the country in the class of 2027, and we're going to put him on their best scoring option. He's our defensive stopper in addition to all the work he does offensively. Leaves a free throw short. The rebound into the lap and spinning in. Count it for Elijah Smith.
Yeah, great job there for Wilson, and they'll have another chance to finally capitalize on that three-point play.
This time the three-point play converted. Penetrate and kick. Three ball. Much too strong from Ozila. Just checked in. Leonard may have walked, no call. Second try was blocked. And still fighting for it, the Tigers. They get an open three out of the deal. An air ball fired up by Addison. Frenetic pace all of a sudden. Thompson, kick it out, three ball, no. Rebound, stick back goes Dalen Porter.
And no one really accounted for Dalen Porter coming in. No box out on him at all. That'd be the easiest 2 points he'll probably get in this tournament.
Leonard stepped in, it was a 2. Foot on the line.
This is pretty much what we expected, though. Two teams that play similar styles, and we even said this last game and ended up being a really close game at the end of the first quarter, too. A 15-all game right now.
Look at the hustle in the backcourt by Bruce, but he tripped up. Spheres in the race to the loose ball. That's a foul, the third on the Tigers.
I love what both of these teams are doing with this game. I love the kind of styles that both teams are doing. They're setting the right tone for this game. It's making it a really fun game. The effort, loose balls on the floor, sliding down, making sure you're showing out for your team. And I think Romeoville with the shot clock off might just hold for the last shot.
Well, and two quality coaches on both sidelines, right? Yusuf English, the head coach. Wilson, Mark Howard, the head coach for Romeoville. Love watching Coach English. He's the sixth man on the floor over there. 3-ball, 2 strong from Thompson, and that takes us to the quarter break. Good stuff here in Washington. 8 minutes gone, Romeoville 15, Florence Wilson 15, and this stoppage is a power-up timeout brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Come to Kep Sports Bar during the TOC. Check out our menu on our website. Feature trivia every Wednesday night at 7 p.m. at Texas Hold'em at 6 p.m. every Sunday night. Follow and like Keps on Facebook for more information. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. It's the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, Peoria. Let Scoopy know we sent you. And by PJ Hare, again, proud to be a sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, which is building for the future all-academic team, which all teams good luck. Let's cheer them on as they play for a cure. Second quarter underway. 3-ball fired up, wide right by Bruce, and Romeoville running the other way is a tough catch, and now we've got to run out the other direction. Lob to the rim! Oh my! Meet me upstairs. Elijah Smith with a rim rocker.
Oh my goodness. And look at the Wilson Tigers defense. They're amped up now.
Play of the morning here in Washington. Cutting inside. Ball movement this time down the floor. Leonard a rejection. Bruce saved it. Romeoville able to flag it down. Straightaway 3, left alone, and the bank is open on this Black Friday. Dalen Porter. And a timeout on the floor. Whoa, Nelly, what a sequence.
Elijah Smith, my goodness. I mean, that's got to be the dunk of the day so far. There's only been 2 games, but man, that, even if the first game involved so many dunks, that dunk was something else. I mean, a posterizer over the Romeoville defender, and good job by Romeoville on the other end, answering and not staying composed and, understanding that, hey, the game's not over. Obviously, after a dunk like that, you can be a little rattled, but hitting a 3-pointer to regain the lead, that's nice for them.
We catch our breath during this power-up timeout brought to you by Intercon Engineering. Nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com. Engineer your future with us. One-point advantage for Romeoville, the Spartans. First ever trip to Washington.
It's a different look for Romeoville, like a 3-2 zone.
And a foul called. We got Thompson with the body. Just his first.
It's an interesting look for the Spartans. You got to think that they're trying to limit the inside looks. They're trying to limit the high-flying Wilson Tigers, and they're forcing them to make their living off the 3-point line, if anything.
Spinning away from the double with Smith. Rebound right into the lap of Josh Leonard. Tigers jump in front. Porter wants to drive, went 1-on-4 and lost it.
Oh boy.
Leonard has a step. His layup, no, but a foul called. And free throws coming with a highly touted sophomore.
Good job by Dalen Porter to get back on transition defense. Even though he was the cause of the foul, obviously you'd rather have him earn his points at the line than rather throw down a dunk, because obviously a talented sophomore like him would probably just throw it down and it'd be easy 2 points. But now it could just be a 1 point game. It could be a 1 point swing.
Harris returns for Romeoville. Leonard Pure on the second.
Romeoville's just content with throwing it a little bit down. Don't need to hurry up anything. Understand that basket here is nice, however you get it.
Here a turnover. Fears around a couple of defenders, flipped it up, and he was fouled. What an effort by Fears. I don't know how he navigated the traffic. There were gold shirts all over the place.
And he was able to navigate his arms and configure it in a way to where he could get a nice layup attempt in there, and he also got fouled. So good job by him. That's definitely not easy. It's part of being so athletic, how that helps.
Fears just a sophomore. Expect to see his game grow and expand as he gets older.
Yeah, he's definitely not the tallest guy, but with him being so short, he's kind of shifty and he kind of is crafty when he has the ball in his hands. We just saw it where he kind of just went through some defenders, penetrated through some defenders, and he probably put the best layup opportunity he had in the bag on that attempt. Got 2 for 2 at the line.
This game knotted again at 20. You should have watched the Romeoville offense with Danny Thompson on the bench, number 1 in bright orange. He really carried them in that first quarter.
Yeah, Thompson on one end and Thompson on the other.
That's right.
They've been the two for this team that had really been, I shouldn't really just say the unsung heroes, but that's the word that's coming to mind, because you think of Josh Leonard for Wilson and you think of the size of Romeoville playing a factor, but no, it's been the Thompsons.
There's that zone defense again.
Yeah, they're trying to make sure that Wilson earns their points at the three-point line. If anything, they're really trying to limit the inside touches, and look at that.
One pass probes the zone, Leonard from Thompson.
Yeah, that's not what you want out of the zone. The whole idea of the zone is protecting the heart, which is pretty much what it is to paint. So protecting the inside point is key for a zone, and getting those inside touches don't help.
Whistle and a tough luck foul on Tristan Thompson. That his second. It is.
It wouldn't be a huge deal right now. Let's see if he picks up his third, and use of English might make a tough decision. But then again, the Wilson bench is talented too, so.
Porter muscled one up, thought there was contact, but no call. It's out of bounds. It will stay here. Shot clock does not reset, but loads of time.
Yeah, this game's lived up to the hype so far. A very close game. I expect it to be as close as it can get all afternoon long. Two teams that are playing so hard right now. Two teams that definitely deserve to win this game.
Tried again on the inbounds pass. It's a tough spot to inbound. You can't move the inbounder.
And you got a 6'7" player up on your grill. It's really tough.
Ray ball left short, but it's cleaned up inside by Harris.
Great job by Harris being in the right place at the right time. Sometimes, that's not much of a skill as it is luck, but once again, just right in the right place at the right time.
Romeoville stays in the zone. Active hands, what defense?
Yeah, they've been swarming defenders. Obviously, you don't want another paint touch like they had there, but they did a good job making sure that the guy in the paint did not get a clean shot off and playing that zone pretty well. Just a couple mishaps getting the ball inside, but overall they've been playing that zone nicely. They're really forcing Wilson to shoot 3-pointers to win this game. And right now we haven't really seen Wilson shoot much. They've been making a living down low.
Tough luck foul there for Romeoville. That'll reset the shot clock. See if the
It's like 2-3.
Tigers can get it to the high post. They're trying to get it.
Yeah, they're trying to get in the middle so the defense collapses. And then pick it out for a 3. There we go. Yep.
How about that?
That's how you do it. That's breaking the zone 1-1-1. 101.
Coach Savoy reigns in the 3. It was like Quan McWhite Jr.
But that's how you do it. And, you know, obviously, if you hit a 3-pointer, you're showing Romeoville, hey, we can shoot it. You know, you can make a defensive adjustment at your end, too.
In and out for Thompson. Rare miss for him in the first half. Now you try to beat the zone down the floor. Skip pass, Leonard. Put it on the floor. He was cut off. Good defense by Harris. White in the lane, no, but it's kept back out. Another crack for the Tigers. Here's a corner pocket 3 that rims off. Rebound tapped around. Tigers save it. Thompson straight away. Barely grazed the iron, and it's finally cleared by Harris.
Not the greatest boxing out there from Romeoville. They give the Tigers 3 chances. They try to hit a 3-pointer, and good for Romeoville, have it be no good.
Round of in.
Wow.
What a finish. Thompson, he got past Leonard and then scored at the cup.
Yeah, Thompson once again, he's pretty much been Romeoville's lead guy, making a lot of good plays. Shifty guard too. You're talking about a guy that likes to get to the rim, and he'll, if not, you know, if he doesn't get fouled, he's at least putting up a really good shot at the rim. So it's been really good this game.
Thompson a chance to knot us again, this time at 25, and he does just that. And when the game started, Michael, he came out, he hit a couple of long-range threes. You're thinking, okay, hey, we got to get a hand up on this guy. He is not a one-dimensional player. We've seen a couple of strong finishes at the rim. Now Leonard rattles in a 3.
Yeah, if I'm Romeoville right now in the defensive end, now I can see that Wilson can shoot the 3-point ball, so I'd probably make some adjustments. I wouldn't do a whole lot. But, you know, just keep an idea out there that, hey, we play the zone. They can shoot the 3-point ball.
Leonard wanted it again. He'll
It's
let
wide
it fly. And he'll knock it in.
That's just too easy. I mean, he's going up to where he probably wakes up at 6 in the morning, goes to the gym, and shoots that shot 100 times a night. And obviously, that's a practice 3 for him. He's wide open.
Leonard all of a sudden with 15.
Yeah, he's finally got his 15 points.
Harris, body control, couldn't finish at the rim, but got a foul. I think Smith may have pushed.
Yeah. Yeah, both these teams are playing hard right now. I mean, it's going to be a very tough game, regardless of what the score is, whether it's going to be a runaway game or not. Both teams have shown that they're going to play really hard. Should be a good one.
Guess who got free on the doorstep? Danny Thompson. 4-point game on the other end. Tristan Thompson too strong. Numbers for Romeoville driving in. It was left strong by Porter, and a foul on the offensive side. Free throws coming. Tristan Thompson.
That would have been an emphatic dunk by Thompson, but nice job at least putting a hand on the ball. Obviously a foul call, but like we had said before, you'd rather want these players earning it at the line because there's a chance they may miss a free throw or two rather than getting an easy dunk.
Thompson, a 6'6" senior. Short on the first.
Yeah, this game's lived up to the hype for sure. We talked about it in the Up Drink Out of Group studio about it too, and I've looked at it since even last night. I just thought about both these teams match well with each other, and obviously a close game because of it.
Creeping up in the final 90 seconds of the first half. Florence Wilson Tigers in town from South Carolina. They have the advantage on Romeoville.
Oh, wow, look at that
What
effort.
an effort.
wow. Vashon Woodbury.
Came flying in, and Romeoville wants a timeout. Tell it ticked up just a little bit for the Tigers. They hit a couple of threes against the zone, and in turn it sparked their defense. Sometimes that's how it works, right? You get it going offensively, and it becomes contagious on both sides of the ball.
Exactly. You can see when the players hit the three-pointer, hit whatever shot they are, they get points, they're all of a sudden happy, they go on the defensive end, you can see the players just clapping. Like they want to play defense, and they want to get those steals, they want to get those blocks, they want to stop the other team, and it's been contagious. It's the reason why the Tigers have a 4-point lead.
It's another power-up timeout brought to you by Intercon Engineering. Nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities of cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, genset packaging, and to power up your career, visit interconpower.com. Engineer your future with us. Fancy little graphic there, right?
Yeah, it's a little different.
Timeout.
It's nice to have. You can still see the game action, but you can still get your Intercon read in.
Everybody's
Makes
a winner.
sense.
Flowers is fouled.
Yeah, nice job by Romeoville. Got a minute 15 left. They want to try to cut into a 4-point deficit, which a 4-point deficit in this game feels like in any normal game in this tournament, really any normal game at all. It feels like a 15-point deficit the way both these teams are playing. So, yeah, I mean, Romeoville just wants to cut into this deficit and have something positive for them going into the halftime break.
Flowers short on the first. He's the Romeoville point guard. Runs the show.
He does a good job running the show, too. Making a lot of smart passes.
For two at the stripe, however.
Yeah, free throw shooting, it may not be a big deal right now because it's a close game and we're not even done with the first half, but as time goes on, those are going to add up.
Both teams have left a few points at the line.
I think it's more of a pass there. I was going to say, is that a shot? But no, it's just a lot of pass that wasn't coordinated.
The zone really cut off Thompson. He had no lane to catch that ball. Leonard with the on-ball defense.
Yeah.
Wilson has really picked it up on this side of the floor.
Yeah, Yusuf English has got to be pleased with this team. Intensity is up there right now with this team.
Shot clock at 5. Thompson trying to create. He launches. Too strong. Here come the Tigers, and it's saved. No. Leonard had his eyes as big as saucers trying to set up a layup, but just wasn't there.
Yeah, even for Tristan Thompson, who's a pretty tall player himself, that pass was just a little too much and a little too high for him.
Shot clock is off. Assume Romeoville will run this down, try to take one shot. They got a one-score game rolling into the intermission.
Hey, do you think they'd hold for the last shot? Unless they get a really good look immediately. I don't know.
Turnover. Leonard spins it in. That's the last thing you wanted if you're Romeoville. And it's out of bounds, but the clock hit zeros. And we're at the half. Florence Wilson out of South Carolina starting to flex their muscle a little bit, led by one of the top players in the class of 2027, Josh Leonard, with 17 of their 34. It's a 7-point lead for Florence, and I think the intermission comes at a good time for Romeoville. Try to just reset a little bit and try to counter against that Wilson ball pressure.
Exactly. Both teams in the beginning of the game were playing great defense, and they were up and down. You know, it's hard to even score points, and then Romeoville started, faulting through some Wilson pressure, and Wilson ended up turning their offense into some points. So, and finally, Wilson had got some really good ball pressure, and like you said, Cody, the break couldn't have come at a better time for Romeoville, and for Wilson, just keep doing what you're doing.
We're at the half here, game 2 of 9. Game 2 of 9. It's going to be a long day, long night for our Clutch Sports media crew, but we're thankful that you're spending part of your Thanksgiving weekend with us. And you're out and about, right? You're Black Friday shopping, much more of a Cyber Monday guy myself. Each their own.
Yeah.
We're the break here in Washington. What about you? Are you going to go out and about later today?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm gonna be here all day, so I don't have the time to. If I was able to go Black Friday shopping, I might, but it's not like how it used to be, where all the malls were full and a lot of people go shop online now. But I think in terms of the malls, you probably have the most action going on Black Friday.
I have to go box out a couple of people, right?
Yeah. Yeah, back when people were pushing each other down for that new PlayStation and all that stuff, all that flat screen TV stuff. Yeah. So yeah, that's Black Friday's great, and they kind of extended now to where it's like a week-long thing. So you go even last Friday they had some nice sales. So yeah, you go shopping then, you might luck out on some things.
Anyway, if you're going shopping, take us with you. We'll be here all day, all night.
Yep.
On YouTube, Clutch Sports IL. And we're at the intermission. We're going to send it to a break and to the Upstream Tournament Central Studios. It's halftime here, game number 2. Wilson, Florence, South Carolina, 7-point lead over Romeoville.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the multidisciplinary team at OSF Health Care Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. Offering comprehensive cancer care services including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Health Care Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 53 locations in 38 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner. And welcome into Uftring Tournament Central. Great game going on inside Raymond R. Torrey Gym. Romeoville and Wilson going at it. Blank on the teams, Brett, but we'll get you back inside the Torrey Gym in just a second. But I'm Joey Wright. Brett Adams is to my left. Brett handles the hospitality, the coaches, all that good stuff, getting everything coordinated. And Brett, before we dive into any of that, thanks for joining us. It's been a fun TOC this year.
It's been a great event. Each day gets a little bit better, and starting off with some great games here this morning, and looking forward to capping off the evening with Morton, Washington, and Metamora tonight. So it should be another great evening, great crowds, and some great basketball. So
I always say they know how to schedule here, bringing those local teams in
Absolutely.
back to back. They get a good crowd, they keep a good crowd. Really enjoyed seeing that St. Mary's Southside team kicking off this morning, a big win.
Yes.
And Romeoville, one of the more exciting teams we've seen against a good Wilson team going on right now.
Yes.
But Brett, let's talk about kind of your role here at the TOC, managing hospitality, making sure everything's coordinated with the coaches, everything that goes along with that. Just kind of take our viewers inside what you're up to this week. I know it's a busy time.
Yeah, so we have a crew of about 15 to 20 volunteers. What we do, we meet the teams when they come in, get them checked in, get them to their locker rooms, get them acquainted with the gym itself. Where's the trainer? Where's the hospitality room? We keep care of the court, so anything there comes up as an issue during the game, you've got these great teams and great star athletes. We need to make sure we keep that court in tip-top shape. So always a little activity, a lot of great basketball watching. We got the best seat in the house. We're right there courtside, but we try to make this a top-notch experience for all the teams that are coming in.
Well, and I've heard so much great feedback throughout the week. St. John Bosco, just one example, one of their assistant coaches was telling me yesterday they were here back in 2021. The people
Yes.
were really amazing in their estimation, and the hospitality obviously kept them coming back here 4 years later. That's got to be rewarding to hear some of that positive feedback from coaches and players after the fact.
Absolutely, yeah. We try to be down there and kind of pal around and joke around with the coaches and stuff prior to the game, and then each day it gets a little more comfortable as you get to see the same faces coming back and forth. But no, it's a great experience, and it's a real neat thing for us to be down there with some of these coaches, teams, players. I say it's all volunteers with our group, but each year we have more and more people wanting to come in and be a part of it. So,
And that's a testament to how this community embraces this tournament now in its 19th year, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and I believe 17th year in Washington, right?
Correct.
First 2 years
Yes.
was over in Peoria, just a few miles down the road. Just the way this community rallies behind this tournament year in and year out. I know there have been some choppy years, right? Right after the tornado in 2013,
Yep.
but the tournament goes on as scheduled after Coach Brown's passing in 2019. So just the resiliency and the way this community embraces this tournament, pretty special.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a community affair from everything that goes on here at the gym, the behind the scenes work leading up to it, the Thanksgiving dinner for all the teams that are from out of town and out of state yesterday. I mean, the number of volunteers, the people that are out there, a fantastic experience. And speaking of that, I mean, I can't tell you how many teams we've had that have come up and said, this is the first time that their players have had a Thanksgiving dinner of that type. So, I mean, it's a great cause for the tournament itself. And again, like you said, the community just really rallies behind it, and the number of volunteers is amazing. So,
Countryside Banquet Facility, they do a great job with that Thanksgiving dinner.
Christy and her staff, it's unreal. It's unreal what they do, the hours they put in, her work here at the hospitality room. So it's Countryside. Certainly one of the big contributors to that. So.
I think between 300 and 400 athletes there on a yearly basis,
Yes.
and I think it took 16 turkeys last year to feed everyone. I would think a similar number yesterday.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Seemed a little low, but
yeah.
About 30 seconds back, Brett, but I do want to ask real quick about Coach Brown, your stories with him. Obviously, we're raising a lot of money to further the fight against glioblastoma, so just real quick as we get ready to head back into the gym, can you talk a little bit about Coach Brown and just a quick story with him maybe?
Yeah, I mean, just, amazing individual, amazing competitor. One of the things is, with us taking care of the court, we come in early in the morning before the first games, and one thing I will always remember about Coach Brown, we had the machine that cleans the court. One time I got to use it. Coach was always here on his own. He was doing it. This court was his baby, and just a great man, great individual. Become real close with Jody over the years. I mean, a great family, and what this tournament does for glioblastoma and in his memory is it's beyond words. So
absolutely. And KB strong-fightingthefight.com, and a QR code that you'll see throughout the week it's on the screen right now, I'm told. So go there, learn more about the cause, and donate if you can, because it truly is something special. Brett Adams with us in Upturn Tournament Central. Brett, we're going to go back inside Torrey Gym, that court that Coach Brown loves so much, hosting a good one now between Romeoville and Wilson. We'll go there after a break. The 2024 OSF Health Care Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Just about ready to go here in the second half. Florence Wilson out of South Carolina, 7-point lead over the Romeoville Spartans from the state of Illinois. Cody Schindler, Michael Savoy with you, and we said it leading into the break. I think time out the half came at a good time for Romeoville. How do they kind of recalibrate it?
It's not going to be easy, right? And it hasn't been easy all game long for this team, but Wilson plays a really aggressive style of man-to-man defense, so the way they can kind of combat that is use Wilson's aggressiveness to their advantage. They can cut to the basket, they can do some things. They get to the basket and just stifle that Wilson defense, and hopefully that'll make Wilson think secondly about being so aggressive.
You look for a backdoor cut right away.
Exactly, that'd be nice. Nice blitz.
Cross-court pass, Leonard the steal. And he finishes.
That was really set up by the blitz there. The Romeoville Spartans have on the screen. Oh boy.
Now a steal on the pressure, and the fadeaway Jay finds the bottom. Christian Bruce.
Well, you wanted to have the Romeoville Spartans play better against this Wilson defense and try to stop the Wilson offense from scoring, because their defense, the more they score, the more joyful they are in defense.
Pull-up three was blocked away. Tristan Thompson got a hand on it. And Ilovai's pass, turnover the other way.
Nice pass.
Flowers in traffic able to secure it. Now underneath, and scoring with the left is Noah Harris.
Good job by Noah Harris right there. Good job by the Spartans, answering back. Could have easily just gone out of hand right in the start of the third quarter. But hopefully Romeoville, they're still in that 2-3 zone. Hopefully they can get some stops on defense. They're still waiting for Wilson to beat them on the three-point line. They're kind of worried about players like Josh Leonard and Tristan Thompson making a living down low.
Skip pass. Leonard trying to step through. He stepped into a double team. Will stay here with the Tigers. 6 seconds to shoot.
Great job by Romeoville's zone. If Josh Leonard's going to drive in, he's going to go into a double team. That's a hallmark of a zone. Protect the paint.
Wilson will use a timeout here. They want to talk about it and see if they can get a set here off the stoppage. You mentioned just 6 to shoot. Get into their action quickly. It's a timeout, a power-up timeout brought to you by Intercon Engineering. Nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us.
Yeah, Wilson is talking about how probably even just how they attack that zone, because I'm sure Yusuf English didn't like the idea of just driving into a double team. It usually does not work out for you that much. Obviously, if you're double teamed, someone's going to be open, but in a zone, that's not the most ideal. So not only just drawing up an out-of-bounds play to attack the next 6 seconds off the shot clock, but I don't think he saw what he liked out of attacking that zone too.
Romeoville might come out in a man defense, try to mix it up, and they get a steal. Only for a moment, however. It's tracked down by the Tigers. They can reset it. Inside, Smith catches a fastball, couldn't finish at the rim, and it's out of bounds. Will stay here. I think Yusuf English wanted a foul.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's a little animated right there. He thought that maybe there was some hand swiping and maybe a hand that was flopping around on a Romeoville player that might have caused a foul, but it'll still be a Wilson ball.
9-point lead for the Tigers. Leonard the catch. Gets it right back from Thompson, a give and go, and a foul called.
Yeah, not the situation that Romeoville wants to be in, down by 9 now. You don't want to give up those fouls. But it is early on. It's just one foul given up, but it'd be bad if those added up to being 5 and you give Wilson 2 shots at the line. Oh, nice inbound.
All alone, Leonard does it chin up.
Yeah, Leonard slipping out of that whole thing, and no one accounted for him on the Romeoville side. And if you give someone 6'7", highly touted recruit right at the rim, the ball, bad thing is going to happen more likely than not. You pretty much count the 2 points before it even happens.
Annie Thompson drives across the lane. It was too strong. Rebound bounces to Leonard. 2-on-1, a lob, and a foul call. Thompson, not sure if he had room to land.
Be Thompson on Thompson.
Throws coming for Tristan. That should, Tigers, they left some points to the line in the first half. So calmly knocks it in the first.
Yeah, it hasn't really affected them too much, mainly because of their defense. Their ability to score on offense, and their defense is that much more intense. And then they turn their defense into offense even more. And that's the recipe for success for the Wilson Tigers so far. It's the reason why they now jumped out to a 13-point lead. It's kind of like the first game we had where the game was close and then the team started pulling away. Hopefully this game doesn't turn out to be that way.
High off the window, Porter couldn't finish. He's frustrated.
Yeah, this Romeoville team, contrary to the beginning of the game when both teams were intense, one team has continued that intensity and one team has become a little bit more frustrated. That being Romeoville, so they just need to see one fall in the basket. It's the big thing here.
Harris bullying his way inside, and he scores it.
Playing some bully ball. Just backing down, using his leverage, using his body to his advantage, and finally Romeoville sees one fall.
I love his physicality, 34 in orange.
Yeah, he just looks like he's all about business out there. No fooling around.
Unselfish basketball, and it results in a layup for Smith.
Now if you're Romeoville, you can get all the points you have on offense, but you're down by so much, you need to get stops on defense.
Harris go to work.
It'd be interesting if Elijah Smith, who's guarding him, the senior, wonder if you like pull a chair on him, make him fall. You know, you're backing in so much, you're using so much of your body, you can pull the chair away, make him fall, get a travel call. But let's see what happens here.
Pull the chair.
Nice three.
Three ball rained in. Danny Thompson.
Just get a stop here on defense. There you go.
Hot
Oh.
and a turnover. Spartans gave it right back. Into a three ball. Down it goes for Sean Woodbury.
Yeah,
What
Woodbury.
a change of pace. Really a 5-point swing.
Wow. And like I said, Romeoville, you can score as much points as you want now. You're down by 13. You got to get those defensive stops.
Thompson the answer. It was short. Rebound back tapped. Three ball up and in. Damian Porter. Back at you.
You got to think Wilson's going to come right back and either shoot it through their own or at least try to get a nice quality 2-point shot.
Smith rises. An air ball. It goes Porter all the way in. He lost it. It will stay here with Romeoville.
Good job by the Wilson defense there, stopping that drive to the rim. You see Wilson's still amped up on defense. He got the 13-point lead. All gas, no brakes.
Thompson got free for a moment underneath. Now they shoveled it inside. The lefty elevates and scores.
And he's talking some smack, and you're going to see that all day long with these two teams. With Romeoville in that 2-3 zone. I think Wilson's going to try to get the ball in the middle, collapse that defense again. See Elijah Smith be the one to give it to.
Smith. Swarm. Leonard drives into a crowd and a tie-up. Arrow to Romeoville. They're starting to chip away here, Mike.
Yeah, Romeoville once again, with Wilson driving into a double team once again in that zone. That's not really the recipe for success. You want to collapse that defense. You want to pass the ball in the middle. Then they collapse the defense, and the person in the middle pivots, turns around, finds a three-point shooter, shoots a three. They did a couple times out on this end of the floor in the first half.
Whistle and a foul. Edged it. The ball screen defense was so aggressive for Wilson. They come out, they blitz some of the screens,
Yep.
they hedge some of the screens.
It's not that they do it anywhere. They do it on the top of towards the half-court line of the court. So when they do it, they frustrate Romeoville. They kind of hurry them up. They make a mistake, and all of a sudden, they're already on the run. So it's really good transition offense, and it's how defense translates to offense.
Game's starting to get a little chippy, isn't it?
Yeah, you see it right there. You just saw it, yeah. Using the shoulder too much to get separation. That's going to be called a lot. More times than not.
Foul on Porter, the senior, and that is number 4.
Yeah, that's not a good time in the game to get your 4th foul. One more foul, you're fouled out, and we're only 5 minutes into the 3rd.
Timeout. Timeout, Florence. 3 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter, and this stoppage is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels Low and medium voltage switchgear and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com. Engineer your future with us.
Yeah, it looks like Romeoville's starting to cut into a deficit here. Got the single digits now, and all of a sudden, if you want to talk about a momentum game, it's been a Wilson for the majority of this game, but Romeoville's starting to get something figured out here, and once again, they're in that 2-3 zone. And Wilson has had a little bit harder time trying to solve it. They've solved it a couple times, but when you're driving the double teams in the zone, it's not going to work out for you.
Saw that QR code on your screen just a moment ago. See that throughout the day. Ways you can donate, ways you can help out. The Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Ball gets tapped to Leonard, who is fouled. Free throws coming to the sophomore.
Yeah, the Wilson players that were telling him when he got the ball, hey, go up. You don't bring the ball down, just go up. But at the end of the day, he does get fouled. He does get to the line, but you got to think if he just went straight up, would have been easy too.
Free throw rattles in.
And that's something the sophomore will understand. Even though he's one of the most talented sophomores in his state and certainly the country, there's still some things he can learn. Experience will do a lot with that.
Just those little things, right?
Right.
The shinning the basketball underneath. Don't let those guards break down.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Don't bring the ball down when you got it down low, especially at your size.
It's going to be a fun player. I've been fired up about his defensive effort.
Right.
22 points. He's dunked the basketball. He's finished around the rim.
Right.
Shown the ability to get to the cup off the dribble, but his defensive effort, his intensity on that end is what has really impressed me.
The effort is really telling for this kid, and he's got all the talent in the world. Obviously, he's got all the Power 4 offers that he can have. The talent is there, but the effort's there too.
Extra pass, 3-ball wouldn't fall. Guess who cleans it up? Leonard. Might have been fouled, no call. Next try, Smith. He floats it home.
Elijah Smith's been a really nice complementary piece to this team. You think about Tristan Thompson, among these other players on Wilson, and talk about Elijah Smith. He's pretty much been the third scorer on this team, pretty much been a really nice piece of this team.
Wrapping up in the final 90 seconds here in the third quarter. Whistle and a foul.
Yeah, Romeoville's put themselves in a tough spot. No doubt about that. You got to score on offense. They've done that a few times, but when they score on offense, they've had trouble trying to stop the Tigers on their offensive possessions. So it's got to be a full game for Spartans if they want a chance to win this game.
Spartans were down by as many as 14. They cut it to 8. Lead Florence back to 11, and this will help. Chance for points with the clock stopped. Free throws coming for Danny Thompson.
Yeah, getting fouled shooting certainly help you at least get 2 out of it if you miss, so be nice. You got to hit these free throws. Both teams have had some trouble hitting their shots at the line.
On you.
You got to think about it. Yeah, announcer's jinx, yeah. You got to think about it like both these teams are high flyers. They might just have tired legs, and obviously leaving a free throw short will tell you that, You got to regain yourself, take a deep breath or two, dribble the basketball a little bit, just getting your footing.
Well, perhaps that could be a theme towards the end of the tournament too, right? Day 4, and some teams are playing back-to-back, some aren't. It just depends how the schedule shakes out, but certainly that could be a theme Friday, Saturday. Teams playing their third, their fourth games, and just getting into the flow of the season. That could be a real thing.
Exactly.
Good to get your sea legs back.
You only imagine the conditioning will get better as the season goes on.
Leonard's so strong with the basketball, he's fouled. He'll march right back to the free throw line. Both teams are in the bonus the rest of the court.
Yeah, that's certainly something. Obviously, Romeoville would love to draw some more fouls, especially on the Wilson players that are doing most of the production. It put them in an interesting spot. That's another way they can get back into this game. But with that being said, this game is far from over. You still got another quarter of basketball, and Romeoville is that kind of team with their size and their athleticism that if you slip up with your Wilson, if you slip up, Romeoville can come right back and possibly take the lead in this game.
The way that Danny Thompson can shoot it for Romeoville,
Yep.
you feel like get him going, never out of it. Look out, ball on the floor, and a tie-up. It's going back to Wilson.
But we say that, and then we look at Wilson all game long. They've not lost any intensity on the defensive side. It's been a complete effort. I mean, there are obviously a lot of teams, and most teams, if not all the teams, are here because they have a superbly amount of talent. There's a lot of talent with a lot of these teams. The way teams separate themselves, especially in this tournament, is the effort, because not every team with the talent gives effort. This Wilson team gives a lot of effort. Something you can't teach is heart.
I think that's a great point. Sometimes you're as talented as some of these teams are, right? You just show
Right.
up and hey, our guys are better than you, and that may be the case, right, for this Wilson team. They're going to win a lot of games this year in the state of South Carolina. But you said it, the effort, the intensity, attention to detail, really like their program. Thompson couldn't finish.
Yeah,
30 seconds now.
they understand in South Carolina, in any state, it's not going to come easy. Especially because they're a bigger school. They play in a bigger, class in South Carolina. They're going to play really good teams day in and day out. So they understand it's not just the talent they got to show, it's also the effort. Diving for loose balls. It's not just going to be Tristan Thompson shooting three-pointers the way he has, but it's just going to be diving for the loose balls and getting possessions.
Shot clock is off here for Wilson. Leonard,
Good job.
so smooth, isn't he? Gets to his spot. Always has a plan when he has the basketball in hand. Whistle and a foul. Juan McWhitey.
He's claiming that they pushed off of him, which I think he has a fair point. Could have gone either way.
The offense initiated the contact. Tell you what, the officiating here, it's been fantastic
It has
this
been.
week.
No complaints at all. It's always good to see.
And if you're in your local community, you love sports, you like giving back, look into becoming an official.
Yeah.
It's a rewarding experience.
Yeah, at the end of the day, no money's perfect. Certainly the parents, they might scream at you every now and then, not perfect, so it's a fun job.
Whistle and the foul.
I never refereed basketball. I did baseball umpiring every now and then. Sometimes you'll meet some parents that aren't necessarily fond of you, but at the end of the day, they're not perfect, you're not perfect. It's all about the experience, and you get to give these young athletes a chance to play the game, so that's the best part of it.
7 seconds remaining in the quarter. Free throws for Jabron McFadden, 6'4" freshman. He's in the scoring column.
Yeah, giving these sophomores, freshmen, all these younger classmen some experience, lower classmen, so giving these kids some experience in the TOC, certainly going to help them going forward.
7 seconds for Romeoville. Trail by 15. Thompson shovels it underneath. Layup goes. Ozula beat the horn. That selfish play by Howard after he flew past a couple of gold shirts. To the fourth quarter we go. 8 minutes to play in regulation. The Florence Wilson Tigers, a 13-point edge here in Washington. It's a power-up timeout brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com. Engineer your future with us.
Yeah, this game's certainly not over. Only a 13-point game. We kept saying this. Romeoville is that kind of team where if you slip up, if you're Wilson, Romeoville can come back and they can score. They definitely have some ball players, but the way Wilson's playing, we say that, but the way they're playing, it's been fantastic. Both sides of the ball, we know they have the talent to score, but the defense has really set the tone, and it's really been the difference maker in this game.
Romeoville would assume they'll start to extend some pressure, maybe throw a couple of different looks in there.
Yeah, at this point, if you really want to win this game, which I'm sure Romeoville really does, you got to be kind of risky. You got to jump passing lanes that you normally wouldn't jump if you were Romeoville in a normal setting, but it's all part of getting some turnovers.
Here we go in the fourth quarter. Romeoville stays in the zone for the moment.
Yeah, they're trying to close off the middle.
Leonard spins away from the defense and scores with the left. 28 points. The future D1 star.
Yeah, he's been insane, and Romeoville was trying to stop the middle. They're trying to contain the middle so Leonard wouldn't get a touch, and he gets a touch, and they try to triple team him, and he still gets to the rack and scores.
Elijah Smith, we saw him
Oh,
at the high
boy.
post. What an effort by Bruce. But it was Smith early in the ballgame trying to probe that zone, and then as you said, the game went on. They just post Leonard at the elbow there, give him a touch, and let him create, whether that's on the drive or a pass. Let him play make. That's a pretty good game plan.
Yeah, and having him in the middle, and nice blitz there. Oh,
Oh,
nice pass.
behind the back. Crafty. Hampton to Ozula. Driving in the lane, a late whistle and a foul. Woodbury will shoot a pair.
Nice job by Romeoville there, but unfortunately got a little handsy. Didn't keep the arm straight up. And that's going to be called more times than not for these officials. Kind of an easy call there, but nice job by Romeoville at that time. You know, obviously if Wilson tries to drive in that zone, and they get that foul called.
This free throw bounces in for the sophomore.
But going back to that point about Leonard at the high post on that zone, it kind of teaches him a little bit like, hey, you know, you're a sophomore, you know, you're young. You have to make the right play sometimes, either because you're talented enough to drive in and score, but sometimes they're going to triple team you. You have no other option to pass. So understanding you have to pass in the zone sometimes, teach him.
Nearly a steal by Bruce.
He's flying
itching
around.
for a steal.
He is the catalyst for this great defense, and he's been doing it all game long. He's pretty much getting Romeoville some fits. He's only 5'10", but he's playing like an impact of a 6'7" player.
Penetrate, kick, Thompson a three, you betcha.
Yeah, Danny Thompson's been shooting the daylights out of the ball. Pretty much been his MO in this game. Just gotta get some defensive stops if you're Romeoville.
Mar Perch high atop Torrey Gymnasium. I can't see the score sheet for Thompson, but it feels like 20 plus, doesn't it?
Yeah, it feels like he's had the impact of this game that you would see out of a lot of star players in this tournament.
Tristan Thompson unable to answer. And the Spartans the other way, trying to cut it single digits. Do so with a three. Thompson again, lets it fly, and he drills it.
Yeah, Danny Thompson once again, he's got a hot hand right now. And now the Spartans, we've said it, this game's not over. 9-point game.
All the way in, layup flipped in by Christian Bruce.
Yeah, no one picked him up, and that's going to be easy all day long for Bruce.
Get Thompson a touch.
He wants it, and they're not letting him get it. They're face guarding him out on the logo.
Thompson somehow gets to it, and a foul called.
Yeah, you can tell he's a little frustrated. He wanted to shoot the ball, and he wanted to at least get a nice open shot. But this Wilson defense, I mean, even though they fouled him, they're still just hounding. I mean, all game long, it's just been all over the place.
See if Romeoville can create on the drive and kick. They've done that a couple of times.
Right. Nice blitz. They've been doing that so much this game.
Thompson. Not this time. Leonard stopping and starting. Hangs and scores. And one, Josh Leonard.
You just can't stop him. 6'7". You mentioned he's already a sophomore. He's already got some interest from some Power 5 schools in the college basketball realm. And this is probably his third or fourth and one opportunity.
And he converts it. 31 points for Josh Leonard.
Yeah, he's been as advertised, that's for sure.
Whistle and a foul. Damian Porter back in. Remember, he had to sit with those 4 fouls. The senior guard will shoot a pair.
Yeah, it's tough when one of your better players than Damian Porter Jr. for Romeoville has to sit out, and obviously when you lose one of your best players, it kind of puts your offense in most cases in a weird spot. It's certainly been the case for Romeoville at times in this game. They've been in offensive trouble.
Free throw did everything but fall in. Romeoville, they were trying to chip away. You saw Thompson hit a couple of threes in the blink of an eye, but it's back to 14 for Wilson, 4:46 to play, and the Spartans just led 2 points at the line.
It's really been that man in 23 in yellow that just got a touch of the ball. He's really been the difference of why Romeoville can't come back in this game.
Thompson got around one man. He'll wisely pull it back out. Bruce cut off. Loose ball, saved in play. Still plenty of time, 14 to shoot.
Yeah, they're in no hurry right now. They obviously know they have to shoot at some point, but they're not much in a hurry anymore.
Leonard was fouled on his way in. Just taken over this ball game in the second half. And that's not to say he didn't have an active first half. Remember, he had 17 going into the intermission, but just willing his team across the finish line.
Yeah, when his team needed him most to take over this game and make sure Romeoville couldn't come back, he stepped up for sure.
Backing in, it was blocked. Into the paint, Bruce with the left this time.
And Bruce on the other end too. I mean, he's not the star player that's going to wow you with Wilson, but he's been playing a really good game on both sides of the ball.
Thompson in and out. Rebound, had it swatted away. Leonard. And they tie up. It will stay here.
Yeah, the Thompsons fighting over the ball. But no, Wilson, the 16-point lead at this point. The game's not over for sure. I mean, we keep saying it. Romeoville can definitely make this more of a game. They can definitely score at will, but it's going to be really hard. It's been hard all night long.
Thompson just didn't have any room to catch the inbounds.
Yeah, that was a tough pass. He had somewhat of a leverage on the defender, but not able to get that pass to him. Kind of awkward pass.
Unforced error there. Romeoville was showing some pressure, but Smith just couldn't corral it.
Yeah, just unable to make that catch. Simple mistake.
3:46 to play in regulation. Don't forget game 3. Coming at you momentarily. St. Louis Vashon. They've been here a bunch. They've won here a bunch. They will take on La Mirada. Game 3.
This should be a great one too. All 9 games in this tournament of champions today should be great. We already got done with 1, and although the final score of that one was not what it, what it could have been, definitely wasn't telling of what that game was, because that game was very entertaining.
Long range 3, fired up. It's an air ball. And it's out of bounds to Wilson. Tigers appear to be on their way to a win. Played the host Washington on Wednesday, and they were on the Wrong side of one last night. Francis Episcopal lay in for Damian Porter.
Yeah, this Wilson team, obviously one of the very best in South Carolina. They've gone through triumph and they've gone through failure in this tournament, and that should set them up for a good season going forward in the great state of South Carolina.
Romeoville basketball, 2:58 to play.
And same can be said about Romeoville in terms of triumph and failure. Obviously, they had that barn burner against Washington. It ended up being a really good game. Been on the wrong side of 1-2. So, you know, both teams have been battle tested. And obviously, Romeoville, one of the very best 4A schools here in the state of Illinois, should make a deep run in the IHSA playoffs themselves.
Free throws coming for Christian Flowers. That was the 5th Florence foul. Still a bit of a hill to climb with 2:47 to play, but you can score with a clock stop. That's a good place to start.
Yep. And clock stopping, you can hit some shots at the line and make this a 12-point deficit, and 12 points, aka 4 3-pointers or from Thompson. So, and he can hit those in a minute time. So,
Timeout, Wilson. And 2 remaining.
yeah, Wilson definitely wants to talk things over. Tell their players, even though you guys have been playing intense all day, the game's not over. Understand that there's still 2 minutes and 47 seconds left to go in this one, and Romeoville can definitely make this a game.
It's a Power Up Timeout brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com. Engineer your future with us. (67-53). Advantage Wilson. They here tomorrow. Don't know the time that they will play. Pick it up tomorrow, same time, 9 a.m. Final game of the tournament set for tomorrow at 7:30. Washington will play in that ball game. Their opponent to be determined. Hopefully you'll stick around and watch the remaining games here today and come back tomorrow for the final day of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. How many games we got tomorrow? 8? 15 more games to go.
Yep.
At about the halfway point of the tournament.
Yeah, we're about there.
Schedule a little bit condensed on Thanksgiving. For a few games yesterday. Also cool during the week. It's the first time that we've seen this, but some of the teams from the tournament they went to the Children's Hospital of Illinois. OSF Health Care, one of our sponsors. By the way, the folks in the truck who, some of them know what they're talking about, some of them don't. They said halftime of this game was the true halfway point
of this tournament.
Yes.
There we go. Pop the champagne.
If that stat came from Larry, I don't know if I trust it.
Fair point. Well, Romeoville, obviously they're in a tough spot in this game. Making a couple free throws here to make things a little bit more interesting than it is. But for them, I mean, even if they win or lose this game, and for any team in this tournament, we just keep saying it, this tournament just has a lot of firepower, a lot of really good teams. You're going to play a lot of different competition. I'm sure Wilson has never played Romeoville. I'm sure if you asked Wilson players where Romeoville is, they probably couldn't give you an answer, and vice versa for Romeoville where Florence is. But yeah, just the tournament of champions, a lot of really good teams, and it'll set them up going forward in the season.
Maybe we can throw that in our coverage next year. Bunch Sports Media, we can have a geography map that show where each school is from and where they're located in each state.
Yeah,
that's easier said than done.
That'd be tough. That'd be a tough project, but a fun one probably.
You're a Photoshop guy or gal. That could be for you. Here we go, showtime! Exclamation point delivered by Josh Leonard.
Yeah, you think that's the dagger on this game. A well-played game for the Wilson Tigers.
2 more for Danny Thompson. I love his game. Look forward to watching him here in the state of Illinois as the year progresses. He's got some real skill.
Yeah, a kid that can, obviously we saw the three-point shooting. We've seen the finishes there, and there's a nice steal by the Spartans.
Fears almost had it stolen right back, but he was fouled.
Yeah, Thompson with this Romeoville team, he's definitely not the one that you point at and say he's tall and big, but this Romeoville team is tall and big. So, yeah, it's a Romeoville team. As the season goes on, I'm sure they're going to have more of a balanced attack going forward, and they'll be a force to be reckoned with, like I had said, in the 4A state playoffs here in Illinois.
That was the 5th foul on Christian Bruce. He'll check out.
A great game from him. I mean, he was the catalyst for a lot of defense for this Wilson team, and I mean, if I had a player of the game that wasn't Josh Leonard, because he's played a heck of a ball game too, it definitely was him.
Free throw rims off for Jamari Fears, a 5'10 sophomore. Left-hander goes 0 of 2. It's out of bounds, and it will go to Wilson.
Yeah, Wilson playing in the state of South Carolina. I had asked their coach, Yusuf English, I interviewed him about, Florence in general in terms of a basketball city. He said that city loves their basketball. They have South Florence and West Florence high schools, and they're all 3 high schools in that city. They're really good at basketball, and they love their basketball. And it only sets up, obviously the tournament champions is a hard challenge, but going back to their home state of South Carolina, they're going to have a hard slate ahead of them going in, because they're definitely one of the bigger schools in that state as well.
Appreciate Romeoville finishing this game out. They get a 10-second call on defensive pressure. Thompson, step back triple. You got it. Wow.
What else is new? Thompson
come
from
in a losing
downtown.
effort, but can't say enough about Danny Thompson, the 6'2 senior.
Yeah, they might have lost in the scorebook, but Danny Thompson did not lose his basketball ability. That kid is insane.
Romeoville still playing it out. Head of the pack, Porter laying at a timeout. Taken by Romeoville, 50 seconds to play. They've got it down to 9.
And how about that? Tristan Thompson going to check back in for this Wilson team. I mean, Romeoville's not done, and they're definitely not quitting. I mean, they just got a 5-point swing just like that. And Wilson, they know that, obviously this game can be well in hand, but it's not going to come without Romeoville's best effort.
Game 3 coming at you momentarily. Stick around. St. Louis Vashon, La Mirada, scheduled for a noon tip. That's probably going to get bumped back because this one is.
You'd imagine, yeah. Unless they try to stay true to their word, and this game ends at 11:59.
No warm-up, let's go.
Yeah, this game ends at 11:59, and all the players are rushing. Starting lineups are introduced, and they just go with the tip.
50 seconds to play in regulation. Inbounds will be triggered by the Tigers. Woodbury.
Oh.
Another steal. And the slam by Porter.
Well, look now, folks. This can be really interesting. Trying to trap. That's a good place to trap.
Oh, that's a double dribble.
Oh boy, now Wilson is being discombobulated, putting the ball over the court, putting the ball over half court, just like that. Romeoville, like we said, don't look now.
Can I get a quick score? Be an all-timer. And did we get a timeout before playing? We got a timeout before the inbounds pass.
All of a sudden, this game is just turned on its head. The Spartans, I mean, you're talking about not quitting. The old adage of you play until the last buzzer. They've done it, and they've obviously made it a game. Wow. Okay, Romeoville.
You think Wilson's going to come away with this ball game?
You would
but my
think.
goodness, you can't say enough about Romeoville just not quitting.
Yeah, but if Wilson can't get the ball past half court, because that last possession they've had trouble getting the ball past half court. If that's the case, then who knows? 25 seconds in basketball time but in real time, that can be like 5 minutes. So,
And of course, now at this point, say you get a basket here, and you can foul right away. Foul on the catch. Just
Right.
extend the ball game. We mentioned earlier in the contest, hey, both these teams had left a few points at the line. Well, make Florence close this one out.
now we're seeing how those free throws, if they had made them, how this game could have changed, especially for Romeoville. You're talking about if they made at least all of their free throws, you're talking about a one-possession game. If not, they have the lead. So, obviously no one's perfect, and the score is what it is. And obviously Romeoville can still definitely win this game right now. It's that close.
Should be beyond Reggie Miller-esque, wouldn't it?
It would be, especially if Danny Thompson's the one that's shooting. Oh.
Over and back.
Yeah, that's not going to help. And that might be the icing on the cake. That turnover, that's a tough turnover.
Get it into Tristan Thompson. He's fouled right away.
It's a tough position to be in if you're Romeoville. It was just 1 foot of one player that made the difference. Now they're playing the foul game. I have a couple fouls to give. Actually, I have one more foul to give for the shot at the line.
Credit Leonard spinning away from the defense. He ran off an extra 5 seconds. 15 ticks remain. Free throws coming for Tristan Thompson. The 6'6 senior will walk to the stripe.
Well, I'll tell you what, Wilson, I guarantee you did not expect Romeoville to make this the game that it was. But credit to Romeoville, credit to Coach Mark Howard. He had his boys ready and prepared. He told them probably in a timeout saying, hey, Wilson probably thinks they have this one in the bag. They probably subbed out their starters thinking they won this game. Let's make this a game and let's let the starters come back into the game. And certainly that's exactly what happened. But it's looking more like right now Wilson's going to get away with this one.
Well, this will be a good moment, too, for Yusuf English, right? Hey, team's going to get out of here with a win, but he got some things to clean up, and it's a lot easier to teach when you win.
Yep. And speaking about teaching, he's also an English teacher at that high school,
There
too.
you go.
So there you go. It's perfect timing. There we go.
I'll teach you Shakespeare and basketball.
Yep.
How about that?
Yeah.
Every timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. It's a power-up timeout. Nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com. Engineer your future with us.
Well, this game doesn't necessarily, in the grand scheme of things in their seasons, doesn't matter a whole lot, especially if you get later on the season. No one's going to remember Wilson versus Romeoville in South Carolina or in Illinois by January, but this game right now does matter a little bit. You take stuff away from both teams in this game. Romeoville, you got to be happy with your effort for the full 32 minutes, and for Wilson, you got to be happy with your effort for the first probably 3.5 quarters. You let one slip a little bit, but good for them, realizing, hey, this game's actually not over. Romeoville's playing their hearts out. Well, we're letting up. We should keep going. So, good win for Wilson, and they'll go back to South Carolina at least with 2 wins in the TOC.
Whistle and a foul.
Well, they were thinking it was all ball.
It might have been as well. Free throws coming for Leonard. That was crafty on the inbounds pass, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was
It's
something
a
else.
fellow player is standing out of bounds.
Yeah, that was interesting.
I was hoping we'd see the football formation where everyone
That would've
starts
been
out of
nice.
bounds and essentially runs a route.
And the inbounder would have not tapped the ball. He would have already said hike and set up an actual football play. But no, here's the timeout, though. I mean, Wilson, they got to be careful. Get a couple shots at the line, though.
Chance to add on if you're Josh Leonard. 32 points on the morning.
Yeah, he's had an offensive showcase in this game. Kind of what we expected out of him.
Just a matter of the final margin. Warren says nobody on the line.
Yeah, they're just content with making sure that they're all the players are back, making sure that Romeoville can't get an easy one. Just making sure they're there for anything too dangerous.
There's a 3-ball fired up and in by Flowers. And that does it. Credit Romeoville. My goodness, they did not fold at the end.
No.
They gave everything they had against a very talented Wilson team, Florence, South Carolina. But Josh Leonard, too much to handle. 34 points for the highly touted sophomore, one of the top players in the country. He wills his team to a 77-71 win here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, part of the Washington Invitational bracket. Michael, your thoughts on this one? I thought a thoroughly entertaining game.
Yeah, I mean, it was a game full of all kinds of things. You know, the first part of the game, we had said, it's going to be hard to score points immediately because both teams are going to be fantastic on defense, and they were. And then obviously Wilson starts playing really aggressively, and then Wilson starts scoring points, and then they start upping their defense. Romeoville starts to struggle, and then Romeoville towards the end of the game, like we have seen, they were not quitting. I mean, they were all over the place. They were trying to make this a game. They had made this a game. They had forced Wilson starters to come back into the game, but ultimately, like you said, Leonard is too much to handle. Josh Leonard, a sophomore. He's been unbelievable this tournament. He's unbelievable tonight.
Credit Romeoville for the effort. I think you're going to have a fine year in Class 4A here in the state of Illinois, but the win goes to the Tigers. Listen, Tigers out of Florence, South Carolina, they roar to a 77-71 win. Game 2 wrapped up here in Washington. A long day of basketball still ahead of us at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. You see the Maggie Crick jersey on the wall. We're going to talk to her in just a moment. Joey Wright in the Updrain Tournament Central Studios. Game 2 in the books. Wilson victorious over Romeoville. Michael Savoy, this is Cody Schindler. We'll step aside. We'll have a new crew with you for Game 3. But for now, we toss it to Joey Wright in the studio. Joey?
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the multidisciplinary team at OSF Health Care Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. Offering comprehensive cancer care services including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 53 locations in 38 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner. And welcome into Uftring Tournament Central after a great game between Romeoville and Wilson. Joey Wright and Maggie Mose hanging out with you, counting down to Game 3 of Day 4 of the 2024 OSF Health Care Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And Maggie, we just saw your jersey hanging in the rafters over there in Torrey Gym. Thanks for making some time for us.
Yeah, of course. No problem.
Absolutely. And a very exciting game. Let's go back to Tuesday night. Washington and Peoria Notre Dame playing the first ever girls basketball game here at the TOC. That game was a lot of fun. I wish P&D was still playing in Class 3A because that'd be a great playoff game here in a few weeks and months.
Yeah, that game was, for me, the most entertaining game to watch thus far. I just thought both teams are so well coached, such a high level of basketball being played. And it was just a blast to watch.
Absolutely. Take us inside what that means, not only for Peoria and Notre Dame, for Washington as well, to play on this stage. Of course, you played at Washington, had a great career here from 2002 to 2006. Later went on to coach the program. Just a lot of fun to see Kim Barth's program and Lane Langholf's program get rewarded for all the success they've had the last few years.
Yeah, absolutely. It was so fun, and just feels almost like an accomplishment to have the girls playing in the TOC. And I know Kim was so excited just from a personal standpoint, she was great friends with Kevin, and yeah, it's super great opportunity for the girls to show off their game.
Right on. Panthers and Irish should go on to have great campaigns. We'll follow them all throughout the year on ClutchSportsIL.com. CSM Overtime also for even more coverage of those programs and all the girls basketball teams in our area. And Maggie, you mentioned Coach Brown. Of course, you were the head girls coach at the same time as he was the head boys coach here at Washington. I'm sure a lot of great stories from your time together. And when you think Coach Kevin Brown, you think toughness, right?
Absolutely. He was a joy to watch, Coach. Man, me and Jody were just talking about one of my boys sitting behind the bench during a boys game. Him saying to me and my husband, "Is he mad at me?" He was just, I don't know, a little bit terrified, but it was so fun to watch, and he was always so entertaining and so tough on the boys, but always got the most out of them. And I think all those kids just knew that he loved them, and that's how you can combine that toughness when they also know that you care and that you love them.
Certainly wish he was still around, but his presence is certainly still felt here at the TOC. You look around, the KB Strong Foundation's got a great presence here just to our left here at Nuffering Tournament Central. KB Strong merchandise everywhere. Of course, the tournament now named after Coach Brown, and it is not just anyone that leaves that kind of legacy, that impact after they're gone.
Absolutely. He was a special man. He was, and a really special coach. I just don't think they make many coaches that can breed that kind of success year in and year out and really get the most out of their kids. And yeah, he was a special man. And Jody has continued on his legacy so beautifully, and she's a special lady too.
Jody Brown, spoke at the Thanksgiving dinner they have every year here at the TOC yesterday and said that when people are in need of help, maybe a loved one or maybe even them personally are dealing with glioblastoma, she wants KB Strong to be the resource, the place that people go for help, and it really is off to a great start. I think they're over $500,000, I should say, raised already since they started up for glioblastoma research. Really cool to see. Maggie, I want to go back to your playing career here at Washington, early 2000s. That was obviously a great legacy you left behind on the court, one of a few jerseys hanging up on the wall. Just take me inside, maybe favorite memories, anything that stands out particularly from those days in the orange and black.
Well, I wish I could have played in the TOC. I wish that could be a memory. But no, I had a great 4 years. My best memories are just being with my best friends. My teammates were truly my very best friends from a young age on, and we truly had a blast together. And we won a lot of games, and winning is always fun, but just good competition, and yeah, mostly just memories with my friends is the best part of looking back at that.
There you go. That's what it's all about. And here at the TOC, I know everyone, especially the teams from out of state, these are always fun tournaments, right? Staying in the hotel,
yes.
Hanging out, the plane rides for some teams, the bus rides for others. It's a lot of fun to be a part of. And I know one of your sons has been involved this year as a ball boy, and a fun story to share from, what was it, Tuesday night or maybe Wednesday? It blends together, but maybe take us inside what happened there at all.
Yeah, my son is ball boy for the first time. He's a fourth grader, and mid-game, mid-defensive possession, he tapped the coach on the shoulder and asked if he could use the restroom. Put my husband and I into a little bit of a panic. But the coach handled it with such grace and kindness and just said, yeah, go ahead, just make sure you wash your hands. And yeah, we made sure to stress to him to just leave the head coach alone. Yes, let him do his thing.
Good advice, though, to wash your hands. And that's
yes.
That's a lot of fun. I know the coaches get a big kick out of having the ball boys and the hospitality coaches, that kind of thing. And that's what, talk to a lot of coaches, especially those from out of state, like St. John Bosco. I shared this story a moment ago in our last studio hit, but the hospitality they encountered 4 years ago when they were here for the first time in 2021 kept this tournament on their radar, and that's one example. Here they are 4 years later, they're right back in town.
Yeah, no, I think the ball boy experience, I mean, I have 3 little boys, so I probably have some bias, but it's just super cool, and I think the teams really embrace it, make them feel welcome, and it ends up being fun for both parties.
Talking TOC here with Maggie Mose, of course, the Washington girls basketball legend, if you will. I don't think that's high praise, but you got your jersey on the wall, so we'll go with that.
All right, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Former coach, and talking TOC, just the way this community has rallied behind this event year in and year out. There have been rough years, there have been great years, but the one constant is this community showing out. Like yesterday, the Thanksgiving Day slate of games, and the 4 years Clutch has been here. That was the most vibrant Thanksgiving I can remember. Some really good crowds on hand.
Yeah, I think the crowds have been a highlight for me personally. I mean, despite not being able to find a good seat if I don't show up on time. But it's amazing. I think it makes it so fun for the kids, be in that kind of atmosphere, and fun for the players. And, yeah, that's one of my favorite parts.
No special VIP access, even though your son
I know. Come
gotta
on.
get the front row seat cordoned off. And then anything you're looking forward to the rest of the week here in Washington. Obviously, crazy to say we're here on the fourth day of the tournament, but we're just past the halfway point here. I think halftime of the last game was it. So we've still got like 15, 16 games left. Anything you're keeping your eye on the rest of the week here?
Yeah, fun to watch the Panther boys. They play tonight and again tomorrow, and I think they've put on a good showing, playing against some really tough teams. So looking forward to watching them some more and just following all the games tomorrow that will be highly competitive.
Right on. The girls were able to get a win the other night, and we'll see what Eric Schermerhorn's group can do. 0-2, but a competitive loss their first time out against Romeoville. I think Washington's going to be pretty good this year, as will Morton and Metamora, two local teams. We'll see later. Coverage of all those teams continuing throughout the year on ClutchSportsIL.com and through CSM Overtime. Maggie, we're going to send it to a break and back into the gym. But first, I want to remind our viewers, check out kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. QR code on your screen as well for plenty of information on that great cause and how to donate if you're able to. Certainly a worthwhile cause.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks for your time, Maggie. We'll take a break and go back inside the gym for Game 3 of Day 4 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Health Care. Stick around. The 2024 OSF Health Care Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Thank you, Joey. Thank you, Maggie. I'm Teddy Ball alongside Jonathan Michaels. We get set here for Game 3 of Day 4 TOC action. John, we got a good one in stake for us today. We got La Mirada out of California and Vashon Wolverines out of St. Louis, Missouri. What are your expectations for this one?
Boy, Teddy, this is a game that, we at the hotel room last night were talking about, okay, what could be the game of the day? And there are a couple different candidates, although this one really stuck out to me. We saw Vashon play a fantastic game yesterday against Gibbs from St. Petersburg, Florida. And, Vashon's a team that we've become used to seeing here. And, boy, this Vashon team might be the best that we have seen in their 3 previous years at the TOC. And La Mirada saw them against Morton on Tuesday night, and that was a fun game, a fun team as well. They're led by Gene Robeck, some sophomores, and some seniors as well. Got a good amount of size, but can also run around, shoot, play small ball as well. This is going to be a great game. I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, like you mentioned, that Vashon team, and with how good they are this season, like you said, it's crazy to think this might be the best team we've seen of them because they are numerous times state champion, including last season in Missouri. So not only that, but in California, La Mirada is also very, very good. Should be in for a treat. Game 3 getting ready to start here in Torrey Gymnasium. What should be one of the best games of the day.
Most definitely, and it's been a fun day of action so far. Kicked things off with St. Mary's Southside Catholic versus Milwaukee Juneau, and even though that game didn't end up being that close of a game, it was still a fun game. It was fast-paced, and neither team really missed a beat that much in that game, even though it was 9 a.m. Tough to wake up for those 9 a.m. games. But now we got 2 games under our belt. We're rolling. The gym is starting to fill up a little bit, and we're excited for a good game here as we see Vashon get ready to go. And, boy, they just played such a high-level game last night. That Gibbs team is no joke. They had some real strong height in that team, and Vashon, boy, they could just shoot the ball. They were fundamentally, technically sound. They passed well. They had a couple fantastic dunks. So anytime Vashon comes here on the court here at Torrey Gymnasium, it is appointment television, that's for sure.
It's one thing when you see, a very good team play, and no matter what the game might go. Like, we've seen quite a few blowout wins so far in the tournament, but a lot of close ones. This one, however, I think, like you mentioned, when we first started talking, this could be a case for game of the day. Both of these teams very competitive. And different styles of basketball. That's one thing about TOC that everybody loves. You get teams from California, teams from Missouri, and so those styles are entirely different. They mesh. You don't know how they mesh together until the game gets started.
Yeah, and maybe for our La Mirada viewers, maybe you're wondering, who's Vashon? They're 15 or 16, I can't remember the exact number, 15 or 16-time state champion in the state of Missouri, and obviously, they won state last year, and they've won it in numerous years. So one of the best teams, if not the best team, out of the St. Louis area. And then, if you're Vashon wondering about La Mirada, well, they're the number 37 team in the country, at least according to Max Preps before this week started. So this La Mirada team, again, is very, very talented, and again, led by their 6'5 sophomore, Gene Roebuck, one of the top sophomores in the entire country. But Julian Gomez, also a player that really stood out to me in that Matadors game on Tuesday night. Or Wednesday night, I should say. Days are all flowing together at this point.
Hey, we're getting through it. I'm getting close. Today and then Saturday, a lot of great games left here at TOC.
Most definitely, yeah. And, tomorrow's games, some of them, we don't know who's going to face who yet. It's going to, be dependent on what the outcomes are today. We got kind of some matchups that are to be determined, but this is, again, like we said, might be the best game of the day, at least on paper, coming into this one. We've said that for many, many games, and it hasn't always panned out that way. There's been a lot of blowout wins in this tournament, but I think these are two teams that can, give each other a strong battle. I think this is going to be a heavyweight fight here in Torrey Gym.
Certainly will, as we get set for tip-off. On the jump for Vashon, DeRay McCaskill. And MJ Smith for the Matador. Tip is won by the Matadors. It's Roebuck at the top of the key. Gets stripped early on in transition, one-on-one. Off the mark, gets the second chance opportunity.
And that was just great hands there from DeRay McCaskill. And we saw that a lot from Vashon yesterday, just hounding defensive pressure with their hands are everywhere. And they just play complementary basketball. Again, like we said, defense is sometimes the best offense. And Vashon had some high percentage looks last night because of their D.
Dropping into the low post, layup off the mark, gets blocked.
That was Roebuck coming in there.
Over to the corner. Try to drive inside, it'll be in between the legs. They will say it stays with the Matadors.
Love the Matadors nickname. We were talking about that in the hotel room as well. Anytime there's a unique nickname, as Roebuck puts it in there for the game's first bucket. You don't see Matadors as a high school mascot or readily any sports team's mascot any day of the week.
Not too often.
It's a unique one, and also like their jerseys too. That white, yellow, and blue is pretty clean. Don't see it too often either.
Smith passes over top of the key. Three-point shot is up and good for Julian Gomez, the guy you mentioned just before the game started.
Yeah, Gomez, even though, Roebuck gains a lot of the headlines for La Mirada, you obviously need your other star players as well. And, Julian Gomez was kind of that guy for La Mirada as Vashon comes back the other way.
Three-point shot good by Dario McCaskill. Good answer for them.
Back to what I was saying, Gomez played a solid game, and, Jarrett Cole also can make an impact, number 33 for La Mirada, and also as well MJ Smith and King Riley Owens, who's got the ball now.
Fakes the shot, second chance, no good, off the front of the rim. In transition, 1-on-3, cuts it back to the left wing. That shot nearly falls, just off the right side of the rim.
That was Trey Williams, and boy, he had the hot hand yesterday for Vashon. He was just locked in. I mean, dude, I was directing that game, and every time that I would see a camera shot of him, he was just absolutely zoned in as La Mirada turns it over there on the over and back. But yeah, here he played a phenomenal game, a really strong shooter. You got Trey Williams, Jimmy McKinney, a player to keep an eye on. And then you got the two McCaskills for Vashon as well that were very strong. Key for the Wolverines, though, today, not as much about how they play or what they did on the court. It's just about staying healthy and not cramping up. We saw a lot of players cramping for Vashon yesterday. I think 3 different of them went down at some point or another.
Shot attempt up by McKinney, no good. McKinney, the son of the head coach of the same name, Jimmy McKinney Jr. So the one on the floor is the third. Driving inside with the layup. MJ Smith. Sorry, nope. Gene Roebuck on the bucket. So good start to them. Timeout is called. First timeout of the game.
And nice left hand there from Roebuck. Looks pretty comfortable there. And I believe the score is 7-3. It says 5-3 here in the gym, but our producers are on it back there in the truck. Excuse me. And good start to this game for La Mirada, again, against a tough Vashon D.
This power timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer with us. Your future with us. Thank you, Intercon. So we get set here for the rest of the first quarter. 5:02 left. Inbounding is McKinney. Give it inside to DeRay McCaskill.
And these McCaskill players, brothers I should say, very highly regarded. What a double clutch shot there from Jurea. Almost got that one to go despite faking it there in the air. Honestly, for a moment, I thought that, hey, that's a shot that he could drain. This Vashon team can just about do it all. As can Gene Roebuck.
Gene Roebuck from deep. Driving inside, bounces to the outside. That one a little too high, so they'll go back to La Mirada.
I think McKinney was just checking to see if the fans were awake. I'm sure they are at this point on Black Friday.
Everyone's waking up early today.
Yeah, we were talking about, Black Friday doesn't quite feel the same as it used to. A lot of people used to wake up early, but now you got all these deals that go along all week long or all the way until Cyber Monday. There's not really quite that rush on that Friday morning anymore.
Takes away that feel a little bit. Both these teams feeling it early, though. 3-point shot off the mark for Vashon. With the wing, trying to drive inside, gets stripped, recovered by Mirada.
Love the active hands from Vashon.
Deep 2 won't fall for Gomez. Driving inside from the corner. Contact there.
This is just the first foul of this game. Looks like that one went on MJ Smith. And, we haven't seen, again, that's just the game's first foul. And that's the sign of two good teams is, we could play a high-level game, get up and down the court, not foul too much. It means that you're staying on assignment on defense. You're not trying to, foul to, save an easy basket or, you're not trying to foul, because you're being over-aggressive on defense. It's a sign of, well-coached teams and, the sign that you're probably playing a solid ball game at least to start out. Vashon, though, is still looking for just their second field goal of the game after that 3 from McCaskill.
Inbounding for Vashon is Teron Garrett. Had 22 points against the Gibbs yesterday, 22.7 boards.
I'm excited to see Gibbs again later today as well. I can't remember what time they play, but that is a good Gibbs team that's got a 7'1" center. Is a lot of height on that Gibbs team. And, Vashon, it's crazy. They're not really the largest team either. Their tallest player is Garrett at 6'6", and they were still able to, again, beat Gibbs. So just their athleticism really doesn't matter what their height, what their measurables are. They're just a very quick, athletic team.
Up at the elbow. Trying to find a man, goes over to the corner. Trey Williams with the ball, gets the screen. Moving it around, corner three up, off the mark. Ball shot by Armin Aaron.
I like that shot there from Aaron again. It was a good look. You were patient in the shot clock, worked it around, and then those balls would go down more often than not for Vashon.
The good shooting teams we've seen in this tournament are the ones that don't give up on their shot. And eventually it comes around. We know this Vashon team can shoot. Top of the key, spinning, driving inside. To the low post. Shot up off the mark again. So 10-3 the score, 2:31 left here. Robeck, fade away off the backboard is good.
More like Gene Nowitzki, that turnaround bank shot. What a move there from the sophomore.
Great start to the game for the Matadors. See how Vashon can respond. Don't want to go down too much early. 3-point shot up off the back of the rim. Rebound by Robeck.
Robeck just backing his way in. He was very comfortable going in reverse on that last play and does so again here. He flexed into the crowd.
Strong start to the game for him. Robeck only a sophomore, so a lot of young guys on this team making a difference.
Love that energy from Robeck. You come in, you're over 1,000 miles away from home, but you're still getting some new fans by the way he's playing.
Sean finally responding back there. It's their second points of the game.
There are some dark blue shirts here. I can't really quite tell if that's for La Mirada or Vashon. Both these teams have about the same shade of blue in their colors and their logos. Our graphics expert Joey Wright might know their exact hex codes, the exact colors, but two very similar shades of blue, even though he says HC67Q.
My favorite color, John.
Joey said he's not 100% sure if that's the correct one or not, but Joe's going off of memory, but he's done a nice job making all of our good-looking graphics and scoreboards every day. He's been hard at work this week and doing a phenomenal job of it.
There we go, McCaskill going inside. Bounces back to him. Makes the three, but it won't count.
Really one of the first turnovers of the game we've seen from Vashon again. Like we said, this is a technically sound team. Vashon's not a team that's going to beat themselves too often.
Over. Ardita. Back to Gomez. Screen set. Gomez goes left. Gets cut off. Spinning back inside. The high post.
Ooh.
Mid-range shot won't fall.
And he got lucky he didn't turn it over there. He almost lost the handle on that one in the high post.
Corner three off the mark, won't touch rim. Looks like that might be out on La Mirada.
It's been a bit of an uncharacteristic shooting performance by Vashon. Again, they were just dialed in yesterday, and they're still looking to get that groove under them so far today. No official stats in front of us, but I think they're probably around 2 for 8, 2 for 10, somewhere in that neighborhood right now. And again, you need to find someone to be that guy to get you going. Whether that's Daria McCaskill or Dario McCaskill, maybe Trey Williams, McKinney, Cameron James into the game now, number 21. Could be any of those guys.
Dario inbounds to McKinney. McKinney over to the wing, switches it to the corner, coming back up. Good motion set. McCaskill driving inside, dishes back to the corner. Good ball movement by the Wolverines. It's cut off by two. Keeps his dribble. Looks like he might have slipped from underneath them.
Oh, and he went down hard. Hopefully McCaskill's okay. And beneficial there for Vashon. He only had 2 seconds left to shoot, or I think, yeah, I think they will still only have 2 seconds to shoot, rather. Or no, Caden, my bad. They took the shot clock off. I'll let you know what you're talking about, Teddy. There's no shot clock left.
22 seconds left here in the first quarter. Over to the corner to McCaskill. Off the mark, rebounded by the Wolverines. Again, gets doubled.
That's double teams from Mirada, and forces some havoc. Last chance for a last shot.
Had a little bit of time for that play to develop. 4 seconds left. Good little sequence there. Matadors probably could have took a few extra seconds to set up that shot, but overall, good strong start for them in the first quarter.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Roebuck or maybe someone just kind of wait to take that last shot rather than shoot it with 8 seconds left. But Roebuck's been feeling it. He's got 11 so far, and we kind of see what he's been able to do. And yeah, I'm sure many people that saw La Mirada previously already know what he can do. But again, he is making his presence known, and Vashon just needs someone to step up. They're all just kind of looking a little flat right now, but still plenty of time left in this game.
Certainly is. This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. And the City of Washington welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and diverse mix of business and restaurants. We invite you to check out the rest of what Washington has to offer during your visit to this city, as well as Kep's. Come to Kep's Sports Bar during the TOC. Check out our menu on our website. We also feature trivia every Wednesday night at 7 p.m. We feature Texas Hold'em at 6 p.m. every Sunday night. Follow us and like us on Facebook for more information. And Culver's. Culver's is a proud sponsor of KBM TOC and is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers, fresh frozen custard. Culver strives to make a difference in their community and giving back in a big way. $1 for every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, and Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. To all of our sponsors, as well as PJ Hair. PJ Hair is again proud to be a sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. Thank you to all of our wonderful sponsors. We get set here for the second quarter, 14-5 Matadors. Vashon has the ball early on. McKinney on the wing. Flips it to the corner, driving inside.
They're going to call that a block, it looks like. He looked like he could have been set there for a charge, but Vashon's going to, I think, get the... I haven't made the official call yet. Looks like that might be a and-one situation, and it will be.
Matador's not too happy with that one, but regardless, take the Stripes' word for it. That would have been a Jody Brown State Farm charge. Haven't been too many charges in this tournament, so got to help Jody out however we can.
Well, sometimes when some of these guys come barreling down the lane, it's it takes a brave person to kind of stand in front of some of these guys, especially how there's a lot of they're high school kids. As Vashon puts it right back in, some of these kids more resemble grown men, and obviously, Teddy, I'm 5'9", you're probably around the same height as well, but it takes a brave person to stand in front of those charges. Sometimes you just want to move out of the way. That's what the instinct is.
I would probably run.
Especially when maybe you got a guy like Brendan McCoy or Christian Collins from St. John Bosco sitting right over next to us. They're coming up right after this.
Should be a great game. And John, I wasn't here for the last St. John Bosco game on Wednesday night, but certainly should be a great one. That one driving inside by Gomez, up and good. Strong start to them.
That was a nice cut there by Gomez. It's got wide open.
Vashon cut the lead back a little bit. Well, they respond to that Gomez bucket. The floater off, and the second chance opportunity is good.
How about the timing game there from Garea McCaskill? He obviously got Roebuck right in his face, but he jumped and he waited for him to land. As soon as Roebuck landed, McCaskill went up, open layup.
I think it's a lot of people's first instinct to just get the ball back and jump back up, so it's a true positive when you you have the patience to do that. Whistles blow there. Vashon will take possession, 16-11, so a little bit of a comeback there. What they needed, good start to the second quarter for the Wolverines.
I think Vashon head coach Jimmy McKinney got those guys all going in that timeout in between quarters and said, guys, listen, just get back to basics, get back to playing Vashon basketball, and so far they've delivered, got those 4 quick points. And Teddy, I don't know about you, I feel like just the energy and intensity in the gym is really picked up here in about the last minute or so of game time.
Definitely has. Everyone's starting to come in for the later games as well, and they're treating themselves to a good one here. McAllister just is over to McKinney. McKinney back. Spinning. Mid-range jumper is blocked.
How about the hustle there from
Deep three by McKinney. Won't go. Vashon another rebound, and Whistles will blow. It'll stay with them. I like the aggression on the boards and to start this second quarter. They were doing it in the first as well, but it's really apparent here in this second frame.
And both times, both those offensive boards were by Dario McCaskill, the 6'4 senior, who's going to SIU Edwardsville, not too far away from St. Louis area, so they'll be getting a good one down there in the Ohio Valley Conference.
Plays with a lot of tenacity, driving inside. 1-on-2, gets the layup to fall. Now a 3-point game. Matadors still lead. Robeck guarded by McCaskill. Gets the screen set. Dishes over, jumping pass, and the layup down low will fall for Santiago Lopez.
Timeout called there by La Mirada. Good defense there from Vashon, but a better cut, better offense there from Santiago Lopez. Again, another one of those sophomores for La Mirada. They only a pretty experienced team. They got 2 sophomores, a lot of seniors, a couple juniors. Vashon, on the other hand, they're a little bit of a younger team. They got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sophomores on their team, and that's the strength of a good team. Is maybe you're trust your younger guys, and it's just a strong program. These guys coming into Vashon knowing that, hey, I got an opportunity for play for a state championship winning team, and they know that from a young age, as La Mirada called that timeout.
Yeah, that's something we talked about my last time calling the game on Wednesday, was just good programs. You see a lot of good teams, kind of teams that come in every once in a while and have a crazy good record, make it a deep run, but good programs are the teams that can really build those players. It's one thing to, kind of craft players into good supporting guys their junior, senior year, but to have guys that can really come in and contribute, freshmen, sophomore, even juniors in some cases when a team is really experienced, means a lot to a program going forward, and that just shows that, teams around the area that stick around, even teams in Los Angeles and St. Louis, the ones that really continue their success.
Definitely, and you look at teams from around here that have had players that play a lot as freshmen and sophomores, and sometimes for some of those teams they're rebuilding seasons, and sometimes in the case of Washington's girls team, who we saw here on Tuesday, the first girls game in TOC history, they had I think 4 or 5 freshmen that started as freshmen, and now they're in their junior season and going on their 3rd year of starting, and they've been really good the entire way through.
That experience can really help teams later on in the season as well. Roebuck passes inside. A reverse layup off the mark. Driving in, athletic layup attempt, won't fall. It's close though. McKinney, the one on the shot. I think that ball will stay with the Wolverines.
He came flying in there. Hey, aggressive mindset right now in offense, probably a good thing for Vashon. La Mirada's already got 3 fouls, so you can try and get the bonus here, relatively quickly. That could really get you some more extra points and have a cut back again into this deficit.
Definitely could. Still a strong second half performance by them. I believe they've outscored the Matadors in this frame. Driving inside, mid-range jumper up and good. Now 15-18 3-point lead for the Los Angeles County La Mirada.
First bucket there from Teron Garrett.
There we go, contact finish there.
Nice and one. There from MJ Smith.
I've seen a couple of those early on. Just good contact finishes down low from both sides, really attacking the paint well.
And I think this game has been kind of defined more by cutting and slashing, kind of the more pick and roll game rather than just shooting threes on both sides. Haven't seen a three ball shot in quite some time.
Checking in for the Matadors, Chris Perez. McCaskill hands it off to McKinney, back to McCaskill in the corner. McKinney has it up top, swings it over to Trey Williams, the Missouri State commit. Gets picked up, gives it over to the other McCaskill. They're going to say he traveled down low, so they'll change hands. 4:32 left here in the second, 21-16 is the lead. El Mirada. Defensive aggression up a little bit deep. Three off the back of the rim. Rebounded by Vashon.
And King Riley Owens there just said, well, hey, I haven't had a three in a while. I'll try my hand. But there we go on the other end with Jimmy McKinney III.
McKinney says, try this hand. It's a three to go. Cutting that lead back down. Really doing that half-court press now. Seems to be working pretty well these last couple possessions.
Wolverines really starting to pick up that defensive intensity a little bit, and I think it's been starting from their bench. They've been kind of getting their guys on the court going.
Spinning jumper won't fall, tipped backwards.
They're going to call a foul there on Vashon. That was a nice tip back from Lopez to keep that possession alive, but
let's see what the contact was. Saying it's on DeRay McCaskill.
Yeah, we've seen these, McCaskill brothers, multiple years in the TOC. Again, DeRay is a junior, Dario is a senior, and we've seen them about since they were both freshmen here at the TOC.
A little history for them. The crossover was effective, but lost control of it and whistles blood.
Partita, I think, got him there on the reach. That's number 4 on the Matadors. So Vashon in the bonus until halftime. We'll see if they, again, adopt that aggressive mindset, start slashing towards the hoop like we've seen so often here in this first half. But Vashon's also a pretty solid free throw shooting team as well. So again, they're the easiest points other than maybe a wide open layup or a dunk you can have on the basketball court. So, any bucket's a good bucket at this point of the game. And again, we said this is probably going to be a close game, and first half has lived up to it. I'm really excited again just to see how both teams come out in the second half, because that's where so many games in this tournament have been won and lost, is out of the locker room.
Exactly. It just comes down to those coaching adjustments. We've seen, like you mentioned earlier, quite a few games get away from some teams, but we've seen a lot of good first half games, and like we're seeing right now. So we're hoping, second half, we still maintain one of those games, because right now we got a good one on our hands. Trey Williams over to the top left wing, to the corner, going inside, high post fadeaway.
Oh, what a shot.
Good. Now 1-point game.
Teron Garrett there with that little mid-range fadeaway.
Driving inside, whistles blow again. That foul will be on Vashon.
Going on Leon Powell Jr. First time we've called his name today, and just down there from behind. We talk again about looking ahead later in the day. St. John Bosco coming up right after this. That's obviously going to be a great game with one of the top teams in the country. But
layup attempt there by Gomez is good. Like he didn't get guarded coming back down. Kind of forgot about him. Slipped through for the easy points. Over to McCaskill. Into the high post. Another mid-range jumper. That one no good for Garrett.
Anyway, and as I was saying, that Bosco game coming up at 1:30 or so, that's at least what it's scheduled time for that one. It'll come right after this, but that game with Detroit Renaissance. How about them? The Phoenix putting up 103 last night.
Deep three off the mark, front of the rim. Rebound by Williams. Driving up, picked up. MJ Smith moving the ball around. Garrett back to Williams. To McCaskill, moving around the perimeter. Posting up a little bit, driving out to McCaskill, pushes inside, lays it up off the side, can't get his rebound. Now in transition, can they keep it in? No, just a little bit too much on that pass.
And one thing I've noticed about Vashon is, even though that shot didn't go there for McCaskill, this team is very well coached in the sense that they follow their own shot a lot. I mean, as soon as that ball left his hands, he was already jumping right back up at the rim and trying to get his own miss. And we've seen Vashon get multiple second chances on offense. And for La Mirada, you just got to box out. You never want to give up those second chance points. That's the bane of any coach at any level is getting those, giving up those offensive rebounds.
Williams has it up top, driving inside. 1-on-2, gets the foul and one. Great finish by Williams. Once again, the Missouri State commit. They embrace the free throw line. Good attempt by them, and have a chance to tie it up here with 1:34 left here in the second.
And Teddy, that foul was number 3 on Gene Roebuck, and he's got to be really careful now before the half. And they're right now he subs out. I'm going to take him back to the bench for probably the rest of the first half, but that's got to be something that Vashon, I'm sure they know. But whenever Roebuck comes back into the game, I bet you can bet that the Wolverines are going to be very aggressive driving his direction.
Definitely will. Roebuck has 11 already in the first half as the free throw is good for Williams. He's been a key piece for them. I'm pretty sure he's their leading scorer at this point in the game.
And again, Roebuck hasn't scored here in the second quarter. That's been a big reason why Vashon's been able to come back. How about this trap?
McAllister gets it, driving inside, gets fouled. But yeah, he's been a key piece for them, so you got to be careful. And now look at this run we got going at the end of the second quarter. We got free throws coming up for them. Chance to take the lead for the first time in this game. Don't look now, but the Vashon Wolverines looking pretty good.
And there's one word to describe this Wolverines team. It is aggression. And it's that on both sides of the ball. We're really seeing it here. Yeah, that's been their kind of brand of basketball. This Vashon team looks very similar to the past Vashon teams that we've seen here at this tournament throughout the last few years. And, again, they're just play so hard. And it's a big reason why they've been able to win many, many state titles.
Both free throws are good. And John, going off what you said earlier on, how they don't have a real true big man, their tallest player being 6'6", which is tall, but considering some of these other teams with 7-footers, it takes a good program and a good, mindset in coaching to really get the best of their players, and they do that exactly. They attack the glass well. At the logo, bounce pass inside. Tries to cut in, and it gets intercepted by Trey Williams. Pushing the pace. 1-on-3 jump shot. The top of the free throw line is good.
And yeah, that's how that aggression pays off. You get those steals on the defensive end, you get those easy chances at the line on the offensive end as the Matadors strike back. But Vashon just looks way more confident. They look way more in the groove than they did back in the first quarter. Night and day difference, and it allows Williams to just kind of pull up, and he can knock down those shots and say, hey, I'll just pull up right here, do a little lean back, knock it down. That was a really nice shot there from Williams, as now he'll head back to the free throw line.
They got their rhythm and haven't slowed down since. First one by Williams bobbles in. One thing I want to say about both these teams, Vashon, they're a team 15 or 16, weren't too sure with the exact number, but
I think their Twitter said one thing, and then a news story we read said another.
Exactly.
So
well, I'll go with the higher, the 16-time state champions. They're a great program. We've talked about them obviously a lot in this game, but for La Mirada, one thing I wanted to point out to them, they played St. John Bosco last year in a very respectable game. Didn't come out on the win with that one, but they did play St. John Bosco very closely. So these are two teams that know a thing or two about winning basketball.
And that's just a big focus of this tournament is a lot of these teams are state championship caliber squads.
That ball gets stripped, trying to go one-on-one. Had the numbers game, didn't play it to their advantage, so Vashon empty-handed on that possession.
And good box out there from Lopez. That could have easily turned into another second chance opportunity, but Lopez backed up, found his man. You just want to seek out contact on those box outs. You can't see where your guy is, but you can feel him.
That three is good. King Riley Owens passes to Julian Gomez for a deep three. These teams going back and forth now. Another deep three by Williams. That one up the front of the backboard won't go. Last second attempt by Gomez, just short. 28-29 at the end of two. The Vashon Wolverines take a lead late in the second quarter. John, we might have a pretty good game on our hands.
Yeah, this one is shaping up to be an absolute dandy, Teddy. And again, very different quarters from both teams. It was all La Mirada after the first and all Vashon there in the second. But again, these are two teams that move up and down the court quickly. Again, there's nice ball movement from both teams, and again, nice aggression. I think the story right now is for the Matadors is, how long will Gene Roebuck sit to start the second half, or will he get back out there? Yeah, his 3 fouls are going to be a big key because, again, like we said, there's other players besides Roebuck, but he is one of the main players for them. So I think one of the biggest key for our visitors from California is that they find somebody else when Roebuck is on the bench in foul trouble to step up and kind of take over the team.
They're definitely going to have someone to fill that role a little bit because 3 fouls in the first half, no bueno. You don't want that to happen. He's one of their best players, only a sophomore, like we mentioned earlier on. So, this is kind of an early season, technically coming off his freshman season. He hasn't had many games, so he's going to learn from that, see how he performs in the second half. And, if he comes up with another foul, you're going to see who can really step up. I think maybe King Riley Owens just had a good, strong second quarter after he subbed out, and obviously Julian Gomez has been the other guy in that 1-2 punch for them. Yeah,
on Vashon's side, again, the two McCaskills have really stuck out to me. They've just been all over the place, especially on the offensive glass, and they've really been, we said that Vashon needed one of those guys to pick up the team and kind of get them going, and I think it's been both McCaskills getting this going, and then guys like Williams, McKinney, Teron Garrett have all been feeding off of it.
He definitely played with great ferocity in that second quarter. But both the McCaskill brothers played well, and I think, like we mentioned before, it comes down to that game plan on attacking the glass, and they did great in the game the other day, pretty good in this one as well, just not having a crazy size advantage and even having a size disadvantage in last game, still looking very good off the glass, and that's something that can really help with second chance opportunities and helping your guys out on misses, getting their confidence back. That really what got them back in this game.
Yeah, one thing also too about Vashon is, it helps that they played a close game yesterday. Some of these teams come into TOC and they either get, at least so far in this year's TOC, have either gotten blown out or won in blowouts. It makes you kind of say, okay, well, hey, we're going to play our brand of basketball, and that'll be more than enough to win. Well, Vashon had to give it their all against Gibbs yesterday to come out with that win, and they're going to have to do that same thing here against La Mirada here today as well, one of the top teams in the country, as is Vashon. So this second half is going to be an absolute dandy, Teddy, and again, I think a lot of it's going to be decided who comes out stronger out of the locker room.
Can't wait to see what happens in the second half. We're going to take a quick break and go out to the Upstring Auto Group Center studio. We'll be right back after this.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the multidisciplinary team at OSF Health Care Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. Offering comprehensive cancer care services including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 53 locations in 38 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Welcome back to Off During Tournament Central. My name is Michael Savoy. Now joining me is Southside, St. Mary's Southside Catholic head coach Brian Turner. And Brian, it's nice to meet you. It's nice to be here in this tournament, and you guys have had a lot of success here. You guys have gone 1-1 so far. You guys have played the 9 o'clock game against Milwaukee Juneau. You guys took that win, 79-53. Can you talk a little bit more about that game?
Well, it was an early morning game. We traveled last night, got in, and just was ready for an early start. Early morning games can go either way, but it's just about the mindset and how you approach the game. So we knew that coming when was that, Tuesday night or Wednesday night, our last game, that we had to come out with some energy. So we kind of talked about that before we got on the bus, and they came out with some energy. So
certainly, and we had talked about it on the broadcast. I was on call with Cody Schindler about that game. And we had said, it's 9 o'clock in the morning, but you guys are playing that game like you guys were up for 6 hours and you guys are all energized up. Certainly, a lot of teams at 9 o'clock in the morning don't come out with a lot of energy. You guys certainly came out with a lot of energy. What came out about that process in the morning? Can you run about your morning and how you prepared for this game?
Well, just making sure that the guys got some good rest. Like I said, we came in late last night on a holiday. We had to go get one of our top players. He was dealing with some personal family matters and came up, and he just energized pretty much everybody, kind of came in with that leadership as you want from a senior. No BS, no playing around. And we made sure we got rest. We made sure we got up early this morning, got something to eat. And when we got on the bus, it was like, let's just lock in defensively and let the game just come to us. And so I think they did that.
You guys played a very tough game. And speaking of playing a very tough game, Zyree Collins, you guys have a very explosive senior. He's 6 foot, but he plays the game like he's a 6'7" guy that people look out for. Can you explain, just how much he's meant to your guys' team and just talk about him in general?
Yeah, just an all-around great kid, great person. He makes the right basketball plays. So, for this team right now, he has to score a lot of points for us, but he's willing to make the great pass. He's willing to lock in on defense. And so he's just a great all-around player. Pretty much never takes a bad shot, but you need that from a floor general and a leader. And so it's just we kind of give him the ball and we play through him. So
yeah, you guys certainly have him, and then you guys have other contributors like Caden Ward, for example, a great contributor. Pretty much, I pretty much said on the broadcast, he's pretty much like an unsung hero for this team. A lot of people probably look at you guys and think Zyree Collins is the guy, which he is the guy for you guys, but Caden Ward as well. But I'm talking about this tournament. This is your guys' first TOC appearance. Pardon me. First TOC appearance. What have you learned so far from being in Central Illinois about this tournament? Obviously, there's been stuff going around about KBM Strong, all that stuff. I'm not expecting you to know a whole lot about Kevin Brown, of course, but obviously it's bigger than basketball, this tournament.
Yeah, no doubt. This has been one of the prestige tournaments that we've been waiting to get invited to for the last couple of years. We get top area teams like Vashon and John Burroughs and Belleville West and some teams in the St. Louis metro area. So we were just happy that we got the call to be able to play in something like this. And then you just take whatever you can from, you see these guys approach to the game, seeing how these guys move on and off the court, and then you want to take those elements back to your team, and hopefully it can kind of kick on for the guys the last 6 games of the year to where they can look back at a tournament like this and say, hey, we play some top teams in the country, and we can make an advance in the state playoffs.
Well, Coach Turner, it was nice to meet you. Good luck so far. Good luck in this tournament. You guys are 1-1. Hopefully you guys can make it 2-1 on Saturdays. So it's nice to meet you. Yep. Now going back to the commercial break, and then second half of the next game, Vashon and La Mirada.
The 2024 OSF Health Care Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life. and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back into Torrey Gymnasium. Got a good second half surely to come as the Vashon Wolverines take on the La Mirada Matadors. I'm Teddy Ball alongside Jonathan Michael. John, good first half. What are some things you're looking forward to here in the second?
Yeah, just, again, the aggressiveness from both teams. We really saw it from Vashon. I'd like to see if La Mirada tries to match that aggressiveness, or maybe they try and kind of maybe play more around the perimeter, swing the ball around, knock down some threes. But, again, that first half really just lived up to all expectations. And, 1-point game right now, it's really just a coin flip, I think, at this point. And, again, I think it's, how well can La Mirada neutralize the McCaskills, and how well can the Wolverines, again, stay aggressive on Gene Roebuck. Because, again, once he comes back into the game, it is going to be tough for them to defend. He's been hot with 11 points, but all those came in the first quarter, and it looks like Roebuck will start the second half on the floor. So he's got to play really careful and, try and play aggressive without fouling. Sometimes he may just have to just move out of the way to avoid picking up that fourth foul.
Definitely a point of emphasis to watch out for. He's been electric, and like we mentioned before, not to sound like a broken record, but he's only a sophomore, so there's a lot of things he's still actively learning. One of the best sophomores in the country, though. Yeah,
we've seen a lot of really, really good sophomores in this tournament, like Gene Roebuck, and also as well, Dooney Johnson of Milwaukee, Juneau, Josh Leonard of Wilson. I got to say, though, from what I've seen, Roebuck has been the best sophomore in this tournament so far. What a three there from Gomez.
Great way to open up the second half. We kind of talked about who could really pick up that, not necessarily the slack, but with the 3 fouls on Roebuck, someone's got to elevate to the next level, and Gomez might be the one. 3-point shot, top of the key, off the mark.
And look who gets his own board again. It was McCaskill. Turn it over, but again, love his hustle.
That ball turned over. Williams coming inside, driving in. It's McCaskill looking for the underneath finish, but whistles will blow. I like this tradition for every foul, though. Even if they might disagree, kind of talk to each other about, what went wrong on that. They always give each other a hug before every free throw attempt. And
I know back in our truck, I know our producer, our director, Joey Wright, big fan of hugs, and I'm sure he likes what he sees from, Vashon as well. And again, it's just a very cohesive team, Vashon is.
It's kind of those traditions that good programs have, really keeps the team close together. You have good morale. Players feel good together. They're going to play good together as well.
Hey, I think that's why our guy Joey Wright's been so big on hugs this week is, hey, we got a team of people bringing broadcasts to all of our games all week long. It's a long week, a lot of people involved. Got to keep the team, got to keep morale high. I know, I definitely see the vision there.
If you are in the TOC tournament and stop by, you see Joey Wright, feel free to go give him a hug. Roebuck turns the ball over, tried to find the guy inside. Wasn't there, but great recovery by Roebuck. Gets the block. Williams on the wing. Back over to McKinney. Now Garrett driving inside. A little too much on that one.
I think they're going to get Jarrett Cole there on the foul. That's just his first. And Cole, not a big scorer for this La Mirada team, at least in the games that we've seen, but he's been a strong presence on defense. And again, just kind of one of those glue guys for the Matadors.
Passes deep, caught by Williams, and quickly recovers for the 3-point shot. 34-31. Still got a close one here.
And for a high-level player like Williams is, that kind of step-in three is a little bit easier than it looks sometimes. You get to settle right into your shot, kind of nice little setup action there, and just comfortable shot there from Williams.
The ball nearly turned over. Robeck, a deep three of his own. That one falls. Good response.
Blows a kiss straight up from the volleyball line.
McKinney heads over out to the outside. Another three ball falls. Back to back to back.
And Lopez just was a step too slow there on defense. He cannot leave Dario McCaskill open.
King Riley Owens trying to pass inside. Hit off a defender's hand. Loses it. Is Julian Gomez in transition. McAllister one-on-one. Lays it up for two. Back-to-back points for him.
And Dario McCaskill's got 11. His brother Dorea's got 12. It has been the McCaskill show here in Washington here on Black Friday.
Mirada will slow it down a little bit. Over to Gomez. Fakes a three-point shot. Drives inside of the elbow. And the mid-range jumper is good. Neither one of these teams are backing down. Sorry to cut you off there, John.
No, I was going to say Gomez, nice little shot there. And sometimes that's the most effective shot. You kind of give him the little head fake, act like you're going to pass, and then shoot it.
Three-point shot by Teron Garrett now. These teams really going at it, testing each other one-on-one. That ball turned over. Vashon in transition. Williams lays it in.
And we have seen sort of the same sort of looking game so many times in this tournament, Teddy, where, you know, it's a close game at halftime, then a team's defensive pressure just utterly decimates a team in the second half, and I nearly got a steal there. Garrett's going to get called for the foul, but, you know, the other team, you know, usually just can't get much going on offense because they can't even get in a rhythm, because the other team's defensive pressure has just been too much to handle. So Lamarada's got to find a way to, you know, just not even need to make a basket. He's got to make sure that you got to have clean possessions, clean passes, and end your possession with a shot rather than a turnover.
Roebuck, the fadeaway, nearly falls. Might be rebounded, kept inside. Gomez for three. His shot won't fall. Rebound by McKinney. Top of the key three from McKinney falls. It is raining for the Wolverines. They have not, I don't think they've missed a shot to start this second quarter or second half.
Teddy, it is freezing cold outside right now, but this Vashon team is heating up like a microwave here in this third quarter. I mean, we talked about, you know, that step-in three there that Williams had, and McKinney did the exact same thing. So, you know, that's the tough part for Mirada. You step out and try and guard the three, you know, that then again leaves open a driving lane for a guy to cut, like Vashon's been doing so well and get to the basket today. And, you know, it's just kind of this you pick your poison. And Mirada's got to find some answers here on defense.
Yeah, Mirada to open up the second quarter. They're not even having a bad offense. They've scored quite a few times, but it's just I genuinely don't think this Vashon team has missed. And if they have, they've gotten their second chance opportunity and capitalized on that. They've done a great job here to start the second half. But Mirada, they're definitely a team that's capable of coming back. We've seen a couple of these games where, you know, one team starts to pull away, but of all the games we've seen, this is the one we circled that could be game of the day. It's because both these teams really have that ability.
And, you know, Mirada, again, even though do not want to start out the second half, obviously giving up this big run to the Wolverines, but there's still very much in this game. You know, good news is, you know, Roebuck has, you know, not, again, picked up his fourth foul. Again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, keep on bringing that up, but again, he's such a big part of this Matadors team. And, you know, so I think, you know, get him going, and he can create his own shot, too. Even if he's double-teamed, he can still find ways to be effective, even though he is the main focus of every team's defense.
Gomez has it on the wing, guarded by McKinney. So over to Roebuck, top of the key. Garrett on him, driving inside, crosses to the left, puts it in, and it's good.
I appreciate Roebuck making me look good there. I talked about his ability to knock down tough shots, and that was a tough lay-in there.
Spin by McCaskill. It's going to be recovered by Mirada. So
jump ball, it'll stay with Vashon, it looks like.
Be Teron Garrett inbounding. Gives it to Williams. Williams guarded by Riley Owens. King Riley Owens.
Yeah, that's one of the, I'd say I would put him on the TOC all-name team for sure. King Riley, hyphenated first name.
Spinning jumper by Garrett off the front of the rim.
This is now an opportunity for La Mirada. He got it back down to single digits. Now he can cut into it even more, so plenty of time left in this game.
Roebuck going back inside, gets to the rim. He's been really efficient. Started the quarter with 11. He's up to 18 now, 3:32 left.
He just kind of lulled the defense to sleep there, kind of looked around, waited, and then boom. Just struck there.
Screen set by Garrett. Can't get him off, but Williams has just enough space. Slices inside, gets the layup to fall. Gomez driving in. Loses the ball, but that might be last touched by Vashon, and it is. So it'll stay with the Matadors. King Riley Owens. Nope, never mind. Roebuck will pass in.
And since Roebuck is starting to really kind of heat up here in this also again in the second half, I think, for him again, he's a great player. Don't want to force up too much shots. So if they put double coverage on him, there's always going to be a guy open. And, so I'd look to see if Roebuck, maybe tries to kick out, find some open threes.
McKinney 1-on-2 down low. His layup attempt couldn't fall. Going back one possession. Good shot there by Gomez. Once again, didn't fall for him, but it was a great look. If they can keep attacking like that, they can surely cut this lead down. 49-40. Vashon has the lead. Back and forth with Gomez and King Riley Owens.
There's that triangle press that Vashon's got going and get into the top of the key. That's kind of where they've been trying to feed Roebuck.
Whistles blow there. Roebuck attacking down low again. He's a great player, Obviously, we talked a couple times about just, these teams not having a true big man, but you got to respect Roebuck's game because, if he goes into the next level and he has those post moves just like he does, maybe not on a center at the next level, but definitely being able to post up on guards and have that aspect of his game is very positive.
Yeah, Roebuck at 6'5", his future probably around maybe playing kind of the 2 or 3 guard possibly for the Matadors, but he's going to have a lot of colleges hitting him up, and he's already got a lot of big names that are interested in him playing at the next level.
Mid-range jumper up and good for Garrett. And talking about Roebuck's offers, he's got some from Kansas, UCLA, USC, Arizona, and plenty of other Power 5 schools. So he's going to have a list of options when it comes to signing day his senior year. Mid-range jumper by King Owens. Off the mark.
Tough break there as Davion Chisholm tried to get that second chance point there for La Mirada. Looked like it was going to be a relatively easy layup, just too strong there.
Rebound by the Matadors. I think if you're the Matadors, you might be losing right now, but I wouldn't change your game plan because you're getting the good looks down low. You just got to be able to capitalize on them. Gomez thought about the three, driving inside, spins in. Almost has it to fall. Once again, great shot, just can't get it. One-on-one, passes back for the slam. Teron Garrett puts it down.
It's only a matter of time, Teddy, until we knew that we were going to see a big slam. It's probably going to be on Vashon's end. How about Garrett all over the place?
Great recovery there by the Matadors. Driving inside, another one won't fall. Owens gets his rebound, tries to pass back outside, but whistles will blow.
And La Mirada's had a lot of good looks right down near the hoop. They just haven't quite been able to finish. And I got to credit Vashon's defense for it because they've been going straight up without fouling, but still playing tough and close enough D that it's making the shot a lot harder for these Matadors to finish off. And then on the other end, though, Vashon, anytime they get within about 5 feet of the cup, they've been able to convert on those easy attempts.
Defending around the perimeter, it's on the inside where it's kind of hurting them, and they finally are able to capitalize there. So now lead cut down just a little bit, back to 9. 3 ball off the front of the rim. Rebound by MJ Smith.
And again, La Mirada's only down 9 right now. You can get it down to even 6 or 5 before and then end of the fourth quarter. So you're right, still in this game, but turnovers won't help.
Ball intercepted. Hands it off to McKinney. 35 left on the clock. About a 5 to 6 second difference on the shot clock.
And Wolverines still got to shoot, but may as well still try to run some clock here and force the Matadors to take a tough shot to end the quarter. I'd probably start going with about 7 seconds left on the shot clock right about now.
And they will try it, but it gets blocked by Roebuck. Now Gomez driving inside. 6 seconds. Rush that maybe a little bit, but what do I know? 3 ball up and good. That might have been a far two. Regardless, that's the end of the quarter.
And Vashon nearly turned that ball over at the end of the frame. La Mirada was clamoring for that to put some time back on the clock and said, hey, there was 1 second left. And they could have gotten another bucket, but how about that 3 from Gomez? I was thinking the same thing you were. I said, there's a guy cutting right down near the basket. Just pass to him for the easy layup, but Gomez made it look easy behind the arc as well. And, for Julian Gomez, 3-pointers are about as easy as layups. He's put on a nice shooting stroke in this tournament.
Julian Gomez committed to Texas Rio Grande Valley. 3-star guy.
Going to be a Vaquero.
Sorry, correction, Rio Grande Valley. This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com to engineer with us.
I also want to shout out our other sponsors real quick, Keps, Culver's, PJ Hair. Also, again, obviously OSF Health Care Cancer Institute, title sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and doing great things over there to help defeat glioblastoma. Also, along with the KB Strong Foundation here as well. Great cause, great basketball, and Teddy, again, I think this game is living up to the game of the day so far.
It certainly has. That first quarter we thought, La Mirada might pull away from it, but Vashon, a tough team, they won't go away easy, and they battled their way back. And so that's kind of exactly what we saw in the third quarter by the Matadors as they come out strong here in the fourth. Robeck puts it up for 2. He's got 24, matches the jersey number on his back. Driving inside is Garrett Cole. That ball's turned over. King Riley Owen has it in transition, 1-on-2. Puts
Nice
it up
finish.
and in.
Here come the Matadors, and it really started. They were able to get 2 buckets in a row at the last one of the third and got the ball back to start the fourth. That was really a big key for them. And a nice turnover and a nice finish there from Owens.
Great start for them. Cole moving the ball around McKinney at the wing. Back to Cole, top of the key. Guarded by Smith. Swings it down low to McKinney. He puts it up off the rim.
And that's going to be number 4 on Roebuck. It's a great cut there from McKinney, and Roebuck didn't think it was a foul. And he's going to have to sit for the next 2 to 3 minutes. How long is head coach Randy Arones going to keep Gene Roebuck on the bench with 4 fouls? And how well will the Matadors be able to do with him on the bench? As you look at nice shoe game there from Randy Arones, the Matadors head coach. The neon green Under Armours.
Seen quite a few nice shoes in this tournament. Vashon has team matching shoes, which is always cool as well.
Yeah, some teams, they go with the matching shoes. Some teams let their players just kind of pick their own. I'd always say if I was a basketball coach, I would let players pick their own shoes, make their own statement. Everyone's got the same jerseys. My thing is they don't all need to wear the exact same shoes. One shoe might work better for one person than another, depending on how much ankle support maybe you need. But 2 free throws for Vashon, make it a 4-point game. And I think right here is where Julian Gomez, I think, is going to have to step up for La Mirada. Not quite sure who called that timeout, but Matadors have 3 remaining. Vashon also with 3 remaining as well, so plenty of time for both these teams to talk things over here in the final few minutes of this game, which probably might come down to the wire.
So that was Vashon calling the timeout. But yeah, John, this game is 7:13 left here in the fourth, and both teams have displayed like sequences where they've been in the driver's seat, and really comes down to this last. Obviously, it comes down to these last 7 minutes. But overall, especially with the Roebuck on his 4 fouls, someone's going to have to step up for the Matadors. And if you're Vashon, you got to identify that person early because you know it's going to have to switch.
Hello from the booth. Happy Black Friday to you all. Going to look up here in the booth, and I don't think you're supposed to see our faces. Our faces, at least mine, not made for television, but happy to say hi to all the viewers at home, whether you're tuning in from St. Louis, Missouri, or Lafayette. We saw a fan there over from St. Mary's Southside Catholic had her Green Dragons shirt on. I know St. Louis well represented in this tournament, Teddy. You got Vashon, you got John Burroughs, and you also got obviously St. Mary's Southside, which we saw in the first game today.
Yeah, not too far of a drive for them, but compared to some of these California teams, but still making the trip. Moving the ball around. Seeing a little bit of that press action by Vashon to start the fourth quarter. Going down low to Gomez. Gomez puts it up for an easy 2. McKinney and McCaskill putting it back together. Hands it off to Williams. Picked up by King Riley Owens.
And I have Vashon here. I like this patience. Again, no need to try and go too terribly quick and potentially turn the ball over. Still got the lead, and you just want to kind of nurse it, make sure you don't lose it. That's the biggest thing.
Cole sizing up down low. Double reverse. Won't go, and that'll be tipped out of bounds by the Wolverines. So it'll be a Matador ball.
This is their opportunity to take their first lead. They knocked down a 3-ball since about midway through the second quarter. It's been momentum on one way, then the other way, then back to the other way. I don't think either team is led by more than about 11 or 12. I think Vashon led it at one point 47-36. It seemed like at that point of the game that we might see another runaway, but that has not been the case here in Game 3.
Yeah, this team has responded very well, and that's kind of what separates those good from great teams. Obviously, it's early on in the season, but, even then, when you're able to battle back from adversity like that, it obviously proves that these two teams are very well coached.
And Vashon with, again, new head coach this year with Jimmy McKinney Jr. taking over for Tony Irons, who did so much with that Vashon program and really just helped continue that very strong tradition. And certainly miss seeing him around here at the TOC, but again, Jimmy McKinney, very strong coach as well.
Roebuck back in the game, gives it over to MJ Smith. His 3-point attempt off the mark. Rebound by Williams. Gives it over to Kinney. Williams over to the corner. 3-point shot by Garrett is up and good. So they're defending that lead just a little bit.
We talked so much about the McCaskills, but Teron Garrett's had a phenomenal game as well. Whenever Vashon has needed a bucket, Garrett has come up with a big one, and that one keeps it 2 possessions, and I think Mirada was able to get that timeout there as Gomez hit the deck. So they're down to 2, but hey, when in a close game like this, you got to value every possession. Good timeout there from the Matadors.
Another thing about Garrett, this is a team early on in the season. A lot of these players haven't played together before. Teron Garrett is his first year at Vashon, and in his first game, he had 22-point Gibbs, so he's making a good fit in along with this successful program. Played with Brad Beal Elite in the AAU circuit as well, so he's definitely an experienced player.
Most definitely, and again, not to change subjects, but going back to Tony Irons and what he did at Vashon, how about his record there with the Wolverines? 216-38. Doing quick math in my head, that's a ratio of about 7 wins every 8 games or so, and that is just a phenomenal. That he was able to sustain that for that long. It's one thing to have a season where you win 7 out of 8 games, but to do it multiple years on end, really something impressive.
Down low to MJ Smith, he puts it up. Easy possession there. Felt the defense lacking a little bit.
Matadors again playing well with Roebuck on the bench.
They got Roebuck out there about at the elbow.
Oh, excuse me, I didn't see he came back in the game. So Oh, the trust there from the Matadors, keeping their star on the court with 4 fouls.
Bounce pass over to McCaskill, gives it back to Williams. Driving inside, gets a little bit of contact, nothing called. Rebounded by Roebuck. Sorry, by MJ Smith.
Great help defense there for the Matadors. They knew that Roebuck could not foul there, and you kind of let him go by, but the 2 other helpers were right there to help alter that shot.
Turnover there by Roebuck, gets it to Williams. Williams got the numbers, puts it up, and it is good.
Yeah, sometimes on that situation, you had a 4-on-1 right there. Sometimes it's just best to just let him go by and give up the 2. Now Vashon has a chance to add on 1 more and make this a 6-point game. That foul going on Owens.
Even if it becomes a 6-point game, a lot better of a situation than what the Matadors were in late in the third. Came back quite a bit in that one, but we're trailing by as much as 11. And it is good. So 61-55, 6-point lead. 4:30 left here in the fourth. Roebuck nearly turned that one over.
Oh, boy.
And he does.
McCaskill's again.
Athletic pass and almost a great finish, but just off the mark there. Driving in, gets fouled.
Hey, that was a travel. 2 tough calls there, back-to-back there on Owens. Got called for the foul, then the travel there. So Matadors will bring a bit of pressure. But again, how about that pressure by McCaskill? Daria McCaskill, I should clarify, in the last possession.
This is where defense really is playing a part for the Matadors. They got to step up here. Don't want to let this lead grow any more. Then they can start playing against the clock and really waste the time down. McCaskill guarded by Smith. Calling for a screen. Gets one from Garrett. Cutting back inside. One-on-one with Smith off the side of the rim. Gets his own attempt back. Third one won't fall either.
Matadors were lucky there. You can't give Vashon, again, those second and third straight chances. Bit surprising they didn't convert there, but not going to get those every time.
Roebuck dishes outside to Smith. He gives it to Owens. Now back over to Gomez. Gomez, deep three, bobbles in. Doesn't understand how that one didn't go in. That was a great shot.
As it's kind of the way that the game has gone for La Mirada. They've had a couple more tough bounces in this one than Vashon has, and a couple times they've gotten, again, near the rack, haven't been able to finish. Ball just kind of rims out, and then that one nearly cut the lead in half for the Matadors, but they're still down 6 very much in this game with 3:18 left.
Timeout called there by Vashon. This Power Up timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage, switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Thank you to Intercon, and thank you to you guys for tuning into this great game, 55-61 here in the fourth quarter. John, we talked about it going in, how this could be the game of the day, and it's really living up to that.
Yeah, I mean, again, like we said, at one point, I think an 11-point lead was the largest of the game by either side. That was Vashon. And, since then, again, La Mirada, we talked about, they're going to need to find someone to step up besides Gene Roebuck while he was on the bench. And Julian Gomez really helped do that for the Matadors. And, MJ Smith had some good baskets. King Riley Owens was really active in between the end of the third, beginning of the fourth quarter for the Matadors. So, again, you didn't need them to completely take over the game. You just needed them to make some big plays for the span of a couple minutes while Roebuck is on the bench. Now he's back in the game, and that's going to be Vashon's main defensive focus. And, now that really opens things up for guys like, Owens or Gomez to maybe get some more open looks. A bit of perspiration or condensation of some sort that Vashon wipes up there on their bench.
McCaskill inbounds, gives it to Trey Williams. Back to Williams. Gives it back down to McCaskill driving inside. That shot a little too high. So good attempt on these last couple possessions for the Matadors defense. They're limiting the score from increasing. They just got to capitalize that now and try to cut it down from 6.
And it's got to get a big bucket to get their bench into it. They're kind of, you can tell their bench is a little bit nervous right now. Again, Vashon chanting defense from their bench, and Matadors are Watching on the edge of their seat right now.
The MJ Smith who drives the foul will shoot 2. And cut this back down to 4 if he makes them both. The first one is good.
Smith up to 6, but again, we talk about Roebuck with 24, and Julian Gomez, I didn't quite realize he had so much. He's got 20 in this one, Teddy.
Yeah, he's kind of a guy that, talked about a couple of players where you don't really think about it. You leave him open, and you look at the end of the game, and he's got 25, 20 points.
Those are sometimes the marks of the best players when you have a quiet 20. You don't really realize it, and you're like, wow, that guy was really effective and really helped.
Big time on the score sheet. Garrett has it at the wing, hands it off to McKinney. McKinney step back mid-range, jumper falls. What a shot.
That is a gutsy shot there from McKinney. Up 5, trying to guard a lead with 2 minutes left to play. A fadeaway mid-range, maybe not the best shot in the book for most players, but not so for Jimmy McKinney. He can knock that down.
Roebuck driving inside, tries to go reverse, and he is fouled again. And to get a one-on-one, and then McCaskill came in a little bit of an early jump.
And Roebuck seemed like he was in slow motion in that play, just gliding into the lane, and he'll get rewarded with 2 free throws. And big thing is you just want to get at least one, cut this down to a 2-possession game. But obviously every point now is so crucial, and got to make your free throws right now if you're the Matadors.
You got the first one. You talk about slowing it down. That's something me and Joey Wright talked about on the other day, game of Archbishop Hannon and the Hawks. On their player, Drew Timmons, really slowed things down, and that was his key thing for the game, being really patient. You don't get the second one. Still a 6-point game.
And we'll see Hannon coming up again in that 3:15 game against the Rennie boys of Detroit Renaissance. That should be a great game. We've talked about how much we like the style of play of Hannon, and then Renaissance is so electrifying.
Hannon really, just the whole team, not just Timmons, but really plays at a slower pace, play at their own pace. So that's going to be interesting to see how it meshes against the high-octane offense of the Detroit Renaissance. Had 103 in their game yesterday. McCaskill has it back over to Williams. Williams one-on-one with Perez. Calls for the screen, goes the other way, gets picked up by 2. Driving inside is Cole. Thought about passing, goes for the floater off the mark. McCaskill again attacking the glass, couldn't get it. Roebuck driving inside, passes back out, has Perez. Perez hands off. The timeout will be called.
And another good timeout there. They're called by the Matadors, and anytime you get a transition opportunity, not transition, but maybe not enough time to set something up. You always want to make sure that you got to come correct with this play. Again, you can afford to not score here. You still have 1:31 left, but you really want to get this down as much as want to get this lead down as much as possible, and avoid having to play the foul game later on in this one.
1:31 left, so they're going to need a couple of things to go their way, but definitely not out of this game by any means. We've seen a couple games ago just what felt like a 10-point lead start cutting down. Didn't end up winning that game, but still, you never know in these fast-paced tournament play games, especially with the shot clock at hand.
Yeah, and that really benefits, teams that are behind, in this case, the Matadors, because, Vashon can't just wait around, stall the clock, and, in that case, they might have to start fouling, now. Now they can, try and play defense and try to just come away with a stop. Best case scenario for them, a steal. First, you got to score, though.
Owens a deep inbound, that one just too far, and the Matadors definitely don't want that one. You don't want to waste any possessions at this point in the game. That could come back and bite them if they're not careful.
And you don't see too many passes that are inbounded near the bench and get thrown into the sideline on the other side. So that was a tough pass there for La Mirada.
Very risky play in a situation like this. Williams guarded by Owens. Tries to hand it off. Whistles will blow. Not quite sure what the call was.
Been a bit of a tough game there for Owens. Again, he tossed the ball to bounds and commits the foul there. I don't think he wanted to commit the foul. I think La Mirada is still going to try and play defense on this possession. Wolverines, though, can take this to under a minute without shooting.
Still leaves enough time for maybe a couple possessions. Williams hands off to McKinney. McKinney drives in, gives it to McAllister.
Uh-oh.
Turnover. Gomez, one-on-one. Reverse layup, gets the foul, and one.
How about the reaction? It comes sliding into the baseline padding. He's kind of sitting there with his legs out like he's just kind of relaxing and nods his head and says, yep. Julian Gomez has been that guy for La Mirada, and what an absolutely amazing finish, plus the foul as well.
He's done a great job of elevating his game, and not that Roebuck has been out of the game, but with the foul trouble, he's definitely stepped up and been a key guy for them. 25 and 22 for both of them.
Now you cut that lead in half, and now you can definitely play defense. You do not need to foul at all if you're the Matadors. You just need one good defensive possession. You still don't need a three on the other end quite yet.
Hear the energy picking up a little bit. Gives it over to the side to McCaskill. Guarded by Gomez. Back to the other McCaskill. Garrett passing inside to Williams. He'll drive in. Almost a putback dunk. Gets the rebound. Floater attempt up and good. So now a 5-point game. They got to hurry up here.
Getting
if
more
you're Vashon, you do not want to foul. Caught him lacking there. Vashon kind of pressing a little bit. That might have not benefited them. If they would have just dropped back, they would have been able to really guard that possession a little bit easier. So now it's back to a 3-point game, 62-65. Timeout called, 27 seconds left on the clock. John, sorry to cut you off there. It was just very fast-paced transition.
Yeah, first off, want to start another good job crashing the offensive glass by Jimmy McKinney. You know, everyone was looking at that dunk and like everyone's kind of like, oh, almost a big dunk there, but McKinney just had his eyes focused on the ball, stayed with it, got the second chance bucket, and then King Riley Owens going quickly down the other end. And, you know, I think for Vashon, you don't mind giving up that bucket a ton. Again, it's better to give up an easy 2 rather than give up a 3 and then you're only up 2 right now. Right now, Vashon just needs to get the ball inbounded. La Mirada, with the shot clock off now, is in a position where they are probably going to have to foul.
This Power Up timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Thank you, Intercon. John, I just hate to sound like a broken record. This game is the game of the day. I think it's for sure at this point.
This game might be one of the games of the tournament so far. We have barely had any games that have been decided by less than 10 points. This one could come down to the final possession. You know, I wonder where La Mirada's drawing up. Probably some sort of, you know, trap, some sort of press. You don't need to foul right away. You still have plenty of time to, you know, maybe let them inbound the ball, maybe try and get a trap in the corner, put them in a tough spot. La Mirada has no more timeouts left. Vashon still has, I think, 2 or 3 left.
Can't really see from the angle, but they will foul right away. So 26 seconds.
And they had a foul to give there. So now Vashon is in the bonus. La Mirada is also in the bonus now as well for the rest of this one.
You got to really tightly guard what you consider their best shooters. They can all really shoot, but definitely don't want to give it in the hands of some of their best, and they might have just done that. Williams has it. Very effective shooter. 24 seconds left. He'll take a trip to the line. Up 3.
Again, ideal situation, you want both. But right now, the big thing is just getting 1, making this a 2-score game. And if you're Vashon, you really don't want to foul on this other possession and give La Mirada 2 free throws, although you could foul and make sure that they only get 2 points rather than 3. It's just so many different options, so many different scenarios. You know, I wonder what's going through the minds of these head coaches, Jimmy McKinney and Randy Arones right now.
Both coaches playing with their team at a high level. The first one will fall for Williams. 4-point game. The second one, to make it a 5-point game, is good as well. Definitely not a guy you want to foul in a situation like that, but there's not a whole lot of options.
And Vashon bringing that press, going to make La Mirada work for this one and bring it up the court.
20 seconds left. You've got to get something going. Great defense, not fouling. And they Whistle will blow.
Again, not a bad foul there. Again, ball in the hand of Roebuck. I think he was definitely trying to get that and one right there. And prevents the opportunity. Now he'll shoot 2, and he's a good free throw shooter. Biggest thing for Vashon is you got to box out. If he misses the second one, you cannot let La Mirada get this ball right back.
First one by Roebuck is good. Back to 4. 14.6 remaining.
As crazy as it sounds, Teddy, 14.6 is still see what he can do, but again, 2-score game. Matadors, I think, in this situation, might need a quick 3 on the next possession.
Pretty sure, if I see that correctly, Williams got 21 points already on the night. Had 26 in the win yesterday, so definitely a key player for them. Once again, committed to the Missouri State University. First one is good. Up by 5. Just can really seal it with this free throw. And of course, Trey Williams hits it.
Yeah, now down 6. Again, situation, I think you do need a 3 if you're La Mirada. I mean, you can try and get a quick 2, but you're still going to need a lot of things to go right. Baseball pass inbound.
Deep pass was risky in the pass out of bounds, trying to find Gomez, the very efficient shooter, but just not quite on the same page there.
I think he was looking for Lopez. That was just a tough pass to bring in, a tough pass to make while you're falling backwards as well. Vashon has played very well with the lead. They have not given it up, despite it being close.
And they won't foul. They'll dribble it out. Great game. Score a little bit different there in the fourth quarter, but overall, this was a one-possession game all throughout. Obviously, there was a little bit of disparities at certain quarters, but they fought back. One of the best games of the tournament, surely.
Both definitely contrasting styles again. Vashon so aggressive, and La Mirada was also again pretty aggressive in that game. I think they tried to maybe try and have some good finesse at some points. Try and knock down some threes, get to the line a little bit. But again, that was just a strong game from both sides. Great players all around. Gene Roebuck, did a good job of keeping himself in that game, and Julian Gomez again was really an X factor for La Mirada. Again, obviously not going to end in a win, but encouraging signs for both teams. And how about Vashon, man? I really, again, that game came down to their aggressiveness. That second quarter and third quarter for them were just really, really strong. And once they got the lead, they never really let it go. And so, good job playing with that lead. I think that experience in that close game yesterday against Gibbs really helped them out a lot. They knew how to play with the lead. Some teams don't, but Vashon certainly does.
That early season pressure really helps him out. And credit to Coach Jimmy McKinney, his first year as a head coach, and it's going to be hard to fill those roles, fill the shoes of Tony Irons, but if his team keeps playing like this, and they're obviously a dominant program dating back with 16 state championships with their name, they're going to be a fun team to watch.
Yeah, and both teams, it's been great to see them. We're going to see both of them tomorrow. La Mirada will take on Gibbs from St. Petersburg, Florida. That should be a really fun game. And then Vashon will take on one of the area teams here in Central Illinois, the Morton Potters. So we'll see how one of the best in the Peoria area fares against the defending state champions in Missouri. That should be a fun one. Game time to be announced. Again, they're still working on the schedule. We'll figure out obviously what time and what times games will be tomorrow. But we know those two teams are facing off with those two teams tomorrow, and I can't wait.
Certainly. Up next, St. John Bosco versus DeKalb. We'll get to that after a break from our studio. Michael Savoy, take it away.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the multidisciplinary team at OSF Health Care Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. Offering comprehensive cancer care services including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Buy Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 53 locations in 38 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Welcome back to Tournament Central, sponsored by Uftring Auto Group. My name is Michael Savoy. Now joining me is Roger Holzhauer. Roger Holzhauer is the owner of Teamworks, a proud sponsor of the Tournament of Champions. And Roger, it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. One correction. My wife and I own Teamworks.
Oh, yeah. We just talked about this.
Yes.
That's great, though. And from my understanding, you guys sponsor the Ball Boy experience here.
We do.
They find that fantastic. So
Yeah, I think it brings something different to the game, to the teams, to have a little around them. We're just blessed that all of the teams really embrace it and take these kids from outside their community, from our community, and take them in and make them part of their family.
Yeah, I talked to Avery Tibbs yesterday, and she was a ball person herself, and she said she still has players from the tournament contact her to this day. So I bet these kids that are ball boys now and ball girls now, they're going to be finding that in the future themselves.
Oh, absolutely. I know I have a nephew that has been a ball boy now. I think it's his third or fourth year for us, and he still stays in contact with the teams that he was a ball boy for previously. So yeah, it really does make it special, and the teams take great pride. I always tell the story about last year. We had a team, Gray Collegiate, out of South Carolina, and I believe they went 2-2 in the event. They played well. Their ball boy got a phone call and a FaceTime message from them in the locker room as they were celebrating their state championship.
Oh, wow.
So how cool is that?
That is amazing. Oh,
so
my
he obviously
gosh.
made an impact on them.
Yeah. So obviously we just talked. You've been part of the tournament since day one, back when it was in Peoria High School. Can you talk about what's different from, obviously now they changed locations to Washington, but other than that, what's been different about this tournament from the moment day one to now?
Well, I honestly, I think it's more community involvement, and the whole Central Illinois has embraced what we're doing here. And when we started this back with Convention and Visitors Bureau, when Sean Powell brought this to Peoria, the idea of doing a tournament on the Friday, Saturday after Thanksgiving and bringing in national teams, and it was an amazing concept, and we've kept that concept. We've just kept tweaking it to make it just better and better for us. Coach Brown and Sean and Coach Brown's wife Jody and myself and Kirk Johnson from the Uftring Auto Group and some of the others who were on our committee in the early years, we always talked about having a cause. What we need, we need a cause to get this to really go. Well, unfortunately, in 2018 we got a cause. It's not what we wanted, but for us, this is a chance for 5 days a year to celebrate Coach. I don't like to ever say that we're here, mourning. We're here celebrating. Basketball, it's something he loved and had a great passion for, and we're trying to do everything we can to raise funds for KB Strong, which is the fundraising portion of our group here, to stamp out glioblastoma. I mean, this is just, it's a horrible disease, and we watch it, and we like to think we're doing things to get clinical trials started. Our partnership with OSF's New Cancer Institute's amazing, with Illinois School of Medicine, having that here in Peoria. I don't think until you have the occasion to be around it, which I hope nobody ever has to do, that's an amazing resource we have here in Peoria, and the research they're doing there is cutting edge. It isn't small town Central Illinois research, it's on a world scope.
So I've been told, and I went to Bradley University last year, and I was a tour guide there at Bradley, and you're told different things to tell the different students, and one of the things I'm told to tell, especially like nursing students and students that want to go in the medical field, that OSF is the best hospital that's south of Interstate 80. And I
very much
obviously I'm not from Peoria, I'm from the Kankakee area, so I'm kind of like south of Chicago, that sort of deal. But obviously, I've been to OSF once. It's amazing. The complexes are beautiful. The facilities are amazing. But yeah, I mean, OSF's great.
The medical environment in Central Illinois is second to none. Second to none for the size of the population of this region, but then even on a bigger global scale, it's amazing. It's amazing. We have some of the top surgeons in the world are working out of Peoria, Illinois. How cool is that? I mean, we're hoping with the new Cancer Institute, there'll be no reason for somebody to have to leave the Central Illinois area to travel to Chicago, to travel to St. Louis, to travel to Indianapolis, to MD Anderson in Texas for cancer treatment when we can do it right here in people recover better when they're in their own bed at night, and when they're around family and friends. So, their partnership with us has taken our tournament to the next level. I mean, we've had sponsors, Uftring Auto Group. Uftring Auto Group's been with us from day one. They were one of the first sponsors when the Convention Visitors Bureau ran with this. We've just been blessed with great sponsors.
Well, Uftring Auto Group, the sponsor of Tournament Central, and Roger, it was nice to meet you. It's nice to get to know you and Teamworks, the company that you own and your wife owns as well. But guys, we'll send it back to you, and head to a commercial break and head to the second game, or the following game coming up.
The 2024 OSF Health Care Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
And welcome back inside Torrey Gym. A team that everyone came to see is on the floor. It's the St. John Bosco Braves taking on the DeKalb Barbs in Game 4 of Day 4 here at the Washington Tournament of Champions here in Washington, Illinois, just outside of Peoria. Good afternoon, everyone. Jonathan Michael and Teddy Ball here in the booth with you for this one. And Teddy, again, St. John Bosco has just been like a magnet this entire tournament for fans to come and watch, and not here just in person, also online as well. Number 5 team in the country against a DeKalb team that's looking to make a statement and has been pretty impressive so far in the times we've seen them in this tournament as well.
Yeah, John, there's a lot of good teams that come here, and a lot of those teams, have top 100 players that are going to be, highly sought after in college, and teams want to have them on their team, but we don't often see the number 5 team in the country come into the gyms, at least here in Central Illinois. We have a lot of good teams, but for the most part, those teams stay in California, Arizona, Florida, and so when they get to come here in a tournament like this, everyone's going to show up.
And this Braves team, as many of you know, loaded with talent. Brandon McCoy, the number 1 junior in the country. Christian Collins, another 5-star recruit. Elsie Harrington, a 4-star player headed to Harvard. I mean, this is just about all you could ask for in a high school basketball team, and they have had some big wins so far in this tournament. California state champions last year, looking for another one again this year as their starting lineup gets introduced. It will be led off again by McCoy, top junior in the country, the Max Preps National Sophomore of the Year last year. He leads it off, followed by Chris Coleman, a 6'1" senior guard, and LZ Harrington headed over to Harvard. And then Christian Collins, the 6'8" junior forward, and the 7'1" center, Howie Wu, back in action again tonight. We didn't see him the first night out with a concussion, but he was healthy last night, and he's healthy again today. Back in the starting lineup. It's going to be tough for DeKalb against a 7'1" guy in the middle.
Yeah, you don't really prepare for that often at the high school level because you just don't see it. So it's going to be interesting to see how this DeKalb team attacks it because they're not a team that has basically like a true #1 big man. And so we've seen a lot of programs like the last game where, they might not have a program, but they attack the boards really well, efficiently, and that can help in their favor. But still, 7'1", that's a lot to get around.
Definitely will be, but this Barbs team is up for the challenge. Their starting lineup is Jackson Keys, the 6'3" senior guard. Sean Reynolds, he is the DeKalb player to watch, the coach's son. He's put up some big numbers, had a 30-point outing earlier this tournament. Marquise Bolden, number 4 in white, a 5'11" senior, as well as Justin O'Neill, a 6'5" senior, and Devon Grant, a 6'5" junior. He's very athletic, 4-star football recruit. I think his presence on the defensive end is going to be important for the Barbs here today.
Certainly will, and that's just going to be, obviously, if you can go out there and say you do score pretty evenly with a team like St. John Bosco, you're going to have to elevate on both ends of the floor. And with a team as skilled and as talented, and even just like as big as St. John Bosco, it's going to be a tough stretch for them. The DeKalb win against Metamora on the first day of the tournament, lost by 10, which was a very close game, a little bit closer than the 10-point game entails. But as you can see for the tip-off here, a little bit of a size difference down low.
Just a little bit, what you could say is it'll be Wu versus Devon Grant, but see who wins this tip. Grant gives it a good effort, but it is the Braves. Starting this game off with the basketball and Brandon McCoy bringing it up. Real quick before we really get going, Teddy, how many dunks do you think we're going to see from St. John Bosco today? They have been rocking some rims here in Washington.
I'm gonna say they hit double digits. I'll say 10.
Wow.
Yep.
10. See what unfolds here in the Washington Invitational portion of this tournament. Bosco 3-0 on the season. Grant kicks it over to Reynolds in the corner. Tough shot, nearly drained it. Harrington brings in the miss and pushes it the other direction. Bounce passes over to McCoy. Wide open Wu takes it back out. Coleman, far corner, his triple bangs home.
That's the thing that's going to separate some of these teams when they go against St. John Bosco. Not every team can match just a 5-person personnel that's so strong like them.
And what I saw in that possession, Gavin, is Wu doesn't even need to shoot the basketball to have an impact. He gets the ball down low. Everyone just gravitates towards him because of his size. He can just kick it right back out to one of his shooters there, like Chris Coleman.
A lot of teams, they don't even know how to approach a 7-foot player. Like I said, they've never seen it before. So, yeah, he's definitely got a lot of gravity down low, and that helps out the shooters along the way.
Here's Bolden up top. Pass was nearly taken away by McCoy. Reynolds lost his footing, but refound it again. Keys on the drive. Over in the corner. Bolden's three is good. DeKalb finds an answer. Their bench loves it.
Their game the other day, and a dominant performance not only by Reynolds, but just all around the exterior. Bolden, Reynolds, and Keys are all lethal from beyond the arc.
Here's Coleman with it. On the drive, gets bumped by Reynolds. That'll be the first foul of this one.
John, one thing I noticed on that last possession was seemed like a wide open Bolden, which he did come down with the shot, but just the amount of distance that Bosco was able to close on that possession, wildly impressive. Very athletic team.
And St. John Bosco ranked number 5 in the country by Max Preps, number 8 by Sports Illustrated, number 11 by ESPN. Got to get the guys up in Bristol to maybe rank them a bit higher after what they've shown so far this week. Shot there is off the mark, and Bolden brings in the miss. Up ahead to Devon Grant. No numbers, but he still slices in and takes it in. He'll get 2 free throws out of it. And I like that drive there from Grant.
It's a great drive, like you said, and this is going to be something to watch out for. Not all football players, but a lot of football players that play basketball come in with a lot of aggression. And I think some people might think that's a bad thing. When you have a player like Grant, 4-star wide receiver, don't know where he's going to college yet, but still, he comes in, he attacks the rim. He doesn't care who's in front of him, whether it's a 7'1" center or someone his size. He's going to get to the rim.
Grant, highly rated football recruit at wide receivers, got offers from Iowa, Minnesota, Marshall, Wisconsin, Akron, and Illinois. And he still could play Division I basketball if he wanted to as well. So he may have a decision coming up to see if he wants to play football or stay on the hardwood. Here's LZ Harrington, the Harvard commit. His shot is off the mark, and another good board there by Justin O'Neill.
I think a lot of people, for the most part, it's correctly assumed, but when you see big teams like that, you're going to assume they're just automatically going to win the rebound battle. But if you have a good system and you have a good plan to attack the boards, you can even out that number, even out the height difference.
McCoy comes away with a steal, drives in, gets stripped, and slams it home, the tomahawk. There's number 1 of the day. Maybe not as big as he wanted to, but 2 points is 2 points.
I got my tally going, hoping we can see 10.
Here's Sean Reynolds. He is committed to Deauville, a Division II school. McCoy, so lengthy, knocks that one away. And DeKalb will reset.
Going back to Reynolds, he's a player that no matter what level of basketball he plays, he's going to make a difference. 32 points the other night. Very dominant player.
More aggression from Devon Grant. Sorry to cut you off, Teddy, and he'll head back to the line for 2. But as you were saying.
But yeah, just he's a player that can make an impact at any level he plays at. And obviously he had 32 the other night, but just not just around the rim, I think that, or not just around the arc. It's what a lot of people thought he was just a shooter. But he has he plays great defense, very ferocious. Reminds me of a couple of players from years past at Metamora that we've seen. Just players that can shoot really well, but also around the area, just able to do well.
And talking about defense, we've seen some hounding defense out of Brandon McCoy, who says he takes his defensive intensity, he models it after Drew Holiday.
It's a pretty good player to model it after if you're playing guard. One of the best to do it.
Most definitely big fan of Drew Holiday, his time with the Milwaukee Bucks, my favorite team. LZ Harrington kicks it over to Coleman, now back to him. They tried to front McCoy, it didn't work. He finishes through contact. Chance for the hoop and the harm.
Got to give credit to Grant down there, though. He really fought for that one, just a fingertip away from getting that ball deflected. One thing I want to say, DeKalb and Metamora played a very close game. And that game against Metamora and St. John Bosco, for the first 3 quarters as well, very impressive showing by Metamora. So, you get a flip of the coin of how that Metamora game against DeKalb went. These 2 teams could have a pretty good game on our hands.
Yeah, that Metamora St. John Bosco game, that game was a sellout crowd here on Wednesday night. It was 32-26 Bosco at the half. Thought that the Redbirds might give them a challenge in the second, as that layup no good there from Bolden, but the Braves just ran away with that game and won by nearly 30. So if you're DeKalb, you got to bring it for all 4 quarters. That's the lesson we learned the other night.
And obviously they have great players on the team, but it ultimately comes down to coaching and Coach Matt Dunn. For the second TOC appearance, came here in 2021, but Coach Matt Dunn knows how to get it done. That's why they're the state champions in the state of California.
And that's one thing, too. I was really talking a lot with our director, Larry Larson, a lot about this, and he's the one that brought it up first. So I'll give him credit. Harrington's 3 from way downtown is good. And you said St. John Bosco, obviously has all the talent in the world, but what makes them so tough is they're so well coached. This is not AAU type ball where they're just running around. It's a little structure. Everyone's kind of just doing their own thing, doing whatever. They're in a system, and it clearly shows on the court. They have a structured offense, a structured defense, and Matt Dunn does a great job with this Braves team.
Yeah, especially in the state of California, there's so many good players that go to California because, one, that's where a lot of the spotlight is. You want to be able to get in the spotlight. But to have a team that strong, as Grant attacks the rim, gets whistles to blow, but to have a team that strong and that successful year in, year out in a state like that that's just known for basketball talent, you got to give them credit because it comes down to just having a great system, like you said.
And DeKalb also a strong head coach as well. Mike Reynolds, he was a former head coach at a school not too terribly far from here, Galesburg. The Silver Streaks as McCoy comes away with a steal. Euros it over to Coleman. Feeds down low. That's Max Ellis, I believe, into the game. Harrington stutter steps and gets fouled. How about Devon Grant back on the other end? He's drawn all 3 of St. John Bosco's fouls that they've committed so far in this one. He has been fearless.
He is definitely a crucial player. In that first game against Metamora, he had 14, led them in scoring. Like I mentioned before, didn't come out with the win, but in the second game they were able to show a little bit different depth. So he's a guy that can definitely take over a game if they need him to.
Tough shot there from Coleman, was a bit too short. Grant feeds it back over to Keys. Guarded by Harrington, now down low. Here's Justin O'Neill, the 6'5 senior. Back out Grant for a 3. No dice, and Harrington brings in the miss. Calls for the screen, crosses right, Euro steps, floater off the mark, nearly got his own board. And Max Ellis comes back away with it. Second chance here for Bosco. One-handed sling pass, McCoy to Coleman. Can't get it to go. Foul on the floor. That one going, I believe, on DeKalb and Jackson Keys. That's a tough break there. DeKalb almost got a key stop. And it will stay with the brace. Anytime that the Barb's going to stop, you can't take that for granted in this game, Teddy.
Definitely can't. They're matching the energy pretty well. They're down right now 5 points, but still, if you look at the actual game itself, this game, pretty even.
10-5 so far. There's one dunk so far for Bosco. That was Brendan McCoy. Kind of a similar dunk that we saw him do the other night. Just kind of cocked it way back behind his head and just threw it down. He is extremely strong. You see him up close and personal. He has got some muscles on him. Harrington, a tough fadeaway. Plenty of time on the shot clock, and he still knocked it down.
One thing that's so interesting about this Bosco team is not only, usually you see one player, maybe 2 that can create their own shot very well. Every player on the floor for Bosco is able to just make something out of nothing, and that's what makes them so deadly as long as their game plan.
Reynolds gets hounded, ball taken away. Coleman lays it in off the fast break, and the Barbs want to talk things over. Braves starting to find their groove on offense. 14-5 their lead with just under 2 minutes to play. And we got a quick chance. We want to shout out Enercon. This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, they provided communities with cutting-edge solutions, industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Visit EnerconPower.com to power up your career and engineer your future with us. Game 4 of the TOC here today, about halfway or so through the day. We'll take a quick break after this game, and we also, again, want to remind viewers that we will switch streams after this game. We learned a couple years ago that trying to do a 12 to 13 hour long YouTube stream is not really possible. So that's why we're splitting up the streams into part 1 and part 2. And they'll have session 2 kicking off at about 3:15, but a great day of basketball coming. And I tell you, we've seen some great games already today. This has been early contender for the best day so far in terms of how close and exciting these games have been.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, when you have such good teams earlier on in the bracket, you don't know who they're going against, and the matchups can kind of sway one direction. It doesn't mean one team's bad. Every team in the tournament is obviously phenomenal, but sometimes it goes that way. Today, we've gotten pretty lucky, like you said. A couple of close games. A game we called right before this one, within I think it was a 5 or 6 point game, and a lot closer than even that entailed. But yeah, we're looking pretty good here on day 4.
Most definitely. Hope you're all enjoying your Black Friday. Maybe got your shopping out of the way already by this point. Maybe you're still shopping if you're in California. Maybe still finishing it up. It's still about noon or so over there. 2:08 Central Time here in Illinois. Another takeaway by Harrington. Keys nearly stripped it right back. Here comes a 2-on-2. Harrington, nice feed down low. It's a free-for-all down in the paint, and Keys comes away with it. DeKalb, though, has had trouble passing the ball. That high pressure been all over the place. Another turnover, and here comes Harrington. Watch out below! Harrington slams it home with one hand.
Harrington been dominant to start this game, and whether it's getting a strip in transition or creating his own shot off the jumper, the Harvard commit has been pretty effective. Another steal there.
Here's McCoy, Euro steps, he slams it in. Dunk City here in Washington. That's 3 slams for St. John Bosco here in the first quarter.
You might have thought I was a little crazy when I said 10, but looks like that might happen in the first half.
Here comes the other way, Gavin Dean Moss. First time we've called his name. Kick back out, Harrington corner triple. No good. Rebounded though by McCoy. His arms are so long, Gavin. Gets some steals and rebounds. And the and one. Brandon McCoy is cooking DeKalb here in this first quarter. And just like that, Teddy, it's 20-5.
You got to give credit to DeKalb. Obviously, it was closer earlier on, and maybe they could swing it back within a couple. The only thing is it's going to be very difficult to beat the St. John Bosco team. They are one of the best teams in the country, and I don't think people understand just how good those teams are. If you put a team in the top 5, even at the low-tier Division I level, I genuinely think they could compete. I mean, that's how good these players are. You got 2 5-stars in the starting lineup, a 7-foot center who isn't even really touching the ball that much. I mean, just guys all around that can just do whatever they want on the court.
Barbs will have a chance to take the last shot here and have the final say in the opening frame. They started out pretty well with Devon Grant, but have looked to find someone else to help carry them on offense. Cross-court pass over to Marquise Bolden. He got fouled. A little bit too quick of a closeout there from Dominic Perfetti. And Bolden should shoot a trio here with 4.7 left to go in the first quarter. And, DeKalb, I think, is going to be a good team here in Illinois, this season. We'll be keeping our eye on them, but even facing a state champion in, Illinois is going to be, a pretty tough task for any team. You ask for, a state champion in California, that's even a whole nother level. And then you go to a team like St. John Bosco, who's got a real chance to win the Open Division Championship, which they have in California, kind of a best of the best type tournament I believe they have out there. Gotta do my research and see exactly what that is, but from my early research, that's what it seemed like. And St. John Bosco has a chance to be the top team in the entire state of California, which is saying quite a bit.
It definitely is. And these DeKalb players, although they, may be frustrated that they're down this early on, this will benefit them greatly towards the end of the season because, there are certainly great teams.
McCoy's shot at the horn is no good.
There are certainly great teams in Illinois, like you said, but there's not a St. John Bosco in Illinois. And although there's great basketball, this is a test that they're not going to see a team much better than them. So if they can really take some things from this game, at the end of the season, DeKalb might be someone that doesn't fear anybody.
That's a great point there, Teddy. And in between quarters, I want to thank again Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, they've powered communities with multiple cutting-edge solutions. A myriad, you could say. If you're ready to power up your career, visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. And also by Keps, the official sports bar of the TOC. Check out the menu on their website. They have trivia every other Wednesday at 7 p.m. and Texas Hold'em every Sunday at 6 p.m. Sounds like a fun time over at Keps. Follow and like them on Facebook for more information. And also by Culver's. Boy, doesn't Butterburger sound so good right now, Teddy? And they're a proud sponsor of this year's KBM TOC and the official pregame and postgame stop for Butterburgers and frozen custard. They strive to make a difference in the community, and they're giving back $1 for every concrete mixer purchase this week to donate back to the fight against glioblastoma. 1 of 5 area locations: Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria. And let Scoopy know that we sent you. And PJ Hare, they're again proud to be a sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. How about Elsie Harrington was a pretty easy nomination for the All-Academic Team going to Harvard next year.
Yeah, it's one thing to be great on the basketball court, but to be that good in the classroom, Harvard obviously one of the hardest schools to get into.
Watch out below, Brandon McCoy. He slams it home again. I think that's 3 for him so far today. St. John Bosco up to 4 slams. We'll have a little counter up here in the booth. Teddy Ball said that they'd have 10 in this one, and they're well on track for that.
Got him for 4 already at the start of the second.
Three-pointer, no good, but the rebound brought in by Devon Grant. Christian Collins reaches up for the board. This is the first time we've called really his name during this game, Teddy, and he's another 5-star player, 6'8", lanky junior forward.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that they don't have to feed their best players. They can really move it around, and that benefits them because at the next level, all these 5-star guys, they might be off the bench. They might be, not the number 1 guy like they are in high school, and even though they're good, it's good to also know team basketball.
Going back to your earlier point about how St. John Bosco could probably compete with some colleges, how about we bring the Mississippi Valley State Delta Devils in? That'd be a fun game. I think Bosco could probably have a good shot at winning that one. Probably some other college teams they could compete with as well, as that pass is airmailed but tipped off of Coleman. It'll stay with the Barbs. Which, by the way, if you're wondering, okay, what's this Barbs nickname? You don't see that too often. Well, it's pretty simple. DeKalb, Illinois, that's where barbed wire was invented. And you'll see it on the DeKalb logo as well.
Yeah, when I was doing my research for the first DeKalb game I called, I was wondering the same thing. And then I looked up that little fact. Pretty interesting.
Grant, a poster on the other end. Slams it home and gives St. John Bosco a taste of their own medicine, and their bench jumped up almost all in unison. What a slam that was from Devon Grant.
John, that's the explosiveness we saw in that first game against Metamora. He was all over the court dunking. Haven't really seen him do it much since, but that was incredible.
McCoy gets a tough bucket off the offensive board, and that just does something for you if you're DeKalb. McCoy falls back down. Hopefully he's all right. Little ginger right now. Here he goes on the fast break, gonna feed Coleman, flying in. It's like the TOC dunk contest here on Friday afternoon.
What an unselfish play there by Boston. Had a one-on-one opportunity. He's one of the best team players in the country. He could have took it, but instead feeds his teammate for an easy dunk.
Here's Bolden now. Now we've seen 6 total dunks, 5 from Bosco, 1 from DeKalb. I gotta say, that one from Grant, though, so big, you might even count that one for 2 when he turns it over here back to the Braves.
Yeah, that one was unbelievable. That was a standing vert dunk, too. It wasn't like he got a big windup. He got the rebound, or I'm not sure, he got the pass down low and just went up with it. Got to give him credit. He's a 4-star wide receiver, so I would expect him to be able to jump.
That kid can jump out of the gym. Harrington now brings it up. He played in the TOC as a freshman. We saw him back in 2021. Now he's a senior, much improved player. Collins had it taken away. DeKalb bench liking that. And again, even though you're down 16, you gotta celebrate these big plays and those, even on defense just like that. Strong signs against one of the best teams into the country. So again, I know no team really wants many moral victories, but I think if DeKalb, isn't able to pull off this run, I think there still could be plenty of moral victories in this game for them.
Absolutely. Every positive they get is amplified tenfold.
I definitely agree with you there, Teddy, as Bolden guarded by McCoy on the wing. Another steal by Coleman. Here comes McCoy one-on-one, driving in, had it poked out. They'll inbound it here. Coleman hit 2 buzzer-beating shots in some big tournaments over the summer. So again, he's not maybe the guy that gets all of the as much recognition as Collins or McCoy or Harrington, but he is a big player for them. Inbounded over here to Collins. Number 9, junior in the country. Count the bucket. Fouled him on the jumper, and you can't do that to Christian Collins. He'll make you pay. Chance for another old-fashioned.
A little bit of a slower start for Collins, but now he's getting in the rhythm of things. He's going to have those plays that just set the momentum back in his favor. Speaking of big players coming in, how about Howie Wu checking back into the game, the 7-1 center? Haven't seen him since first quarter.
Collins can't knock down the free throw, but how about the story for Christian Collins? He went from being unranked not too long ago to becoming a 5-star recruit. That is insane. Said it was overwhelming with all the college coaches seemingly all of a sudden he has quickly risen through the ranks. He's been in contact with teams like Duke, Kentucky, Alabama, Kansas, Texas. Harrington stops, fakes, and lays it in.
Yeah, John, looking in, first of all, that was great patience there by Harrington. Good job of not, going unnecessary contact as timeout is called. But another thing you were saying, the growth spurt of Collins was crazy. He came in as a 5'11 freshman, which isn't necessarily short, but to go from 5'11 to 6'8", that's quite a big difference. So that definitely helped, but as well, his skill on the court as well. There's a lot of 6'8" guys, not a lot of them play quite like Collins.
He is very athletic, can play almost any position, noted as a very versatile player. This time out again brought to you by Enercon Engineering. Jonathan Michael and Teddy Ball here in the booth with you, having lots of fun on this Friday. And Teddy boy, this St. John Bosco team just is the real deal. And I mentioned this in another game we called. There's usually one or two teams each tournament that they show out here in Washington and they gain tons and tons of fans. I'm sure St. John Bosco already had lots of fans here in Central Illinois for many reasons. And just all these people watching the Braves here this year. I know we've had some TV news people come out. They don't even cover St. John Bosco, but they still want to get the Braves highlights on their local shows at 10 or 9 p.m. tonight or whatever. So now we see Jim Mattson here from WEEK shooting some highlights. I'm sure he'll have plenty to choose from. Kurt Pegler here from WMBD as well throughout the week. And boy, this is just fun basketball, and probably the highest level. You can really see it at the high school level.
Certainly is. I'm not going to say a player comparison, but it's kind of like for a team aspect of things, it's like if you saw LeBron James come to your gym. I mean, this is one of the better teams in the entire nation. They compete with teams like Sierra Canyon, Mater Dei, This is the cream of the crop of high school basketball.
Barbs nearly come away with a turnover. Billy Miller gave it a good run. Coleman behind the arc, spins around, loses control. Ball's on the deck. Hughes got it, and Sean Reynolds picks it up. Pushing it quickly the other way. Key is driving around Dean Moss. Swatted away by Christian Collins. Coleman sets up a three. You betcha.
John, how about that defensive effort? Even in transition, they're able to get in the right mindset and get back to what they needed to do with the block.
Open three from Devon Grant. Maybe a bit too much time in the weight room right there. Taken away again by Collins. Here we go. Oh, he almost knocked down the windmill. Reynolds quickly the other way and converts.
What an effort there. This gym would have been lit on fire if he would have hit that dunk.
I think we might see another opportunity though. And how about just the quick rock right to left? Elevates for three. Christian Collins is coming alive right now on both ends of the court. Grant, tough layup on the other end. Again, he's having a nice game, up to 6 points.
He's definitely been a highlight for them. Like we mentioned before, you're going to have to take the positives, and one of the positives is that Devon Grant is elevating to the next level against one of the better teams that they're going to play all season long.
McCoy facing some dice defense, kicks it out. Howie Woo for three, and that one's just short. Boy, how about this gym would have came down and see a 7-1 center knock down the three. Reynolds quickly on the other end. Nice jumper from the free throw line.
Great response there by Reynolds, but yeah, like you said, not very often you see 7-footers shooting the three, maybe in today's day and age, but still kind of unheard of at the high school level of things.
You're a 7-footer, can shoot the three at high school. Howie Woo, oh, he missed the easy alley-oop there. Coleman three ball and holds the finish. He is feeling it from deep. He's got 13 for St. John Bosco. What a show these teams are putting on, and we're just through one half, Teddy. Step back there from Miller. Kicks it out, Devon Grant. That time no good. Game starting to become a lot more free-flowing on both sides of the court. Coleman, I thought he was going to pull there from the volleyball line. He's open for three. Got to keep an eye on him. McCoy tried to feed him down low. I get a chance to catch our breath with 1 minute left to go. Again, stay tuned to halftime. Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central coming your way. And McCoy reached in there on Reynolds.
John, I will say one thing for DeKalb. I would really like to see Jackson Keys a little bit more emphasized in the second half, because in both games I've gotten to see him play, maybe not the number one option, but he's a player that, one, he can shoot very well. He can drive. He's very quick and explosive. He can finish around the rim. And he's just a great leader. I'm hoping some big things for him.
Keys is a Grand Valley State baseball commit. GVSU, one of the top D2 athletic programs just as a whole in the entire country. Turnover there, we'll give it back to the Braves. And, we talked about, we just saw La Mirada from, obviously the greater LA area again. St. John Bosco could match up with them later this season at the St. John Bosco Winter Classic. So these two teams won't face off here in Washington, but boy, if those two teams face off in California, I think we got to tune in, Teddy.
Definitely do. They played last year, and although
McCoy, boom shakalaka.
I'm gonna add another one to my tally here. But going back to that, although they did come out with the win by 19 points in a 79-60 win. Still, that's very impressive by La Mirada, because a team like this, it's hard to keep up with at that point.
Certainly is. DeKalb will hold for the last shot. See what Reynolds can do. Again, he's a nice shot creator for the Barbs. Driving in, forces one up, nothing but net. Right on cue, Sean Reynolds. Now Bosco with a chance, and a travel on McCoy, and the Barbs could still have one more shot. Incredible shot there from Sean Reynolds. He just threw it up and fell so gently into the net.
John, some comparisons are, as I hold my breath.
Reynolds from half court, just a bit short. 41-18 your score, and even though DeKalb is down 23, Teddy, again, we'll start with them. I think they're playing a lot better of a game. The scoreboard doesn't quite indicate it. And there are a lot of good things from the Barbs, and obviously the Braves doing their thing.
Definitely. You got to give credit to DeKalb, because in the state of Illinois, I think if you're tuning in, this is the first game you've seen DeKalb play, and you're thinking that, maybe they're not as good as you thought. Not even close. This team competed with one of the better teams in Illinois till the very end, dominated in their second game. And, just because they're going against a team like St. John Bosco doesn't mean you can't take good things away from this game, because they are playing very good. Devon Grant has been a key highlight for them. Obviously, the explosive dunk was one thing, but his tenacity on the boards and able to, his energy on defense as well as offensively with the dunk and trying a couple three-pointers. None of these players are shying away from the moment, that's for sure.
They definitely aren't. Chris Coleman leading St. John Bosco right now with 13 points. McCoy has 12. LZ Harrington with 9. All sorts of dunks in this game. Teddy, what's the first half count? Are we up to 8 total in this one?
We got 6 on St. John Bosco,
and
1 for DeKalb. So if you want to count just in terms of total dunks, we're getting close. We got 3 more to go. But for St. John Bosco, they're going to need 4. And I'm getting the feeling that, especially if they have a comfortable lead in the third, fourth quarter,
we might see 15.
I wouldn't be surprised if they throw out some highlight jams for us.
Having lots of fun here in the 4th game of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Halfway through day 4, again, we got about another day and a half left of action, and Teddy, the games are only going to get better from here. St. John Bosco looking like they're going to move to 3-0 here in this tournament, would set up them for a potential Washington Invitational Championship game tomorrow. Looking at who they could face, might be St. Francis Episcopal out of Houston. They've been a very strong team as well. And they have had some big wins, and we'll see them later tonight as well. Plenty of action later on in the day. We're ready to send things down to Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central right after these messages. Again, 41-18, Bosco ahead. You're watching the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Health Care on Clutch Sports Media. Right back after this.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the multidisciplinary team at OSF Health Care Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. Offering comprehensive cancer care services including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Health Care Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 53 locations in 38 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner. And welcome into Uftring Tournament Central as we approach the halfway point of Day 4 of the 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. I'm Joey Wright, and Charlie Schermerhorn has dropped by our studio for the first time this week. Charlie, you're actually on one of our cameras this game, so we appreciate you continuing to work here through the halftime break. Thanks for being with us yet again this year.
Yeah, it's a pleasure, Joey. Ready to talk some basketball.
Absolutely. Talking some great hoops. A lot has gone on already this week here in Washington, and plenty more to come throughout the rest of today and through Saturday. But first, Charlie, let's talk about this tournament's great cause. Of course, I know you knew Kevin Brown well. Of course, your dad coached with him for a long time and succeeded him as the Panthers head coach on the boys basketball side of things. Just tell us a little bit about Kevin Brown and your experiences with the man who this tournament is now named after.
Well, you know, Coach Brown was one of the greatest humans I've ever met personally. I unfortunately didn't get to play for him, and I didn't get to have him as a PE teacher. But even at a young age, I could just tell of the impact that he would have on everyone. Wherever you went, you know, you could always trust him. He was a great guy. But I think some things that people maybe gloss over a little bit is the fact that he was more than just a coach. Great person. His impact goes far beyond coaching, far beyond any number of wins that he has. And he's taught me, I know he's taught my dad, and he's taught my family so many valuable lessons.
Certainly, we wish he was still here with us, but it's not everyone that leaves us that leaves such an impact behind. The KB Strong Foundation, I said this earlier in our studio show, they've got a great presence here. I've seen more KB Strong shirts and hoodies this week than I think I have before in years past at this tournament. KB Strong signage everywhere, so it really is great to see that cause left behind and doing a great job to raise awareness and money to fight glioblastoma. And there is a link available on the bottom of your screen right now with the QR code. You can check that out to learn more and donate if you can to a great cause. But Charlie, getting back to the basketball side of things, I know now behind the camera you can't really take in the full game and soak it in, but man, that St. John Bosco team, they're pretty good at basketball.
They are very good. Me and Joe were just talking about it before, how talented they really are. And you mentioned that I don't really get to see the whole game, but I get to see a lot of the highlights, and I can tell you that I'm zooming in on St. John Bosco so much, whether it's a dunk, whether it's a three. Anytime they get in transition, I got to be ready because you know that they're going to score.
Absolutely. They've got talent up and down the roster. They get that core of three players, but then you step out beyond that, and Coleman's played well. We've seen Howie Wu. We've seen a number of guys step up for St. John Bosco this week, and excited to get to see them for another half today and then again tomorrow. And Charlie, looking at Washington, they haven't had to face St. John Bosco yet. Of course, your dad, the head coach of the Panthers. 0-2 on the season. I think, though, this Panthers team's going to turn it around here later in the week, and I think they're going to factor in with Metamora and Morton, who will also see tonight, into that Mid-Illini Conference conversation this year. Should be fun to see how that plays out.
Sure, Washington, Metamora, and Morton all got lots of good players. I mean, just to name three big ones from each team, right? You got C.J. Duncan, you got Matthew Zobers, you got Wes Gudeman. I mean, every single one of them has a common factor, and it is that they can score the basketball at will whenever they want. Look around. Anytime you see them playing, it's always so much action. I mean, you got Andre Lewis, too. Another great Washington depth player. Pierce Martin, Colt Craghead.
A couple of them walking by us right now, right on cue.
Didn't have to say that. No, but I mean, seriously, though, just so much talent, though, in this tournament. Mid-Illini, very well represented in this tournament. I mean, you look at Metamora and Morton, too. Great shooters. I mean, they got so many people, just key depth players.
Absolutely. Washington playing tonight and then again tomorrow. And they kind of join along with Metamora and Morton this week to bring some great crowds. It's going to be an electric atmosphere. Remember, we'll switch over to a new stream after this game and pick you up for the conclusion, the final 5 games of this busy Friday. And Charlie, I want to close with this as we get ready to go back inside the gym. You've got a boot on your foot. I'm not quite sure if that's in our shot right now, but we appreciate you trooping through it. I've been telling you all week, you got to bring the trophy you won a few years ago as an 8th grader, the 3-point shootout that they used to have. We were fortunate the first year we covered this tournament to catch you in action, knocking them down from 3.
Yeah, I've made a few threes at maybe 18 for 20, but
it's only 18 for 20. Yeah, only 18 for 20.
I got to hang it up in my room somewhere.
Of course, there you go. But now you've switched over, I understand, to tennis, right? Pretty good tennis player for the Panthers?
I play. So, yeah, it'll be fun, though. Starts up in the spring, so.
There you go. Hopefully it'll be a little warmer than it is out there today.
That would be great.
But it's a hot atmosphere inside Raymond Artori Gym. We'll go back in there after a break and pick up the second half of St. John Bosco and DeKalb. Glad you're with us. The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the team at OSF Health Care Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. To request an appointment, visit their website or call 844-OSF-4-HOPE. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
And welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. Halftime just wrapping up between St. John Bosco and DeKalb. Part of the Washington Invitational, one of 4 different events here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Jonathan Michael and Teddy Ball here with you in the booth. And Teddy, looking forward to more fireworks from both ends of the floor, both teams here in the second half.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious that St. John Bosco is putting up electrifying plays, but you got to give credit to DeKalb. They've also had a handful of some of them for themselves. That dunk by Devon Grant, what firstly comes to mind, just the standing vertical dunk, and very impressive. So both teams have shown a lot, and for DeKalb, there's a lot to take from that first half and to attack in this second one. And for St. John Bosco, it seems like they're just having fun out there, which is one of the best ways to get in the rhythm of things.
And again, DeKalb, they're listed as the top challenger for the DuPage Valley Conference title by the Chicago Sun-Times. They won a regional title last season and have had 4 straight 20-win seasons. Each of those seasons coming since Mike Reynolds took over, so a team that is definitely heading in the right direction, but getting a good test here against St. John Bosco. It's Devon Grant with it now. Probably the Barb's MVP of the first half. Almost got that one to fall, but got his own miss. Under amongst the trees. Got it to fall. Boy, I bet he felt like he was in Sequoia National Forest right there.
You got to love his ferocity down low. He really attacks well, and he doesn't care who's down there. Like I said in the first half, he is going to go at the rim at his own pace.
Collins a triple. Bounces off the mark. Howie Woo. They're trying to bounce it back in, but couldn't quite do so. A screen for Bolden. Guarded there by Coleman. McCoy, another steal. Sets up another slam in transition. That's, I think, his 5th, if I'm not mistaken, of the day.
He has been a dunk machine, especially in the first half, and he's kicking off this one fast.
Tough shot by Reynolds over Woo. A little bit too high there. Goes back to the Braves. But, looking at, Brendan McCoy, he said that he wants to go to a college that plays defense and has a winning tradition. And it's easy to see why he wants to go to a team that plays defense. You see his stat totals, his point totals, obviously all very big. Harrington's 3 rims out. But, the defense is really what stands out the most to me about Brendan McCoy.
Yeah, I feel like in modern day and age of high school basketball, everyone wants to score. And when everyone wants to score, everyone does score. So you have a lot of guys around the country that can shoot from beyond the arc, drive inside, be very efficient. But what's really the difference maker is the guys that can do both.
Here we go again. Get ready. Oh, my. Brandon McCoy is putting on a show. I think that one was 10s all around, the judges say. At least I think the two judges up here in the booth say that.
I might give that one an 11. That might break the scale. I don't know who's having more fun down there, if it's them on the court or if it's us in the booth. We were talking at halftime just about how exciting this game has been. We're like two kids in a candy shop just watching this game. It's been electrifying.
Unreal dunk there from McCoy. That one might be the most stylish out of all the ones we've seen. And this tournament, again, is known for its high-flying dunks. There's always some next-level athletes that come here and always big dunks every year. But that one by McCoy might be the best one so far this time out at DeKalb. Brought to you by Enercon Engineering. And even though they can provide you with medium and low-voltage switch gear, if anyone can provide you with high-voltage switch gear, it's got to be the St. John Bosco Braves. What an electric team they are. 47-20, 2 minutes into the third quarter here. And this McCoy's length is just, I mean, anytime he's guarding somebody, good luck trying to pass to him because his hand is just guarding them every single time. His hand's almost guarding them like the Great Wall of China, which St. John Bosco visited this past summer. They took a trip there as a team. Not many high school teams get to take an international trip. Usually that's something college NBA teams do, but St. John Bosco went to China, and obviously, you know, it's Howie Wu. That's his home country. They got to visit his house and everything. Got to do some sightseeing as well, play some games against developmental teams for multiple professional squads, including the Shanghai Sharks, and just overall a great experience for the Braves out there.
Definitely a team-building experience.
Coleman knocks down a three, pushes the lead up to 30. Matt Dunn and the Braves call a timeout, but you know, Matt Dunn said, you know, I'm a big believer that your experiences make it easier to do the next one, so that traveling internationally will help make traveling inside the states much easier. And that is a phenomenal point. You know, this might be one of the furthest that St. John Bosco travels all season for a game, and obviously they are not missing a beat whatsoever. It's not easy to, adjust to the different time zones, playing in a brand new gym for some of these players, and, their game is translated from California over to Illinois with no impediment whatsoever.
Yeah, one thing I think about is, when you think of like combat sports, for example, if there's a different change in time zone, it takes them weeks to really adapt to that. And obviously that's for more like across the country type of play. But like when they played in China, I can only imagine they're probably playing on time zones where they're used to being asleep by then. So
yeah.
I guarantee you they played competitive. I'm not sure the outcomes of those games, but with a team like this, I think they can do just about anything.
By the way, those 6 games that they played, they went 6-0. Three ball is good from Miles Newman right in front of his own bench.
Looking like Charlie Schermerhorn out there with the three-point shot.
Charlie Schermerhorn, noted dead-eye three-point shooter. Took his time to grace us with his presence in the booth. Christian Collins puts the ball up high, drives in. Can't quite finish, but look who's right there, McCoy! Straight up in the air. He needs no running start to elevate for a slam.
John, we're just 2 away from my prediction. I said 10. We're at 8 right now. 9 total if you include the DeKalb dunk.
Teddy, I thought that, 10 might be a little bit much. Newman a little bit short on that one, but you are showing me up with your prediction. You had the right instinct. Collins' triple rims out, brings it in by Wu. He lost the handle on it. 3-on-2 come the Barbs. 4-on-2. Grant, I thought he was going to cock that one back, but just lays it in.
I think he thought about it. He saw LZ Harrington there and kind of took it back down a little bit, but he totally could have went up for that as well.
Wu lost the handle on it. They're going to fight for it on the ground. And Reynolds trying to pick that ball away. Possession arrow favors the Barbs as a little bit of pushing and shoving down there. No need for that.
possession arrow ultimately determines it anyway, so it doesn't matter who comes up from the pile with the ball.
I'm sorry, the possession arrow favored St. John Bosco. That's my mistake there. So I'll stay down here with the navy and white. Dominic Perfetti ready to check in the game for the Braves, a 6'7" junior. Perfetti also plays lacrosse for the Braves. That's a fun sport to watch, Teddy. I'm a big fan of lacrosse.
I haven't gotten too much into it, but I did have a little class at school on like a
PE class?
Yeah, PE class. We had a lacrosse unit. Wasn't too good. I'll stick up here in the booth.
It's a fast-growing sport here in America. Here's Grant driving in. He got fouled. McCoy was ready, though, for the swat. He's about ready to send that ball up to us up here in the booth.
Again, some of these athletes, it's really impressive on both sides of the court. You know, just a lot of times you see height like that on a jump, it comes off of a couple steps, but now it's two of them that I've seen. One of them being the dunk by Grant, and then that, just the stand-up vert block that went above the rim.
First free throw rims home there for Devon Grant. He's up to 11 points now. St. John Bosco, a team that many know for their football team. They're ranked number 7 in the country right now. How about their athletics program as a whole? Got the number 5 basketball team in the country. The football team is number 7. So many good athletes have walked through those doors, including Nomar Garcia-Parra, Evan Longoria, Josh Rosen, a long list of pro basketball players, and probably multiple future pros on this court right now.
Can you imagine being in the student section of St. John Bosco? You know, every game you go to, you're heavily favored in for the most part.
And I bet it's cool for them because, you know, they get to say, hey, I knew that guy. I had a class with that guy. I was friends with him before he was, you know, playing in the league. But it's fun for everyone involved there in Braves country. Harrington regains the handle. Good defense by the Barbs. McCoy guarded by Reynolds. Reynolds has been a bit quieter in this one, but nothing's going to come easy against Bosco. Coleman from way out.
John, even that 15, 16-second possession felt like one of the longest possessions of the game for Bosco. They've been so high-flying and fast early on.
And that makes a good point, Teddy. Their possessions have not lasted very long. They've gotten the ball quickly. Grant's three is off the mark. Harrington bats it around. Grant nearly avoided, or just barely avoided the over and back. Reynolds shot that one from Babcock Field right across the street.
That's what I like about this Reynolds kid. He had 32 the other night, and I don't know the exact number, but at least 20 of those points had to have come from beyond the arc. He has no fear. If someone's in front of him, if he's wide open, he's taking the shot, and if he misses it, he'll go for it again like he just did.
Right there. That one also off the mark. Board there by Justin O'Neill. He'll head to the line. And, you know, Reynolds is a player that reminded many people on our Clutch Sports media crew of a player that we saw last year, probably the best player in the tournament, Dayton Forsythe, out of Dale, Oklahoma, who's now with the Oklahoma Sooners.
He was incredible to watch. He had that game against Metamora where he had 50. He might have had 48, but I'm just going to give it to him. He had 50 points.
Pretty much.
Unbelievable player for Dale. Just incredible. And now he's at the collegiate level. I'm not sure exactly how he's doing at that, but I know he plays with Jeremiah Fears, another TOC legend in his own right. So two really good players that the Sooners got.
And this tournament, in case you don't know, has had a long list of college and NBA stars, players that go on for great careers in Europe, and players that play in Europe, again, obviously not the NBA, but you can make a nice living playing basketball in Europe, and they really do love basketball out there as well. Have you seen the environment of those basketball games?
Unreal.
Over there, it's almost like a college football game. Unbelievable over there. Coleman, nice up and under layup. He has got 18 now for the Braves.
Yeah, European basketball, especially in recent years, has gotten a lot of notoriety with players like Nikola Jokic, Luka Doncic at the next level, and seeing in the FIBA trials and even in the Olympics just how much closer they're getting to the U.S. competition. It's got to respect European basketball.
Definitely. Hey, and speaking of FIBA, Brendan McCoy won his second of 2 gold medals with Team USA at the FIBA U17 World Championships not too long ago. Grant, high arcing shot, no good. Here comes McCoy in transition. Slams it home. That's going to be an offensive foul. McCoy hung on the rim for about 5 seconds there. He was having a blast up there, up in the clouds.
He got the dunk, spun around, looked at the ref's call, shook his head, and then dropped. Gotta give him to that.
DeKalb drawing a charge. That charge brought to you by Jody Brown State Farm. Jody Brown and her team support the KB Strong Foundation in the charge against glioblastoma. Kick over to Jackson Keys. Guarded by the much lengthier Collins. Here's Grant, double team to the post, blocked away by Max Ellis. 3 ball is off the mark. Ellis the rebound and finds McCoy. Crossover move by McCoy, pass out to Coleman, what a play. And the shot is no good, but Coleman got fouled. I didn't see him fall down. He's gonna shoot 3 there as he got knocked in right in front of his own bench, right in front of Zy Williams.
Coleman definitely not someone you want to foul in a situation, in any situation really. How good he is from beyond the arc, give him a couple feet extra, a little bit closer, makes the first one.
One part of Coleman's experience of that trip to China that we were talking about back in the first half, you know, Chris Coleman has been noted as a pretty quiet guy, not really a big social media guy, but while he was over there, again, all the kids and all the fans, they treated St. John Bosco like it was LeBron James and the LA Lakers showing up to town, and I mean, for good reason. And they egged on Chris Coleman to download a Chinese social media app called Douyin. It's kind of similar to TikTok, and Chris Coleman posted one video on there and gained 30,000 followers. Nice shot there from Miles Newman.
That's interesting. I find it really interesting how Chinese basketball fans are so into it. You see, I've seen the clips
they love it.
Of Kobe Bryant just being like Michael Jackson in the 90s when he came, or
people
Michael
were
Jordan.
passing out at the sight of him.
Exactly. It's like he's just some type of god, basketball god that is.
And, you know, Brandon McCoy, pretty famous over here as well. We'll tell you why. Again, obviously for his basketball, but also for other reasons as well. Pretty cool note about him we'll have coming up here in the fourth quarter. He's got the ball now. Elevates for a tough 3. Shot clock violation, no. Got the miss was Gavin Dean Moss. Lays it in, makes it 58-31 at the end of the third quarter. Strong, though, frame by the Braves. Relatively even scoring. They were down 23 at the half and only were outscored by 4 points in the third quarter by the number 5 team in the country. While we have a quick break, I want to thank Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. If you're ready to power up your career, visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Also, again, by Kep Sports Bar and Grill, official sports bar of the TOC. Also, Culver's, official pre- and post-game stop of butter burgers and frozen custard. $1 for every concrete mixer purchase this week goes back to help the fight against glioblastoma. Let Scoopy know that we sent you. If you want to name drop us, Jonathan Michael and Teddy Ball specifically sent you to see Scoopy. Make sure to remember that. PJ Hare, again, proud to be a sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's all-academic team as well. Now, Teddy, I teased it at the end of the quarter talking about Brandon McCoy. One of the most interesting notes I found out about him is he was featured for a moment in a music video. Are you a big fan of the rapper Gunna?
I dabble. I dabble in some Gunna.
Gunna's a pretty good, pretty big rapper. Well, Brandon McCoy was featured in one of his music videos for the song One of One. And I watched that music video, basketball themed, a lot of high school basketball stars in there, and Gunna said, hey, Let's hit up Brandon McCoy. That guy seems pretty good at basketball, and he was right. I bet Brandon McCoy had a great time hanging out with Gunna and crew.
McCoy is certainly one of one as well.
Most definitely. Sean Reynolds' three is off the mark. And we'll have a session break coming up after this. At 3:15 is when Renaissance out of Detroit is scheduled to tip off against. So I'm going to pull up the schedule here. Takeaway there by the Barbs. Reynolds, Archbishop Hannon. Oh my gosh!
Devon Grant is not human.
Talk about one of one. That slam was one of a kind. Refs having a word there with the head coach of DeKalb, Mike Reynolds, but unbelievable. He came absolutely flying. And there, Howie Wu looks a little bit shaken up for St. John Bosco again. He missed the first game of the tournament. He was a little banged up there, and he gets a little shaken up after that play. But Devon Grant, we talked about that turnaround, that 360 slam from McCoy might be the dunk of the tournament. That one could be number one, I think, as well. No mercy for the rims whatsoever.
There's certainly a case for it. And John, if he can do that on the hardwood, imagine how high he can get up on a one-on-one opportunity at wideout. I'm just saying, Illinois can use some wide receivers right now.
Big Fighting Illini football fan, Teddy Ball. Here's Grant, up and under, nearly got it to fall. Do not jump in the way of Devon Grant. Wise words of advice there. Harrington behind the back feed to Collins, Euro steps in the lane, and it rolls in.
I like that energy by Collins, too. Even if it looks like that shot would have been going in, followed through, get his own board if it didn't.
Teddy, I asked you your favorite rapper. Maybe you said not quite Gunna. Well, here comes McCoy. We'll wait till after this dunk. Showtime. That's about his fifth or sixth different type of dunk there, and he is made for dunk contests. He has got so many tricks in the bag.
I think it'd be a great idea within the next couple of years, if we implemented a potential dunk contest here at TOC. I think everyone would love it, and there's certainly athletes out here like McCoy who would be able to put up ridiculous dunks like that.
Love to see again. Charlie Schermerhorn, our very own, won the last three-point contest. Maybe got to put Charlie as an honorary contestant in the dunk contest, but I think that would be a great idea. We have seen some phenomenal times. I think those might be the two of the best dunks just in the last 2 minutes of the game. Tomahawk from Devon Grant.
Oh my.
Uh-oh. That one a little bit more tame there from Brandon McCoy. Nothing much surprises me anymore with him. That one he just says, let's go nice and simple on this one.
John, I could be wrong. I could have missed one, but at the very least we have 10. So, $5.
Hey, hit the mark. I got to pay you $5. I didn't know there was money involved in that bet, Teddy.
I wouldn't mind it.
Now, maybe I'll get you a concrete mixer at Culver's after this one.
I'll tell Snoopy you sent me.
Well, I can tell Scoopy himself. I'll be right there with you. Here's LZ Harrington on the drive. Tough shot right there and almost rolled in. Perfetti pass up. What an effort to keep it in bounds there. Collins blocked by Grant. McCoy, though, shows a chin up, reverse style on the rim.
What a sequence. You got to give it to Grant there on the effort.
That's
Great block.
I'm running out of words to describe these dunks by Brandon McCoy. Perfetti wide open on the perimeter. Dean Moss was cutting in on the baseline. He may have been ready to throw one down.
He had an open lane, but on the other side of the paint was Devon Grant. That would have been interesting to see one-on-one.
You know what would be really fun, Teddy? If we had Devon Grant and Brandon McCoy, it's like hockey shootout style. Just shoot attacker on goalie, one-on-one, meet me at the rim type contest. And see who, we call it the poster contest. See who comes away there. Grant falls down. And
Call an isolation, see how that goes.
oh, my word. You know, both players, just their standing verticals is really what's so impressive. And I think what would be really nice, again, because I would say you give the advantage to the attacker. They get to run up to the ball, or get to run up to the rim, I should say, and slam it down. But both these guys can just go so far straight up in the air. And you see McCoy and Grant patting each other on the back there. Mutual respect. They say, man, we're both hooping right now. Grant's got 14 and McCoy's got 26.
Obviously, most teams in the tournament know, you know, the Brandon McCoys and the Christian Collins coming in, and they see that stuff. They see the number 5 team coming. But if they didn't know Devon Grant going into this one, and as Brandon McCoy now recognizes them and acknowledges them, you will remember Devon Grant's name. He has implemented himself as a great player in this tournament.
Free throw a little bit too strong there, and Grant, a very strong guy, so not too surprising to see that free throw a little bit too much mustard on that one. DeKalb bench looking on. They might be wondering, hey, we're on our time to come into the game. Maybe they're happy just to watch from the sidelines and take a back seat to this one and avoid getting postered by Brendan McCoy.
I would be hiding on the bench. I think some of these players definitely could go out there and compete. DeKalb has a strong bench unit with a lot of guys, but me personally, if I was out there, thankfully I'm not, I would not go anywhere close. I would stay on the opposite side of the court.
And I would do is, even though I'd be on the opposite team, I would probably cheer him on.
Okay.
I would probably try to say, hey, that was awesome, man. That was a great dunk.
Go down there in the paint and say,
here
"Come
comes
at me."
Reynolds. And he just lays it in off the glass. Reynolds has been a bit quieter in this game for DeKalb. He's got just 6 in this one. Again, had 32 the other night. He can definitely light it up in a hurry, as can Christian Collins. As his second triple of the day, he's got 10. And Collins, another really fun player to watch for the St. John Bosco team, and eager to see where he goes to the next level. Grant backing down Collins, kicks it out. Reynolds' triple, bangs it in.
Heating up a little bit more now.
Harrington and McCoy, or rather Harrington and Dean Moss play catch. Has some rays of sunlight enter Torrey Gym here. Mid-afternoon usually happens. 3:01 p.m. here in Central Illinois. 2:58 left to go. Patient possession here by the Braves. Perfetti's finger roll was no good. Bauer was trying to get to below 30. Reynolds got pushed over there by McCoy. That's McCoy's 4th. And he's been pretty aggressive in this game and just poking balls out every which way. And we're going to look at the sunlight coming in mid-afternoon here in Central Illinois. I'm looking forward to the winter solstice today. That means that the days are going to start getting longer. It's getting dark out too quickly for my liking.
Yeah, go outside at 6 o'clock. It's already
God, at 5 o'clock it's already dark.
Exactly.
But a bright and sunshiny day, though, for the St. John Bosco Braves, who are going to move to 3-0 here in the TOC. And that'll set up a berth in the Washington Invitational title game. And big chance for a dunk there from number 32. We don't have a 32 listed on the program provided to us. So, but a big chance for a slam nonetheless. As the running clock winds down inside 2 minutes here. Running inbounds play. Jamar Taylor, number 4, into the game. Was open for a 3, but they go to Collins. And his length gives him a nice scoop and score.
Nice finger roll with his chest pointed in the other direction.
Another reach-in foul there on St. John Bosco as both teams will bring in some subs. DeKalb brings in Lucas Stubblefield, Jack Rosenau, and Alex Streb. Couple of subs too for Bosco. Collins and McCoy's day is through. Max Goolsby into the game for the Braves.
This is kind of interesting, too, because Bosco, even though the bench rotation is in, just wonder how good of these players are.
Yeah, no kidding. Many teams. Nice shot there from Marquise Bolden. Or rather, excuse me, that was Brian Miller, number 5 for DeKalb. Apologies there, but again, yeah, these players are probably very formidable players for the Braves that are going to get their chance to shine someday, that's for sure. And the Brave, who cannot be named, number 32, knocking it in, extends the lead up to 32. Again, coming up after this, stay tuned. We'll actually have another stream coming your way, so just refresh your browser. Banked in 3 there from Brian Miller.
How about this kid coming in, making some noise early on?
Floater in the lane, no good from Bosco. Put back in there by Goolsby. But again, a reminder that we will have another stream coming up, so refresh clutchsportsl.com or our YouTube channel, wherever you're watching, for our next game coming up. But St. John Bosco making a statement here against DeKalb. They win it 77-46, and boy, Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey circus for the Braves. They put on a show against the Barbs. They move to 3-0 here in the TOC. They will play for the Washington Invitational Championship tomorrow. That game will be at 6 p.m. Barbs drop another one here, but again, despite the loss, I think there's a lot of things you gotta like if you are DeKalb. Devon Grant had a great game. Defense, played well at some portions, and got Brian Miller coming in, banging threes at the end of the game. And really, you can't take this loss too harshly at all if you are the Barbs.
You definitely can't, and I think a great way to look at it is, you look at the first game they played against Metamora. They played that game very close. If you compare both games, of Metamora versus St. John Bosco and the Barbs against St. John Bosco, it's very similar. This one 46-77 final, Metamora 74-45 final. So I think, if you realize how good Metamora is in the state of Illinois, and then you take that for our area and you look at DeKalb, they're a very respectable team going into the rest of the season.
We'll take a quick break here inside the booth here of Torrey Gymnasium for our sponsors to come back. We'll wrap things up and recap the first half of action here from Friday at the Tournament of Champions. Thanks for tuning in on Clutch Sports Media. But stay tuned, though. Got more basketball coming your way, and we'll preview what's coming up next right after this.
The 2024 OSF Health Care Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but they help reduce this anxiety and stress through their rapid appointment scheduling process, which can shorten the amount of time it takes for patients to be diagnosed and begin treatment for cancer. You can either be referred by your doctor or contact them yourself. OSF Cancer Institute will always respond within 1 business day. Visit their website or give them a call at 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Welcome back inside Torrey Gym. St. John Bosco, a big winner over DeKalb. That wraps up the first half of Friday here at the TOC. And Teddy, boy, we had some great games, some very exciting ones as well. It started off St. Mary's, St. Louis winning 79-53 over Milwaukee. Juneau, Wilson out of South Carolina takes down Romeoville 77-71. Game before this, Mirada and Vashon. Boy, we had fun in that one as well. Vashon came away winners by a close margin. And St. John Bosco 77-46 over DeKalb. More great action coming up right after this too.
Yeah, John had a lot of fun. The first 2 games wasn't on the call, but these last 2 I got to call with you, and I think we got treated to 2 really fun games. One was very close, the other one a lot of highlight plays. but for all 4 teams, a lot to take from. Very fun first half of action.
And stay tuned, more basketball coming your way. You see Detroit Renaissance and Archbishop Hannon warming up. That's going to be a great one. Do not miss it. Detroit Renaissance and Archbishop Hannon, 2 phenomenal teams that are fun to watch. So grab a snack, grab a drink, kind of refresh your browser, get kind of for a new stream here on ClutchSportsIL.com and on our YouTube page. But for now, I'm Jonathan Michael alongside Teddy Ball, signing off from Washington. More basketball coming up your way. You're watching the Kevin Brown of Champions on Clutch Sports Media.